Amidst the devastation of a burning city, two figures stood. The woman told Hyun-soo to pull himself together and listen, asking what would happen if she couldn't come back. With a shocked expression, Hyun-soo watched as she reached out to a system panel and gave him a glowing object. She instructed him to use this to return to the starting point. As Hyun-soo held out his hands, distressed, he received the glowing blue energy. A display appeared, identifying the item as warped time and explaining that it caused a critical error in time to revert the past. Surprised, Hyun-soo asked about being given such an important item at the final moment, adding that she and Naiva actually matched well together. The woman refuted this, mentioning Naiva was their first constellation and urging him not to give the item away. Amidst the fiery destruction, she gave a stern command: remember to find Ahazar in the past and bring it back. She declared that in their next life, Ahazar would be their first constellation, hoping for a proper fight. Hyun-soo gazed out at the ruined city, questioning the idea of a next life. The woman considered that starting with Ahazar might allow them to reach the 90th floor instead of just the 70th, musing that reaching such a high level was necessary for it to be worthwhile. Hyun-soo emphatically told her to stop and demanded to know their plan. The woman told him not to worry and asked if he trusted her. She smiled confidently, promising she would come back safely. Waving goodbye, she walked away into a bright light. Hyun-soo thought that he shouldn't have let her go like that, wishing he had held on to her for as long as possible, explaining that Hyun Habin's farewell from the last run wasn't kept. The scene shifted to a city gate entrance. Men in hard hats looked tired under the bright sky, one suggesting they finish work quickly and go home. A person in a hard hat was seen pulling a heavy cart. A man nearby wondered why the young person was doing all the hard work, while someone else added that they also worked at a potion factory and were usually diligent. Two men called out to the person pulling the cart, who stopped and looked back. With a sound of surprise, she held up two fingers and asked if she would get a bit more pay for working so hard, before adding that double was too much. 5 years ago, countless gates had suddenly opened and monsters poured out, causing people in the city to run away screaming. At the same time, people known as Awakened appeared in the world. Hyun-soo had looked surprised as blue energy pulsed around him. They were called Hunters, fighting against the monsters. Because of that, existing social classes based on jobs, education, and family background disappeared, and only Hunters began to thrive in society. But that had nothing to do with me, really. Even though the class structure changed, the gap between rich and poor still existed. Those who didn't awaken had to make a living doing grunt work like cleaning up after gates or working in potion factories. A worker offered a water bottle to Habin, who reached for it. She explained that she was one of them. Another worker asked if she saw the message that popped up earlier. She replied that she was busy and had skimmed past it, asking what it was. The other worker explained it was an alert saying the gate would close soon and they should leave, telling her to pay more attention to basic alerts. She agreed to be more careful, but thought to herself how unlucky she was that everyone else got the alert. She wondered why she was the only one who didn't get it, since system windows and alerts should appear for her as a player. Silently, she wished for the bug to be fixed soon, noting it had been 5 years. She was faking seeing a system window, fearing she wouldn't get a job if others knew she wasn't awakened. A large monster was seen being moved as a final message thanked them for their hard work. A man told her she did well and wished her a safe trip home. The woman asked if he had seen the person she mentioned earlier, and he replied that he would contact her if he saw her brother. She thanked him. As evening arrived, she checked her phone, noting the upcoming factory workday. She thought about having to juggle 2 or 3 jobs despite not being an awakened person, resolving that she had her reasons for it. 5 years ago, tragedy struck during a gate incident. Her parents died and her brother disappeared in the chaos. Because of this, she had to quit school and work to pay off the house loan. She also had to buy information from hunters to find her brother, and no matter how much she worked, it was never enough. Looking up, she recalled the burdens she carried. She stood before a large apartment building under a bright sky, thinking the house was needlessly big, and suddenly feeling furious. She cursed having to overwork because they didn't sell it sooner and move to a studio. Rushing out of the building, she pushed the door open, her eyes showing weariness and determination. Holding the doorknob, a thought lingered about the hope for a brother's return, the kind of hope that can drive someone mad. She wondered if this foolish waiting would ever end. Leaving the old shoes behind and stepping in, she thought about how the house remained unchanged despite the world outside. Approaching the familiar place, she expected a casual welcome, walking down the hallway towards home. She imagined a man at a table looking up and simply saying, "You're here," and a woman in the kitchen asking, "Our daughter, are you coming in? Want some food?" She imagined the woman adding with a smile that she ate all the leftover pizza, and a young man on the couch reacting, saying that really ticked him off. The young woman with the backpack smiled happily. The man sitting on the couch called out to her, telling her he ate all the leftover pizza because he was hungry waiting. He smirked, emphasizing his point with a gesture, and leaned back on the couch looking smug. The woman, standing by the door, asked if there was nothing to see, wondering if she was hallucinating from missing him so much. The man asked what she meant by hallucination. Surprised, she asked if it wasn't a hallucination, and he confirmed that it was not. The woman was left speechless. She stared in utter shock at the man she held. He felt it was worth returning home for such a passionate welcome from his sibling. She demanded to know why he was here. The man calmly asked if it was strange for him to be in his own home while thinking about stolen pizza. She shouted that it was strange, that he was missing for 5 years and didn't contact anyone at all. She looked emotionally overwhelmed. The man's eye showed a flicker of recognition, followed by a realization. The woman suddenly grabbed his shirt, asking what was happening. Confused, he asked what it was. The woman explained her long experience on the dungeon floor. She stated that not having a status window made her exceptionally observant and asserted that she could judge an item's value purely by sight. Looking at the man with spiky hair, she said she knew his casual clothes weren't what they seemed. Surprised, the man showed her the gray garment. The woman pointed out the remarkable stitching on the cloth, impressed by its detail. She noticed the hidden black label on the item, which a title card revealed was part of the SS rank crafted hunter Elemis's special casual collection. A grand building, the home of Elemis in Paris, was shown, with staff bowing. In disbelief, Hyun Soo-yu asked how she knew about the garment. His sister confirmed its authenticity, addressing him directly. "You're awakened?" she asked. Hyun Soo-yu looked startled, responding with a confused, "Huh?" feeling scared. His sister asked if he'd been working as a hunter all this time. Flustered, Hyun-soo raised his hands defensively and tried to change the subject, saying that wasn't important right now. But his sister told him she had even filed a missing person report because he left without a word. Hyun-soo smiled nervously, realizing something, and admitted he had already canceled the missing person report a while ago. His sister looked utterly dumbfounded and asked if he was insane. She became angry, wondering why he never showed up. She started talking about how much she had gone through. Tensed, Hyun-soo asked if she was crying, but he was laughing, saying how he was worried about her. Suddenly, his sister's eyes glowed with power amidst swirling darkness, and she punched him in the gut. Hyun-soo coughed up blood while smiling. Loud, powerful impacts resonated near the buildings as she angrily yelled about all the hardships she had faced, insisting he should have contacted her if he was alive. She remembered dropping out of school to search for him, working day and night to pay off their family's debt and survive. Back in the present, Hyun-soo clutched his stomach in distress, saying he had no idea about any debt. The woman shouted, asking if he cared about her life. He stammered that there was a reason he couldn't tell her, but she yelled that his reason was meaningless and struck him with her hand. Stunned, Hyun-soo spat up more blood and frantically asked for just a few seconds. She calmly checked her phone, a slight smile on her face. A notification flashed on the screen showing a massive amount of money had been deposited. She looked at the phone while Hyun-soo asked if this huge sum could solve their urgent problems. She reacted with confusion, questioning what just happened, and grabbed his shirt in shock. The two of them sat, one looking stunned, the other waiting. Thoughts emerged about life having unspoken difficulties and how the man had truly suffered. The woman smiled warmly, placing a hand on his shoulder and stating that his health was what mattered most. He hesitated, simply agreeing. She worriedly asked if the money was legal and clean. Hyun-soo confirmed it was, thinking he should have just sent it earlier. She then insisted he tell her everything about his life, his rank as a hunter, and his affiliations. The man looked uncertain and began to speak. Hyun-soo teased that revealing a secret might mean taking back the money he gave her. The woman casually responded that she wasn't that curious anyway. He confirmed her feeling with a smile. Later, sitting together, Hyun-soo told her he brought something she had asked for earlier, mentioning he had left it in her room for her to see later. Puzzled, she asked if she really asked him for something. Hyun-soo assured her that she did. She thought to herself, wondering if such a request was real, acknowledging that forgetting was possible after 5 years apart. She also found it odd, feeling like she wouldn't be the type to ask him for anything in the first place. She questioned him again, asking if he was sure the item truly existed. He confirmed it did, telling her to consider it a birthday gift he went through trouble to get, and specifically instructed her not to sell it. As he stood up, she asked where he was going. He replied that he had to leave for work but would come back again sometime. Surprised, she asked for confirmation, wondering if he would really visit again. She called out, asking Hyun-soo to wait a second. Leaving through a doorway, he quickly said he'd contact them. She called out again, sounding urgent, and reached a hand towards the now-closed door, looking stunned. Thinking to herself, she felt suspicious and shady about the situation. Suddenly, she looked surprised by something, then looked down, wondering if she had found what was suspicious. A dark, mysterious box glowed with purple energy and dark shadows. She thought to herself that if she opened it, something big would happen. She didn't know what it was, but meddling with it could cause a huge problem. In this atmosphere, she guessed it was an item. For others, an alert window would have popped up. It truly felt shady. But would someone give something dangerous to their one and only younger sibling? Warning signs flashed everywhere. Red warnings appeared, indicating extreme danger. She was overcome by the sense of peril as the digital warnings intensified, wondering if she had seen something dangerous. Habin mumbled a hesitant, "Well." She recalled being told she was the one who asked for this herself. Red warning signs appeared more and more. Habin looked down, startled, surrounded by warning signals, questioning if his brother had given her something dangerous. Critical errors occurred, flooding the display. The system failed to detect the player, showing her level as undetectable and restriction failing. With a sound of opening, Habin reached for a box. Suddenly, despite the errors, access was approved and the system showed the seal on the item was being released. A powerful golden light erupted from the box as more cryptic errors appeared. Habin's eyes shone, and a message about minimal communication and errors popped up. A special system window was granted to Habin. Wide-eyed, Habin could only ask herself what this was. A new holographic message appeared before her eyes. The message asked if she would like to acquire the forbidden constellation Usurper Sword Ahezar. Habin recognized it as a status window. Considering the notification, Habin wondered what was truly happening. A shining, ornate sword manifested. Habin believed this must be the Usurper Sword Ahezar. She gasped in surprise. Thinking to herself, Habin questioned if Hyun-soo was attempting to deceive her. Hyun-soo posed playfully, surrounded by sparkles, while Habin reacted with exasperation and a shout of disbelief. Habin insisted she could tell the item was extraordinary just by looking. Looking at her phone, Habin mused that if it was a constellation notification, it must be the kind she knew about. Her phone displayed an entry from Kiwipedia defining constellation as something rare achieved by the awakened. The entry added that awakened individuals with constellations achieve greater feats. Another section listed Korean awakened with constellations. The list named Fidus and Che-jise. Habin stared at her phone, questioning who Fidus might be. She pondered this, noting the reference to a Korean awakened. The scene explains that Fides never removes his mask, so their identity is unknown. Habin found something that seemed to have been left behind. She decided she should tell him to take it back. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, stating it had been acquired. Habin looked utterly confused. More system messages appeared, mentioning acquiring a forbidden constellation usurper sword, a Hazar, and registering a new user. Habin realized the object registered itself just because her hand touched it. The object revealed itself as a dazzling sword. Urgent system warnings flashed, declaring the user was not a player and was a forbidden participant. Habin recoiled in shock as loud alarms blared. Again, red warning signs flashed everywhere around her. The system got overloaded and failed to verify something. More error messages stacked up repeatedly. Then, a final message declared that an impossible value had been generated. Papers and objects were thrown around the room violently. Habin cried out in distress, yelling what was wrong with the system. Hyun-soo, surrounded by red notifications, told them to calm down. Floating red screens surrounded Hyun-soo as if calculating something. Habin exclaimed, asking if he was trying to destroy the house. She added that she hadn't even finished paying off the loan and called him crazy. More red text screens appeared, attempting to calculate rank, grade, and stats, but failing or finding unsuitable values. Finally, a large message announced that the calculation was complete. A status screen appeared for Hyun Habin, showing unverified and inactive stats in the billions. Another message confirmed a forbidden participant's entry and that the power was obtained illegally. The system declared that the system administrator would now be hostile toward Hyun Habin. Habin stared wide-eyed at a notification. A nervous expression crossed her face. She had no words at first, as she asked hesitantly if she couldn't cancel this. The scene shifted. The Statue of Liberty appeared, bathed in bright light. A notification sound beeped. A message appeared greeting Sir Fides. Another message expressed immense joy at the visit from the world's #1 ranked hunter. The message continued, mentioning the hotel's finest service. Inside a luxurious hotel room, a masked man holding a remote turned off the TV. He wondered why a whole video was made for this, calling it embarrassing. As he prepared to sit on a comfortable sofa, the masked man sat down, looking weary. He sighed, saying he's exhausted. He took off his mask, revealing he was Hyun-soo, questioning why a meeting was called and people were brought to New York. Hyun-soo ran a hand through his hair, shaking his head. He expressed relief, feeling like he was going to die from sweating so much. A voice from a nearby weapon mocked him, saying that's what he gets for wearing a mask. The voice continued to tease, asking if he thought wearing a mask made him look cool. It was the soul of the weapon, a glowing woman with purple hair holding a staff, who appeared from it. She was the contemplating staff, Niaba, identified as one of the 7 most powerful constellations and the only holy relic-grade constellation. She was also described as the only memento from first-turn Hyun Habin entrusted to the man. The woman asked Hyun-soo what he was looking at. Hyun-soo thought to himself that he would have thrown the memento away long ago if not for its significance. In his past life, his sister told him, "Hyun-soo, get a grip and listen carefully. If I don't return, use this to go back to the starting point. You must remember, if you happen to go to the past, acquire a Hazar and bring it to me." He claimed that it was a memory which he didn't want to recall. If he'd known that was truly the end, he would have at least said a proper goodbye. He denied that he shouldn't have just let her go like that. He should have held on as long as he possibly could. His younger sister from the previous turn, Hyun Habin, suddenly the staff spoke. Habin seemed very angry. Hyun-soo stated that he did disappear for 5 years without a word. But how was he supposed to know getting a Hazar would take that long? On top of that, everything he had to do to change the future was dangerous. What can you do? It's crawling with people trying to stop you. The staff replied, "True, both of you should live under different identities and not approach each other until you're established. If only I could tell her all this, Habin's anger might cool down." Hyun-soo nodded and agreed with the staff as he recalled a memory from 5 years ago. He looked around, realizing, I really returned to the past. Holding a withered branch, he thought, it said it could only be used once, and now it's really gone. Looking at the sign, he wondered, a temporary shelter? Does that mean it's right after a gate opened? Habin shouted, Hyun Habin is alive! Hyun-soo thought quickly. I have to hurry and tell Hyun Habin that I have regressed. A warning message appeared before Hyun-soo. Warning, this statement is fatal to system maintenance. Delivering this statement will turn the system administrator hostile. Seeing this, Hyun-soo reacted in frustration. Hyun-soo proposed he would go find a Hezar and wait a little. A system warning popped up saying this statement was fatal and will turn the system administrator hostile. The system showed its tongue to him. Hyun-soo reacted with confusion. Coming back to the present, Hyun-soo thought about why the warning didn't appear when he told Naiba. He wondered about the rules for contracted constellations who share memories. Relaxed on a couch, Hyun-soo said he had passed it on and Hyun Habin will take care of it. He remembered Hyun Habin saying something about hitting rank -1 if she started with a Hezar. He questioned if Hyun Habin was joking about a negative rank, wondering if a negative rank even existed. A status screen materialized, showing Hyun Habin's information with level, unverifiable, class, guardian of deceit, patron, a Hezar, grade, X, final, rank, -1. Hyun Habin stared at the screen, looking shocked. She asked quietly if this was real. A shining sword, a Hezar, suddenly appeared and declared, "It is real." Hyun Habin cried out, startled by the sword. The glowing sword spoke, thanking Habin for saving it. It explained it thought it would be sealed forever. She firmly grasped the sword's hilt. The sword reacted with confusion. Habin abruptly announced her intention to cancel their agreement and leave. Habin held the sword as it frantically protested, exclaiming she can't just reseal it. The sword insisted that resealing was impossible now that the seal was broken. Habin stubbornly declared she wanted to reseal it anyway. The sword desperately revealed it's already registered as Habin's constellation. It shouted that she can't cancel her very first constellation. Habin struggled with the sword over the box, looking angry. She reacted with shock at the news of the constellation registration. Habin checked a digital screen displaying important notes on constellations. The screen explained the critical importance of the first constellation contract compared to future ones. Habin sighed deeply in frustration after reading the notes. The sword questioned why Habin disliked the idea so strongly. It boasted that despite how it sounded, it was the most powerful constellation. Habin reacted with surprise as she could now see the status window. She decided to check the constellation information herself. A holographic screen appeared, detailing the first constellation, O'Ridden, the most powerful god of war. It stated he was stripped of his status and sealed for treason. Habin recognized the name O'Ridden from legendary grade items. She wondered if this meant O'Ridden was also Holy Relic grade. Text clarified that Holy Relic grade was the highest level, with only one constellation currently holding it. Habin was shocked by another detail from the status window. She looked towards a luminous sword nearby as she denied it because every other constellation would treat him as an enemy. The sword began to speak. It explained its treason was committed to prevent the world's destruction. It was the price paid for trying to stop the system administrator. The sword urgently warned that this world's destruction was imminent. It insisted the world would surely end if they failed to stop the system administrator. Habin responded to the sword's plight, finding its life pitiful. She concluded that even though it was strong, it was also a total outcast. The sword reacted to being called an outcast. Habin paused, considering what she's heard. She decided to assume the sword was telling the truth for now. Habin reasoned that if the world ended anyway, getting stronger was still a good thing. She concluded that focusing on getting stronger was the immediate priority. Habin worried that revealing her power would make the system and everyone else hostile towards her. The sword let out a surprised sound. Habin wondered if she was really supposed to break through all that opposition and danger to stop the destruction. The sword hesitated, unsure how to respond. Habin asked when the sword thought the world would end. The sword replied that in its world, it took about 30 years after the first signs of destruction. Habin calculated that since the gates appeared about 5 years ago, they had about 25 years left. The sword agreed that her calculation was probably correct. Habin slammed her hand down with resolve. The sword excitedly asked if she had finally decided. Habin, sparkling with enthusiasm, declared she would play as hard as she could for the next 25 years. The sword reacted in shock. Habin announced she would do everything she wanted and live without any regrets. She walked away with determination. The sword was confused and asked if she planned to let her overwhelming power just go to waste. The sword reacted with a bewildered sound. Habin argued that she wasn't the one who will be using it. Her expression was wide-eyed and somewhat relieved. The glowing sword seemed to provoke the suggestion of aiming for ultimate power. Habin recalled her past goal of becoming an awakened person to find her family. But Habin stated her family suddenly reappeared today. The sword asked if she had other desires, perhaps for money. Habin admitted she did want money, but then revealed she unexpectedly received a huge sum today. She held up a symbol related to money. A surprised reaction came from the sword. Habin revealed her true intention was to enjoy her life for 25 years with the money. Her eyes glowed with dollar signs and she smiled greedily. She looked at something on her phone. Habin cheerfully thanked the sword as she left. She struggled to recall the sword's name and said goodnight. The other party, a small creature, was so shocked that the sword's spirit left its body. In shock, the sword wondered what he was supposed to do now. It was that day, at a regular, boring school, someone wondered if something could finally happen in her life. Maybe like becoming part of a fantasy game or a dungeon break with hunters. Habin asked him if he ever got tired of using the same old stories for her comics. "Do I?" he asked again. His name was Hyun Si-woo. Hyun Si-woo just thought it would be fun to live a life like that. "Don't you think so?" he asked her. Habin looked back at Hyun Si-woo. Habin looked back, pondering her past words. Hyun Si-woo gazed upwards, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, the sky turned a dark, ominous red. People gasped as a black hole crackled open in the clouds. Confusion spread as they wondered what was happening to the sky. "Is that a hole?" someone asked. The strange opening intensified, filled with crackling energy. Loud roars erupted as a monstrous creature began to emerge. Skeletal figures were pulled from the swirling abyss. Back in the classroom, students screamed in terror. Habin looked around, stunned by the chaos, asking what the monster was. As she got overwhelmed, she thought this was insane. Hyun Habin cried out to Taiseo, asking if he saw it. Taiseo replied that it was a status window. Hyun Habin reacted in disbelief. Looking at the strange window, he murmured about a wish. A man was looking at the status window and declared that the wish came true. The shimmering light rained down onto the classroom desks. Then a voice spoke to Hyun Habin on the phone, delivering sudden and difficult news. It told her that her parents were caught in the gate incident. Standing alone in the hallway, Hyun Habin reflected that her entire family had vanished, like a cruel twist of fate, except for her. She thought about how hard she had tried to become a hunter and reclaim everything. Habin screamed, desperately calling for the status window and a quest. But even her frantic cries brought back nothing. "Why won't it work?" she thought, kneeling in despair. The moment she gave up on everything and finally came to her senses, all that was left was debt, loneliness, and the crushing fear of not surviving another day. Only the cold, brutal reality remained. So that's how it was, she realized, shock and pain washing over her face. Lying there defeated, strange lights and sounds began to appear around her. Suddenly sitting up, Habin looked around, startled by the change. A voice asked Habin if she was awake. A Hazar screamed as Habin put her leg on him. Habin's presence demanded to know why a Hazar looked into its past. A Hazar quickly denied snooping, pulling away, as he explained that the first constellation always shares memories. A Hazar's immense power began to crack the floor. A Hazar frantically told Habin to calm down before the floor broke. A Hazar wondered about this intense power. Energy radiated outwards. The floor was visibly broken where a Hazar was. A Hazar reminded Habin it warned her the floor would break. A Hazar shouted, scared that it was Habin's fault, not its. A Hazar yelled that Habin awakened it and it cannot control its power yet. Habin sighed, wondering how she will fix the broken floor. But Habin decided something else needed to be handled immediately. Habin looked at her phone, still holding a Hazar. The scene shifted. Typing sounds echoed in the quiet office. Hyun-soo let out a weary sigh. Perhaps it was time to call it a day. His staff spirit advised the SPS president to sleep it off, noting even he was busy at home. The spirit asked if he wasn't secretly enjoying this double life. The man reacted in disbelief, asking what the spirit was talking about. The spirit recalled the lazy person who used to melt into the couch watching TV on days off, showing an image of the man lounging with someone named Podong. She said he was like a dog out running errands. The spirit added that with the boss's generous spirit, delicious food was delivered from all over. The spirit couldn't understand how he ended up handling all the difficult international hunter issues and managing associations, still pulling all-nighters because of it. The man insisted Habin would back off immediately if she had her way and wasn't doing this for fun. The spirit pointed out that he was the one who helped found SPAS and was now its president. The man looked at the spirit, slightly put out. The spirit leaned in, teasing that he didn't really need to work this hard and looked like he was enjoying it. The man groaned in utter frustration. As his phone started vibrating, Hyun-soo looked at it with a puzzled expression. Messages from Habin appeared on his phone screen. Habin asked about a sword he left behind. She said it was buzzing intensely. Habin asked if he lost it. She stated she didn't need weird gifts. Habin told him to get back home immediately and take it back. The spirit was visibly shocked by the messages. He internally questioned what was happening, wondering what kind of twist this was. He thought about a Hazar seal being released and the contract being made. The spirit pondered the situation. He questioned why Habin and Ahazar weren't getting along like before. Hyun-soo stood up, looking worried. The spirit asked what was going on. Hyun-soo decided he needed to go home and check things. He turned away, hesitating. Hyun-soo worried that he might not stand a chance if they were fully awakened. At Habin's place, the sword spirit stated, "If my memory's right, you're being targeted by the system not because of me. Even though the rest of the world integrated into the status window, you couldn't, so you must have been an error from the start. You got on the system's bad side. And your power? It's abnormal. Even with my strength, there's no way you could have had that kind of power. It's definitely an overload caused by a system glitch." Habin sat on the floor, distracted by her phone. The sword shouted, "When someone talks, you're supposed to listen." "You're not even human," Habin replied. Habin was texting her boss, confirming she'll be on break forever from now on, so he didn't need to give her any work. She happily shouted, "Done! I told everyone I quit! I'm so happy! I'm gonna live my best life until the world ends!" Habin cheered and raised her arms in excitement as Ahazar the sword stood nearby, shockingly asking, "Wait, did you even hear what I said? Did you even listen properly?" Habin happily looked at her phone, thinking about signing up for streaming services she couldn't afford before. $10 a month, that used to feel like such a huge deal. Habin considered what else to subscribe to and if she should recharge her cash, with Ahazar the sword stooped in the background. He thought, "I don't know what this is, but she definitely sounds like she's just planning to goof off, and the world's in danger." Habin tried to calm him down. She explained how she used the money. She said she budgeted for 25 years of expenses and fun. Money and expensive items filled the air. Habin thought it was fine to spend a lot. Habin was happy with all the money and her new things. She finally got to watch all the shows she missed. Habin said she was binge-watching now. The sword spirit guy was really angry and told her that's not important now. There was a sudden sound. Hyun-soo announced he was back. The sword guy recognized Hyun-soo and asked if he came to save him. Hyun-soo smiled confidently by the door, simply denying it. A powerful effect surged. Habin suddenly charged forward. Hyun-soo looked surprised, surrounded by light. He said he got caught too. He was taken down instantly. Habin demanded to know what the gift he brought really was. Hyun-soo confessed that he wished he knew himself. He thought they just needed to get through this somehow. Hyun-soo then asked Habin if she always treated her brother this badly. She made a threat. "Do you have a death wish?" He pleaded with Habin to let go of him so they could actually talk. Still holding a Hazar on him, Habin pressed, asking if this thing wasn't from his work and if he had taken it by mistake. Hyun-soo insisted it had nothing to do with his job and reminded her she was the one who asked him to bring it. He explained it was a package with her name on it that he was told to take home, and Habin admitted she had forgotten about asking him. Habin reacted with disbelief, exclaiming how she could send herself a package when she was thought to be missing. Hyun-soo thought to himself that Habin was sharp and that this drastic measure might be the only way. Both Habin and Hyun-soo realized the absurdity, questioning how a package could have come from herself. Habin pointed out that Hyun-soo hadn't even considered that fact, while Hyun-soo frantically wondered where the package came from and who sent it. He gripped Ahazar tightly. Questioned about the sword, the person admitted they threw the packaging away, and they were just trying to make it sound like a birthday gift to gloss over things. She gripped the sword tighter, annoyed as she revealed she only said it was hard to get just to brag. She thought that made way too much sense, and it was annoying. Habin looked annoyed. Hyun-soo smiled playfully. Hyun-soo boasted about his skills earned in his second life. Hyun-soo looked confused about the sword. Habin was shocked that Hyun-soo didn't know anything about it. Habin despaired, wondering how she could explain things if even Hyun-soo was clueless. Habin, wielding Ahazar in a panic, screamed that the world was ending and begged Hyun-soo for help. Habin's eyes widened in terror. Habin started yelling intensely, telling the sword he couldn't just scream that all over town. The sword yelled that humanity needed to know. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo thought to himself that sometimes ignorance is bliss. She issued a harsh threat. She warned that blabbing to others would result in being sealed away. The sword reacted with a gasp. In another moment, Habin confronted Hyun-soo. Habin expressed her fear of being killed and facing an unknown enemy. The sword reacted with clear annoyance. While she offered a simple apology to Hyun-soo, the conversation shifted to the importance of thinking before acting, beyond just being strong. One person pointed out that this very flaw led to failure in the previous cycle. The other person was surprised, wondering if that could truly be the reason. A moment of understanding brought a sense of connection. Hyun-soo asks, "So let me get this straight. He's a constellation, the world's going to end, and he came to you asking to smash the system together?" He directs his question towards Hyun Habin. He declares the whole idea honestly ridiculous. Hyun-soo and Habin sit around a coffee table laden with pizza. The pizza was ordered to help Habin down, and Habin seeks confirmation. Sword Spirit expresses frustration. Hyun-soo asks when exactly this end of the world is supposed to occur. In return, Habin explains the date is vague, but it seems they have at least 25 years left. Man can't believe it, realizing it's not happening anytime soon. Habin confirms this fact. Sword Spirit reacts with stunned surprise, and it shouts that complacency is the problem with humans. He angrily accuses Habin of neglecting everything and leaving it to others. Habin admits there is some truth to the spirit's words. The man asks Habin if she's just going to relax now. Habin replies that she plans to have fun and do things she's always wanted. The man seems surprised she has so many things on her list. Habin begins listing her plans, starting with catching up on dramas. She continues, mentioning a list of restaurants she wants to visit. Habin adds that she also needs to spend time on her hobbies. The man acknowledges that he understands her intentions. The man declares they are finished talking and he will be leaving now. Habin is startled and tries to call out. Habin stammers, using a formal address for the man. The man reacts strongly, yelling at her to use his casual name and asking what she needs. Habin apologizes for calling him unexpectedly. Habin asked Hyun-soo to keep her secret about awakening. She just wanted to live quietly. Habin seemed to be truly begging him on this. Hyun-soo turned and walked away, agreeing on her words. As Hyun-soo walked towards his door, a staff spirit questioned if he was really leaving. The spirit called out to Hyun-soo again. Just as Hyun-soo was about to enter his house, footsteps echoed as he stood outside his door. Thoughts raced through his mind, wondering if he would fight the system again. He thought it seemed like she made a safe contract with Ahazar. Standing in the hallway, Hyun-soo thought about the past 5 years crawling through hell to save Ahazar. He also thought about how much he suffered climbing to rank 1 and wondered if it was time for Habin to help out now. Reaching out his door, he thinks about finally subscribing to streaming services. Just a small cost now, but it felt huge before. A sudden realization hits him. What other services can he sign up for? Maybe he should add cash to his online account too. He remembers years of faking knowledge about popular shows. Turning, he decides to binge-watch everything he missed, starting now. He realizes that's how he lived for 5 years, unable to enjoy anything others did, never having time to rest. If it were the Hyun Habin before she returned, she would be at the top now, thriving. And the reason he couldn't was because he ended up taking Niaiba, the constellation that was supposed to be hers first. He states that this set off a butterfly effect. Technically, the past Habin caused it, so he should blame himself. Staff Spirit speaks, "Wow, this guy. He really are flaky as hell." Then she thought, either feel bad or be shameless. Pick one. Man blamed past Habin for everything. Staff Spirit shows her frustration. Man thought in frustration she was doing fine based on scattered info, as he was holding his head. He continues, he should replace his informants, admitting he didn't even know she was in debt. He was distressed. He thought to himself that he had no idea she was struggling so much. Staff Spirit questioned if he was really going to leave her like this. His hand reached out as he wondered what else he could do if she wanted to rest. Spirit then asked, who would stop the world from ending? Hyun-soo walks away. The Niaiba spirit says that without Haben there's almost no chance of winning. Niaiba tells Hyun-soo that sometimes the world just ends. She reminds him she is his constellation, but he is talking nonsense. Hyun-soo grins confidently. He asks if it's truly impossible for someone like him to stop it. The Niaiba spirit looks shocked. Hyun-soo says that Niaiba really can't lie. A description shows the details about Niaiba, the thinking staff, for her insight and judgment. He thinks Niaiba's calculations are probably accurate, but he considers forcing someone who finally has time to breathe. He wonders how he could possibly drive her back to the battlefield again. Haben looks happy, holding her phones. An angry little sword spirit is near Haben. Hyun-soo walks down the street. The staff spirit floats next to Hyun-soo and realizes what Hyun-soo is thinking. Hyun-soo felt that another attempt wasn't guaranteed to succeed. He thought it was better than clinging to false hope and suffering again. Maybe it would be better to just accept fate and find happiness where they could. As Hyun-soo walked, Staff Spirit follows him, suggested that maybe this time they could stop it. She continues that this version of Haben was stronger than ever before. Hyun-soo told Spirit that even Oraiden's people had failed at that before. He reminded her that they had failed too, once. No matter how powerful Haben was, it wasn't right to put everything on one person. Spirit asks Hyun-soo what about his 5 years of hard work. Hyun-soo responded that he didn't suffer at all, actually. Thanks to Haben giving Niaiba to him, he just hit rank 1 and cruised all the way. As Hyun-soo walked away, Niaiba followed. Hyun-soo thought that he wasn't the one who had it rough. Spirit tells him that he cannot hide something as clear as the sun. She wonders if Haben has great potential. She believes that Haben's power will surely be seen by the world. A government letter arrives for an awakened examination. Haben reads the notice while a sword spirit asks what it is. Haben explains the letter is from the government about a test for awakened people. Sword Spirit exclaims that their power must have been sensed. Haben asks who did it, in angry voice questions who reported them. Haben's eyes glow red as she clenches her fists in frustration. Haben worries she will go to jail if she does not show up. The fiery creature is shocked, asking if hiding power makes you a criminal? Haben reacts with shock and frustration, steam rising from her head. The Sword Spirit excitedly approves of the nation's strict policy. It claims the nation is amazing for not tolerating hidden power. Haben snaps back, asking what's so amazing about that? The Sword Spirit preaches about not walking the path of a criminal and upholding the law. Haben points and yells in frustration. She shouts that she is the kind of person who helps neighbors kindly, even without laws. The Sword Spirit looks shocked and angry. It yells that Haben is lying. Haben asks why it is yelling now. Haben sighs heavily and sits down and thinks they are desperate to register awakened and jump on any hint. The Sword Spirit excitedly asks if this is their chance to take out the system manager. Haben pulls at her hair in exasperation. She questions if this is democracy, stripping people's freedom after the gate incident. The Sword Spirit looks determined, smugly declares this time they won't let the world fall to ruin again. Haben looks nervous as she thinks. She considers if a debuff potion could reduce her stats. She decides to check her status window and stats. Haben looks at a holographic screen in front of her. The screen displays her HP and mana in the billions. Habin realizes she is ridiculously overpowered now. A note says no potion can hide this kind of power. Habin sits with wide eyes, crushing a piece of paper. She worriedly mummers, there must be a way to slip out of this. The sword spirit comments on her intense willpower to avoid jail. She raised questions about the Awakened Safety Management Act. A stern warning is shown. Failure to comply with the Awakened Safety Management Act could lead to imprisonment. She opens Hunter Wiki to clarify. Habin reads on her phone about the new Awakened Safety Management Act, a law created after the Gate incident, her eyes wide with surprise. She learns that the power held by Awakened far surpassed any nation's military, crumpled paper in her hand. After the Gate incident, Rogue Awakened committed countless crimes, overwhelming public authority, leading to chaotic street battles. This created a global lawless state for a while. Habin sighs, remarking that it was truly a crazy era. Sword Spirit beside her looks shocked. She continues reading on her phone. However, the era of lawlessness ended with the arrival of the world's #1 ranked Awakener, Fidus, who stands as a masked figure. Fidus clenches his fist and speaks, preparing to act. With overwhelming power, Fidus subdued criminal awakened and lawless zones alike. Someone asks from above if everything is sorted. She continues, Fidus publicly supporting laws and defending the rights of non-awakened. She adds that he established a testing system to prevent violent rampages. Habin looks down at her phone, deep in thought. Habin tells Spirit it is finally time to use the power she always wanted. The Spirit asks if it is time to stop the apocalypse. She replied in denial. Habin says she just wants to punch Fidus a bit. Hun Seo smiles and says he'll be the older brother for once. Hun Seo, holding a mask, says if his sibling wants a break, then fine. As Hun Seo declares he will be the one to destroy the world, his eye glowing fiercely. She pressed the play button on a video. A masked figure began speaking on the screen. The masked figure declared that even if the world has changed, the values humanity must uphold remain unchanged. This is the democratic result that countless philosophers, sociologists, and activists have protected with their blood over a long time. If there are outlaws trying to overturn this history with the law of the jungle, he will not forgive them. Habin watched, feeling a strange aversion build up. She wondered if she had heard the speech correctly. Reading an article, she saw that Fidus was now called a hero after his speech. The article said Fidus helped Korea recover. It also stated Fidus helped organize the Hunter Association. The article proclaimed Fidus was humanity's only hero. Habin paused, deep in thought. She suspected the article might be written by a fan. The sword spirit next to Habin told her to put it down, saying Fidus is a good person. Habin lies back, pleading for the hero, but declares this person is now just her enemy. She shows a picture of a masked figure looking angry. She asks if the hero doesn't understand the consequences, lamenting about innocent awakened like herself, stating the hero should have been righteous in moderation. Habin reacts with exaggerated shock. Sword Spirit wonders if this is truly the image of a saint, as Habin wishes they had just enough freedom to hide their power, believing that would have been enough. Habin even sheds tears over not being able to play. Looking at phone, Habin questions why this person works so hard as a hero. She finds it suspicious. She wonders if he could be the villain, following novel tropes. Habin, cunningly, thinking the cleanest one might be rotten. Sword Spirit asking, is it really? She confidently states it's a cliché, but he can't fool her eyes. She senses something trivial and familiar about him. She speculates his public justice hides a private snack thief. Habin ponders the mystery of Masked Man's identity. She realizes finding out won't immediately solve her problem. She leans on the table, seemingly frustrated. Sword Spirit suggesting a risky idea. The idea is to threaten to Masked Man. Habin reacts with a serious expression, scolds Jaljala about threatening people and mentions human rights. Sprinty asks they why she threatens him. In response, Habin reminds him he isn't a person. Habin sits on the floor, then decides to calmly reconsider the situation. She thinks about needing a way to hide her power for the awakened test. A notification arrives on the phone. It's a message from Hyun-soo. Habin reacts with surprise to the message. The message shares a tip about someone hiding their power. The first tip suggests changing job title or making it private. The second tip mentions that better control helps hide power. Habin focuses intently reading the tips. She wonders what these tips are. Habin finds the tips too specific to be from just an acquaintance. Sword Spirit questions why someone would give such detailed tips. She concludes the tips are about Habin herself. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo was felt bothersome itching sensation in his ear. Staff Spirit tells him to wash it off. Hyun-soo protested that he washes every day. The spirit admitted to just wanting to tease him. Hyun-soo felt annoyed. Habin at home called for status window. Doing a hand gesture, nothing appeared, so she specified status. A holographic status window began to appear. The status window displayed a unique and provocative job description. Habin looked up at the revealed information about her. Job title, Guardian of Deception. Description: you who deceive the entire system and walk a path are an unparalleled hypocrite in this world. Habin wondered aloud about a skill that could disguise a job title. Habin pondered if Hyun-soo knew about these skills and told her. She decided she should change the job title displayed first. A message appeared asking Deceiver's Wish. More text appeared explaining rules and options for job selection. She considered that Magic Swordsman would be a good job, as a common one was easiest to disguise with. She was asked what form Sword wanted to disguise himself as. Sitting beside Habin, a small flame spirit seemed to ask if it was the one being referred to. Habin suggested disguising as a baseball bat or a hammer. It even offered that a plunger would be fine too. Sword Spirit exclaimed in shock, asking if that wasn't too much. He thought that if a swordsman swung things like that, it would be even weirder and scarier. Habin held up a phone and told him to choose from these options instead. Sword Spirit looked surprised at the phone being offered. A hand shows different swords on a phone screen. Sword Spirit was speechless. The Sword Spirit looks angry, telling Habin she were planning this from the start and just teasing him. As Habin smiles playfully, she thinks, their little smarty seems to be getting smarter. She's so proud. She grips the hilt of a Hezar, asking Sword to be prepared to change the name. Habin holds a Hezar as blue light surrounds it. A whooshing sound is heard. She says, "Good, it's a very ordinary sword." Habin holds a Hezar giving instructions, not to speak anyone when they outside, except her. The Sword Spirit looks dejected, agrees, thinks inwardly she'll just threaten him again if he don't comply anyway. Habin looks thoughtful, looking at a holographic screen. She thinks, now then, what's left is stats. What should we do about this? It says we can't change stats with Deceiver's Wish. She reacts, these crazy. Habin continues to think. She wonders, but they'll measure mana stats in the awakened test, right? She realizes, then the peaceful daily life I dream of is ruined, isn't it? The Sword Spirit suggests to confront the system administrator, so he wouldn't need to change like this. Habin thinks to herself not to give up and learn about her enemy. Sword Spirit seems to agree, saying, that's right. The Sword Spirit then urges Habin to confront the system administrator and reveal her power. Habin is annoyed and pushes the Sword Spirit away, saying she doesn't want to. She declares she will get the lowest grade and live her life however she can. Sword Spirit cries out in frustration. We are told that Habin searched through many documents to understand the awakened test. It was a truly passionate effort from Habin. As a result, Habin was able to find important information. Habin realizes that simple testing devices use mana-sensing stones. Typing on her laptop, Habin wonders if they can also take precise measurements. She questions the point of needing precise measurements. Habin firmly decides she will use the simple measurement method to live an easy life. Habin looks wide-eyed and possessed. Habin asks if they got it. The Sword Spirit suggests getting some sleep for now. Habin is exhausted and rests her head on her laptop. Habin murmurs about needing to hide her stats. Habin is back at her laptop typing. Habin asks Spirit if she knows anything. The Sword Spirit replies, I don't know. The Sword Spirit looks away and starts trembling and sweating. Habin turns to look at the sword spirit. State that when the sword spirit says that, it can only mean he does know something. She adds that she has learned from him that lying is a skill. Habin glares angrily at the sword spirit. The sword spirit with fearful voice declared, I don't know. Habin smiles, resting her head on her hand. Habin comments that their smarty is a fool. Habin closes her eyes, looking tired. Sword states that he would really like to get some sleep first. Habin suddenly realizes something, tells him she shall status window. The sword spirit grows large and angry, letting out a shout. The sword yells that this is what it means and that it's cheating. Habin asks how it's cheating for it to look at its own constellation information. She calls out for status window. The screen explains the hidden arts, a basic technique for martial artists to conceal their presence. Habin is shocked, realizing it was such a fundamental skill all along. She gasps in surprise, with the sword spirit flickering beside her head. Habin stood up, feeling confident, declaring she will master it before the test. She tells the sword spirit confidently to look forward to it. Meanwhile, the staff spirit seems exhausted and lets out a weary sigh. Finally, the day of the test arrives. Tall city buildings stand under a clear sky. Looking at the place, Habin wonders if this is the correct place. The camera pulls back to reveal a seemingly ordinary health center under a bright sky. Habin stands before the building, wielding her sword Ahazar. A shimmering light surrounds the scene. Inside the health center reception area, the setting appears strikingly normal, as Sword continuously mutters about something is impossible. Habin stands nearby, appearing unfazed by the spirit's reaction. Habin questions him about repeated exclamations of impossibility. Sword Spirit vehemently insists that such a skill cannot be easily mastered. The spirit cries out in frustration, wondering what kind of person Habin is. The spirit explains that this type of skill is exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, a voice calls out to Miss Hyun Habin, asking her to use the testing device for her simple test. Habin agrees to the test with a cheerful reply. The testing device activates with dramatic effect, displaying various readings. The distraught spirit despairs, feeling the world is ruined by Habin's unexpected abilities, while Habin thoughtfully ponders how much of her power she needs to conceal. The wailing spirit pleads with Habin to at least pretend to listen to its desperate pleas. Habin thinks about erasing her presence, wondering if erasing too much might be bad. She considers that from the machine's view, she might not even be seen as a person. Hiding too much might make the machine judge her as an inanimate object, which would be troublesome. She decides to reveal just a little bit of herself. A tiny amount should be fine. Habin reaches out, wondering if this amount looks ordinary. A shimmering sound is heard. Another sound echoes. Habin's eyes widen in surprise. She says, "Huh?" A loud sound erupts. Blue energy surges from the machine. The energy swirls and flows. Blue energy courses through the air. Habin's eyes snap wide in surprise. He asks, "Huh?" The energy builds to a peak. A massive explosion of blue light erupts. The blast tears apart the surroundings. In another place, people react in shock to the sudden power surge. Habin looks on in bewilderment. It was machine which gets blast, but now there's nothing left. Smoke erupts from the shattered debris. The sword spirit exclaims, "Oh, as expected, what incredible power!" Habin stutters in disbelief. "What the?" She wonders, "Why is this thing so weak?" and laments, "She just wanted to rest at home in peace." She concludes, "If I've committed any crime, it's overestimating the scanner." Habin clutches her head in distress. She wonders if the offense was truly worth such an explosion. Man from office questions what occurred. Habin stares in shock. The air shimmers with a strange effect. Habin looks utterly panicked. She internally frets about how to explain the situation. Habin resigns herself to the situation. She decides she must proceed. The sword spirit appears, looking smugly gloats that she must reveal her powers now. Man nearby reacts to the smoke and debris. He tells it's busted and asks if she is all right. He declares the item is defective. Man and Habin stand facing the sword spirit. Habin angrily confirms the item is definitely defective. Hyun-soo questions the statement in disbelief. Hyun-soo asks them to repeat themselves. Habin becomes agitated. She angrily asks how they could install defective equipment paid for by taxes. Habin shouts, asking what if she had been injured. The sword spirit dismisses her concern, claims that even if the machine exploded 1,000 times, she wouldn't burn a single eyelash. Habin declares she'll report the situation to the news. Man recoils in terror. The sword spirit seems appalled. Finally, the civil servant believed Habin and granted a retest at a different center. Spirit shock and disbelief as if this is still just blackmail, and retest is underway. Habin lies still, resolving to play dead even if mistaken for an object. This was Habin's firm intention. The sword spirit reacts with sympathy. A voice excitedly announces, "You're rated A class, congratulations!" The room erupts in celebration with confetti. People begin applauding vigorously. A box confirms Habin was rated A class. The applause continues echoing. Hyun-soo clutches his head and screams that it makes no sense. She suggests the machine must be broken. She insists something is definitely wrong. Someone asks if Hyun-soo is okay. Another person reminds him that A-class signifies a high-level hunter. Man and woman seemed surprised by the scene unfolding before them. Man couldn't help but wonder about the teenager's expectations. They thought it was unfortunate, and believed the girl would later regret her public outburst. The girl screamed loudly, tears streaming down her face. In her mind, she couldn't accept what was happening. Outside, the health center stood against the sky. On this day, unseen by Habin, Ahizar felt only pure joy. Ahizar's delight manifested as the sword spirit danced happily. Habin was sleeping on bed. She felt like her easy life was over. Habin mourned the loss of her blissful days of lounging in bed. The sword spirit tried to console her, asking why she was upset. The sword spirit internally justified its actions, believing it had hidden its happiness well to avoid Habin's anger. Habin admitted that, technically, she had avoided the worst-case scenario. As pyramid shows of rank, she explains the incredibly small number of SS, SA, and S-rank hunters makes tracking detailed rankings difficult, contemplating the possibility of reaching SS rank or even higher. Scene shifts. Hyun-soo stares at a futuristic screen displaying world and Korean hunter rankings. He wonders why the ranking hasn't changed despite hearing about a new SS rank hunter. Surely everyone should have been pushed down one spot. People would naturally question this, especially since below A rank, the sheer number of hunters makes detailed tracking pointless. Habin looks panicked, realizing these high ranks are the last chance for any kind of private life. But her hand reaches out towards a paper on a desk. Habin sits on her bed, holding the document, feeling a lack of freedom, especially as an A rank. It seems anyone B rank or higher is required to attend the training institute. Reading the new hunter orientation information sends a jolt through her. She realizes refusing to go will lead to her arrest and imprisonment. She yells in frustration. She wanted C class. As Sword Spirit wonders if C ranks are exempt from the training center. A voice explains C ranks get to train comfortably online. Habin imagines herself relaxed, doing online training in pajama pants. Explains that B rank and higher must train in person for a full month under constant supervision. Habin realizes she must go to the center and hide her powers. Habin laughs hysterically, worried she might die from stress-related hypergrowth. She lists another potential embarrassing way she might die from stress. The Sword Spirit laments the country's policy of trapping high-level users in training. As Habin feels like she might actually die. Habin collapses onto a couch, looking distressed. She wonders why Korea seems to handle things so well. She suggests that if reincarnated, one should become a Korean praising YouTuber eating spicy food. She recalls foreign channels having strange names. Sword Spirit finds the idea unexpectedly epic. The Sword Spirit cries in despair. Suddenly, her phone begins to ring. A notification appears on the phone screen. Habin sees a message from her class president. She asks in surprise. She thinks to herself, is it that time already? She reflects that she dropped out before the first year ended. She muses that half the group left during the gate crisis, yet the chat group lasted 5 years. She concludes it's probably because of that person. The scene shifts and a voice says, figures. The class reunion group chat appears. Treasurer Ch.1 says they should organize it. Treasurer An Se-won asks if Kang Tae-so will come this time. Kim Ji-yeon asks about Kang Tae-so. Suni bursts in asking if Tae-so is coming. Suni asks again, "For real?" Kim Ji-yeon replies that Kang Tae-so is super busy, and chat keeps going. Habin looks at the intense chat conversation. The sword spirit beside her looks shocked. He wonders, Kang Tae-so? What kind of guy is he to get people this hyped? As we gets introduced, Kang Tae-so, Korea's top SSS ranked hunter. He was the top student from Yunseol High, Class 1-7. He's now Korea's representative hunter, #2 globally and #1 nationally. Kang Tae-so is called a true national treasure and ultimate celebrity. Looking at the chat, she thinks that it feels like a completely different era now. She remembers in high school he used to sit in the back and share novels and comics with her. She observes that he's gotten so much taller since she last saw him. The woman thinks, this is awkward, seriously. She wonders how to describe seeing a long-lost friend's face plastered all over the streets. Her phone starts pinging with notifications. The woman complains that her phone is heating up from the group chat. She thinks, honestly, the group chat only exists because they secretly hope Kang Tae-so will message one day, and the only reason it's still going is because he hasn't actually left the chat. She looks angry. She remarks on people looking down on him in the past and wonders why everyone wants to see someone else and not her, frustrated about missing reunions. The sword spirit states that success changes everything and people would cling to her if she revealed herself. Habin shouts, "No need," rejecting the idea. Habin reconsiders, thinking she should see everyone one last time if the world is really ending. She texted in group that she's going this time. Habin reacts in shock as no one replied. The sword spirit is surprised too. The sword spirit points out that Habin was completely ignored. Habin falls onto the bed, exclaiming in frustration. The sword spirit asks if Habin is sulking. Habin strongly denies sulking. Scene shifts somewhere at night. Two figures stand on a city street at night. One figure asks the other what he is staring at. The other figure starts walking without saying. He gets clueless watching him walking. He dismisses the other person as still socially clueless. He declares he's done here and ready to leave. A distinct sound of stepping can be heard. The scene shifts to the quiet night city view. Footsteps echo in the street. Hyun-soo holds up a smartphone. The screen shows the time and a message preview. Hyun-soo looks at his phone surprised. The message is from Hyun Habin. Habin groaned in reluctance. Habin absolutely didn't want to go. She thought a fine would have been easier to deal with. Habin decided there was nothing stopping her from being as late as possible. Habin hesitated, lagging behind. The sword spirit laments on her words. She complained that training was pointless since she wouldn't even be a hunter. It felt like a total waste of taxpayer money, not how the national budget should be spent. Habin continued to walk onward. As someone approaches, the hooded person asks Habin if she is the new trainee. Habin reacts with surprise. Habin thinks internally about his casual way of speaking and asks, who is he? He holds up a card in his hand. He explains that he is one of the mentors at the training center. He tells Habin not to be so on guard. He asks Habin if her suitcase is heavy and offers to carry it for her. Habin says no. As she turns, walks away. Habin's hand grips the case. She lifts the heavy case high and starts running away. A person in a dark hood watches. He smiles and laughs. Habin is shocked and wonders who that person is. She arrives at the registration area. A staff member notes the impressive tardiness of Mr. Hyun Habin. They are told it's now lunchtime and to grab a meal before the afternoon session. The Jabin is pleased by the timing for lunch. She grabs a tray of food and sat down at table. She privately wishes no one would notice her so she could eat in peace. She was about to take a bite of her meal. A cheerful man with mentor from earlier encounter appears and says hello. He sets his own meal tray down next to hers. Habin thinks dramatically about how things always seem to go the opposite of what she wants. She lets out a sigh of frustration. She indicates and that seat is taken. Another person expresses surprise, asking who has been made a friend. The reply names the seat as Kim Jaljal's. Sword looks in surprise, realizing it was his seat. The sword spirit floats nearby. The hooded figure smiles slyly. Habin questions as Guy sat down. She looked extremely annoyed, thinks, "What is with this guy?" A character with glowing purple eyes shows a nervous sweat drop. They internally assess, "Okay, he's slick, but I guess he really is a mentor like he said." Their thoughts continue, noting they've been receiving passive messages. A bright blue holographic screen materializes. The screen displays a message from a constellation showing great interest. Habin watches this. News spread about the two people in Korea with the same rare constellation. It was a historic shared contract between top-tier rankers. Habin couldn't believe the system Windows announcement, but it never lied. She recalled the rumors of a passive skill granting a golden hair glow, but the hoodie concealed any sign of it. Suddenly, someone poked the guy in front of her. The student turned, surprised, and quickly apologized. Then a brilliant golden light emanated from the person's head. His hoodie fall off. A wave of shock rippled through the students. Someone is utterly shocked to see Ch.1 here. They question aloud why the famous SS-class hunter would be in this place. The Vice Guildmaster of Solaris Guild, Ch.1 shines with his signature golden aura as he enjoys his meal. Ch.1 then addresses someone, asking if they are Habin. Another person nearby quickly replies, "Nope." Ch.1 turns his attention to Habin, asking if she would like to join his guild instead. Habin wastes no time, politely declining the offer. Intrigued by her reaction, Ch.1 offers to give her a preview of the guild benefits. He reveals that the starting salary alone is a staggering billion-won. Habin responds plainly that a billion-won is simply too low. Ch.1 escalates his offer significantly, proposing 10 billion-won. Habin blurts out that she already has that amount, immediately regretting saying it out loud. Habin quickly tries to cover her surprise, focusing on eating her food. Ch.1 is left speechless, looking quite awkward. People are talking about Habin, who had turned down a guild contract. They learned the person had rejected Solaris itself. The whispers wondered if she is a rich, turning down billions. Habin looks clearly annoyed listening these whispers. She put down the spoon on the tray as she decided not joining. She stood up, strongly declared denial of her joining. All she wanted was to live an easy life without work. Holding her tray, she turned and walked away from the others. "No matter how much they offer, over my dead body will I join a guild," she declares fiercely while holding a wash tray in the auditorium. An announcement is made that the afternoon session will now begin. The speaker informs everyone that they will be paired with a mentor for the rest of the training period. She instructs them to follow their mentor's guidance closely during this time. She announces it's time for introductions and the afternoon session. Habin looks visibly startled by something. Man offers a formal greeting, saying they should work well together. A blonde man smiles brightly, waving a friendly hello. Habin questions why this man is her assigned mentor out of everyone here. She inwardly wonders if he somehow bribed his way into the position. The blonde man calls out to Habin. Habin immediately rejects him, declaring she won't join his guild no matter what he says. The blonde man seems taken aback, perhaps slightly amused. Habin's expression shows strong resistance. He tries to gently suggest she think about it a little more. Habin delivers a firm and blunt "nope." Her face is set in a resolute refusal. A narrator notes this is the hardline version of Hyun Habin. The blonde man looks slightly surprised by her unwavering stance. Loud knocking echoed through the air. Someone called out for Habin to get up, saying morning training was over and she was already late. Ch.1 grinned playfully as he knocked on the door. Habin reacted angrily, telling him to shut up and saying she was calling a personal break. Ch.1 warned that this wasn't college. He stated she would be put through retraining. Habin lay in bed, pulling the covers higher, looking incredibly frustrated. The narrator noted that he had managed to provoke Ch.1 in a very unique way. Habin exploded in anger, shouting how frustrating someone was. The narrator added that, aside from that, Ch.1 started lingering around Hyun Habin a lot. Later, outside, Habin was sitting on the bench. Ch.1 smiled, asking if Habin watched the show Wind and Wish too. He added, "Then try The Trickster Who Fooled a Mage. That one's good too." Habin sighs softly. Scene shifts again. A laptop screen is shown. Habin lies in bed, wrapped in a blanket, looking at her laptop screen, feeling sleepy. She scoffs, "Puff, come on, like that's gonna be any good." Defensively, she added, "I have very refined tastes, thank you very much." The sword was in deep sleep. A dreamlike sparkle fills the space. Outside the window, the city sleeps under the dark night sky. Then, morning light bursts through the window. Habin feels drooling looking at her computer. Cha-ji-sik's form outside calls out, "Habin, wake up!" Habin thinks to herself that Cha-ji-sik is surprisingly good at recommending only truly good stuff. And there's more to come. Man asked if she's tired of cafeteria food yet. A huge box of sushi appears before her eyes, making her gasp. Wait, Habin thinks, is this Hemicia-style salmon sushi? Her eyes sparkle brightly at the sight of the food. And then there's Up and Down Chicken's half-and-half boneless spicy chicken too? No way, Habin exclaims. Is this Yeomdan tonkatsu from Jeju? She realizes you have to wait 17 hours for this, wondering how this is possible. Habin realizes all the food is from her apocalypse wish list. Cha-ji-sek offers her a box. She questions what is going on. Habin eats looking surprised. She wonders why the vice guildmaster of Solaris is trying so hard. A text box explains the top guild in Korea is Kaligo, led by rank 1 Kang Taiso. Aswi introduces the Solaris Guild, co-founding by Korea's number 2 and number 3 rankers. It is stated that Cha-ji-sek is one of them. Someone wonders if all this effort is just to scout an A rank. She concludes that Cha-ji-sek knows something and came here for a reason. Cha-ji-sek ate his food, meanwhile Sword feels proud his power had been recognized. Habin throws the sword down as the sword spirit shrieked in protest. He demanded why not. Habin responded she didn't know. Habin fell onto the bed near the sword spirit and Ahazar. Habin thought nothing major would happen. Sword spirit added a little excitement might be nice. The next day arrives, someone from staff explains, today's training involves clearing a mirror dungeon. The dungeon adjusts monsters based on your stats. You'll have your mentor with you, so don't worry. Habin shocks, gasps, exclaiming something major is happening. Habin feels like she should call in sick right now. Cha-ji-sek tells it's too bad for her, as it's a required course with no skipping allowed. Cha-ji-sek asks Habin why she's already looking for an excuse to ditch. Habin shouts back, her face full of frustration, saying it's about her survival. She thinks she can't say that part out loud. Her stats are revealed, 2.1 billion each, unheard of X-class, rank number 1 overall. Habin looks utterly shocked and overwhelmed by her own power level. She wonders what kind of monster could possibly match her level. The next group called for the test is announced, Group 7, Cha-ji-sek and Habin. Habin reacts with startled surprise. The crowd murmurs enviously about teaming up with Cha-ji-sek. They bet he will just carry the whole team himself. Cha-ji-sek approaches Habin as Habin calls out to him. She tells him they've talked enough that she feels she should tell him something. He suddenly shouts at him to run. Habin looks back, wide-eyed and scared. The young man prepares himself as energy surges around him. After the gate disaster, 2 types of dungeons began to appear. A massive, ominous tower rose into the sky. The first type is a massive tower called the Kill Screen. Each floor of the tower contains a special dungeon that can be cleared, but the difficulty is so high that only high-ranking awakeners can attempt it. The second type is a randomly generated gate, a dungeon that suddenly appears right in the middle of populated areas. A hand presses firmly. The most well-known example of these training-type dungeons is the Mirror Dungeon. Unlike other dungeons, the Mirror Dungeon has no fixed rank, and it generates monsters that match the participant's level. Habin looks on, her eyes wide with unease. Beside her stands Cha-ji-sek, ready to go inside the gate as explanation continues. Even after clearing it, it doesn't disappear, and this allows participants to leave freely. Cha-ji-sek and Habin walks towards this mirror dungeons. Thanks to this unique trait, the mirror dungeon is considered the perfect training ground for trainees. Habin looks to the side, her expression uneasy. Cha-ji-sek and Habin walk together towards the glowing entrance. Blue light and particles swirl, indicating a shift in reality. A vast, empty desert landscape stretches out under the sky, the wind howling. Cha-ji-sek stands with Habin looking out at the desolate land. A digital interface appears. Checking participants' rank, as Cha-ji-sek feels everything creepy. Cha-ji smiles and tries to reassure her, to nothing to worry about.
He adds, "The monsters might look scary but should be the right level." Suddenly, an error message flashes. A warning that the dungeon threshold was exceeded appears. The system announces the final grade is S. More garbled text fills the screen, showing multiple high grades. Chaji-sak and the woman look shocked. Chaji-sak exclaims in disbelief about the rating. A system notification appears. It announces the rank assessment is complete. Chaji-sak looks on in surprise. Distorted sounds and effects fill the air. A monstrous purple eye opens. Another notification appears. It warns of monsters matching the participants' level. A massive clawed foot slams onto the ground. A critical alert flashed across the sky. It warned, unnamed creatures have been summoned in large numbers. One massive creature appeared and let out a powerful roar. The ground shook and trembles with a loud crash. Habin and Chaji-sak stood watching the terrifying scene unfold. Chaji-sak stands protectively in front of Hyun Habin, telling her to get back. Chaji-sak urges, warning about the creatures. A sense of unease washes over Chaji-sak. He can't see their HP bars. Purple energy starts gather around the mouth of monster. A massive purple energy blast streaks forward. Sounds of immense power echo through the crumbling environment. Chaji-sak urgently grabs someone to pull them away. He yells that something is wrong and they need to escape immediately. Chaji-sak's eyes glow with intense focus amidst the chaos. A stark red message flashes. It declares that exiting the dungeon is impossible until it is fully cleared. Someone reacts with shocked disbelief, exclaiming that it can't be right. They realize this restrictive condition only occurs in SS-grade special gates. Chaji-sak makes a choked sound, his face showing strain. He summoned his golden weapon. Chaji-sak launches a blindingly fast assault with his twin golden swords. Distant monstrous figures react as the attack approaches. Chaji-sak's explosive golden energy connects with the monstrous targets. He pushes through with another fierce glowing slash. Chaji-sak observes the scene, his yellow eyes sharp. He thinks about his attacks aren't working against the imposing figure. Is it because they don't have a health bar? What in the world is happening? A sound of struggle or pain echoes. Habin gazes at a glowing blue screen. She expresses in awe, realizing this is an unmatched level of power or skill. The screen displays details about a unique ability that cheats the system. The person identifies it as a perfect match to counter the current situation. She thinks an opponent with no visible HP bar is hard to beat. But with Infection of Emptiness, she can simply ignore their HP stat and defeat them. Habin stands there assessing the situation. She wonders aloud, what now? Habin trembles slightly, looking anxious. A realization dawns. There's a witness right over there, as he looks her eyes on Chaji-sak. The sword spirit yells at Habin to attack. Habin looks away, deep in thought. Habin thinks about something important. She feels that something is off. Habin comments on Chaji-sak's clumsy movements. Chaji-sak fights with his glowing swords. Chaji-sak unleashes a powerful golden strike with his golden swords. Sword Spirit watches the fight and chuckles, acknowledging Chaji-sak's actions. They note that it appears Chaji-sak is prioritizing someone's safety. Habin stands amidst the debris while the Sword Spirit floats close by, looking startled. Habin activates the Infection of Emptiness kill. A system notification confirms that from this point on, all enemy HP stats will be ignored. She again gives a command, deactivate the agility restriction. A notification confirms the agility stat is now treated as 2.14 billion. The Sword Spirit cries out, excited for the true power to be shown. Habin decides to end this and silence the witness afterward. The Sword Spirit reacts in shock, asking about silencing the witness. She grips the glowing blue sword. And at last, she activates Rebirth of the War God. System confirmed. Now initiating. Habin holds out her hand as power surges around her. A message appears stating that Ahazar's skills are being retrieved. Habin prepares to unleash the power. Habin gathers immense red power into her blade. Then, Habin jumps high and unleashes a devastating pillar of red slash. Intense red energy explodes outwards. Dark, sharp forms lash out with incredible force. The air fills with the sound of a massive impact. Chaji-sak coughs, cries out in pain as scene unfold. Chaji-sak's eyes widen in utter shock. "No way," Chaji whispers in disbelief. Realizing this defies logic, Habin moves with incredible power, slashing through. Chaji-sak thinks, is a raid like this even possible? Habin unleashes a devastating attack surrounded by cower. Chaji-sak is left stunned. At this level, forget domestic comparisons. Her might is overwhelming. Oh, he corrects himself. Actually, this level of strength is unmatched on Earth. As a massive surge of energy erupts from the ground, Habin stands at the center of the immense power. The earth around them cracks and breaks apart. Sword Spirit wonders how their skills are being used so well. The Sword Spirit demands to know, when were you analyzed? The Sword Spirit looks shocked. Habin holds her sword ready for action. Habin tells him to save his breath, as she is busy. Only one monster remains. Habin tightens her grip on the sword. Habin's eyes show fierce determination. The monstrous creature is struck by immense force. Habin charges forward, moving with incredible speed. She raises her sword, ready to unleash power. Her eye glows with a fierce red light. Violent red energy slashes out. Debris scatters around her. Sharp impact sounds are heard. Chaji-sak stares at her in shock. He whispers that monsters fell in a single hit. Finally, warping up. Monsters? Habin looks towards the Chaji-sak. She held her sword to his neck. Shock fills the air. She declares he has seen too much today. Habin looks at him, her eyes filled with concern. Chaji-sak meets his gaze. Her voice cuts through the air, asking him, "And you? You know that, don't you?"
Habin says she thinks Chaji-sak saw too much. A face looks strained. She asks him, he knows, right? Her eyes look intense and angry. Chaji-sak looks down with worry. The Sword Spirit reacts in utter panic, yelling for everyone to wait. Are you really going to kill him? That guy gave us pork cutlets, and he even got hurt trying to protect you earlier. Don't kill him. That's too cruel. Habin reacts in frustration, told him to shut the F up. He seems like a good person, Sword Spirit yells. Chaji-sak asks, "Hey, was that a constellation just now?" while pointing toward the Sword Spirit. The small spirit stood between the woman and the man. The Sword Spirit is visibly enraged. The woman quickly changes her mind about something she said. She looks shocked and frustrated, exclaiming loudly to herself. She chastises him for saying things out loud where others could hear. The Sword Spirit appears distressed in the rubble. Chaji-sak thinks to himself that it seems like a constellation situation. The woman looks troubled, realizing the situation is bad. She tells Chaji-sak that he just learned something he wasn't supposed to. The Sword Spirit looks worried beside her. He apologizes profusely to Chaji-sak. Chaji-sak, sitting on the ground, replies that it's all right. Chaji-sak confronted Habin, asking if she truly was the guardian of deceit. Habin looked aside with very expression. Then Chaji-sak began to think about the iron sword Habin carried. Then he observes a seemingly ordinary katana. He tried to use a skill to gather information about it. A message appears, stating that the skill application failed. Then another message announces that the constellation closest light fades away. Chaji-sak stares in shock as something around him begins to dissolve. Chaji-sak's monocle also cracked and shattered as something failed violently. It wasn't just the skill that failed and broke apart, even the constellation disappeared for a moment. A presence so huge appeared it was impossible to measure it. Later, Chaji-sak looking surprised with shimmering particles around him. He thought to himself, wondering what that presence could be. When Habin was running with suitcase, he realizes it is a being far greater than her own constellation. Thinking back, Habin feels that all her slacking off before felt strange, just doing enough to barely pass retraining.
Cha Jae-seok looks to the side and speaks. He warns that if he guesses correct, Habin is in danger now. He mentions that the information isn't public yet, but there is a hidden quest given to all SS rank and above rankers to eliminate the Guardian of Deceit. The sword spirit looked utterly shocked. Habin looked on, questioning what was happening. Recalling the system notification earlier, it announced that the system administrator had marked her as an enemy from this moment. Habin turned to face the terrifying message. Her purple eye reflected her shock. Could this be connected to opposing the administrator? Cha Jae-seok explained that his guild, Solaris, was against this quest. He offered that if you joined them, they could officially protect you. Cha Jae-seok clarified that he came as your mentor not to recruit you, but to protect you from the start. Habin reacted with surprise, questioning, "Protect?" The sword spirit echoed her surprise, muttering, "Protect? Protect, huh?" Habin cut in, apologizing for interrupting the serious moment. She then asked pointedly, "Who's protecting whom here?" Cha Jae-seok sits heavily on the ground, looking battered and bruised, while the Habin stands perfectly fine. Habin looks down at him and questions if he's seriously thinking he's protecting her. He is left speechless by the situation. Cha Jae-seok looks away. He lets out a small laugh. He trails off saying, "Yeah, he has nothing to say to that."
The sword spirit starts trembling as Habin warns Zalzal he won't escape so easily. Habin told him not to speak in such way where others could hear. Habin, holding sword towards sword spirit, as sword spirit cries out in alarm, declares it was his fault. Cha Jae-seok recalls the conversation earlier on the table about Seat. He thought it was just a joke, but someone named Kim Zalzal actually exists. Suddenly, Habin confronted Cha Jae-seok, gripping a weapon, told it was his turn to explain. Habin fiercely asked how Cha Jae-seok knew she was the Guardian of Deceit. Cha Jae-seok sighs, looking down wearily, summoned a brilliant golden tablet glowing with energy. A system window appears, identifying it as the Sun Glyph Tablet. It explains the tablet is tied to prophecy, allowing glimpses of truth or the future. The sword spirit gasps in surprise. It's a prophetic ability. He's an assassin, but he has top-tier foresight skills? Cha Jae-seok holds the tablet, stating it's not very amazing and only gives vague impressions. He then admits he didn't know exactly how powerful Habin either. Looking flustered, Cha Jae-seok adds that's why he ended up making the mistake of entering the mirror dungeon with her. Habin looks intently as he adds, everyone thinks of him as an assassin class, but this is his true hidden card. Cha Jae-seok explained about the piercing eye and the golden glyph tablet, calling them insight and foresight. He described the ability as seeing ahead of others. Cha Jae-seok clarified that he didn't hear anything from anyone or gather the information himself. He reassured her that there was no need to worry about any information leaking. Cha Jae-seok sat on the ground. Habin looked down at him, pointing sword towards him. Habin then asked exactly what the Kill the Guardian of Deceit quest had stated. Cha Jae-seok explains, the quest objective is to find and eliminate the Guardian of Deceit. He clarifies that the system basically just wants the target dead. Ch Ji-suk asks about the reward for such a task. He reveals the reward is 10 resurrection stones. The sword spirit reacts with wide, shocked eyes, exclaims that the reward is insane. Ch Ji-suk adds that he and his guildmaster still oppose this quest. He believes killing someone simply because a system commands it isn't right. Habin's eyes widen in surprise. Ch Ji-suk holds the tip of the sword and confirms, "It's all true, Hyun Habin." He declares reassuringly, they are on her side. Habin stands still, in thought. A silent moment passes, but Habin still speechless. The view shifts to a building complex under a vibrant sunset sky. Sword Spirit Fawn inside the house cheers, "You did good, really good." He felt that leaving a dungeon while keeping secrets was the true spirit of humanity. Habin lies on the bed, told Zalzal he had misunderstood something. Habin stated she never actually intended to kill Ch Ji-suk. Sword Spirit reacted with a surprised, "What?" The Sword Spirit questioned why Habin had then threatened him like a psycho. Habin paused, then reasoned that such actions were necessary to obtain useful information. Besides, Ch Ji-suk was someone I couldn't kill from the beginning. The Sword Spirit reacted in surprise, asking what that meant. She states that there was another witness present. She reveals witness was none other than Constellation Closest Light, Naiba. Constellation saw everything from beginning to end. Habin relaxes on a bed, deep in thought. She considers how others have probably already rushed off to spread the news of everything they saw today. Even if she were to eliminate Che Jisuk, the constellation already knows everything. There would be no silencing that truth. Touching Che Jisuk would surely provoke his constellation and another contractor. They wouldn't stay quiet about it. She pauses, contemplating the situation. Not to mention, an SS-rank hunter like Cha Jisuk, beloved by the Korean public, suddenly dying would be international news. But then, she thinks, there's a second reason, one that actually makes her want to trust Cha Jisuk. She looks over towards the sword spirit floating nearby. The sword spirit reacts with surprise. She recalls the moment Cha Jisuk holds her sword trip and explains how they are on her side. Back then. Honestly, if things had gone wrong, Cha Jisuk could have died right there on the spot. Her skill, Infection of Emptiness, targets the enemy's HP stat. As she recalls, System confirmed that all opposing entities' HP would be nullified. By chance, she had active that skill at the time. The sword spirit gasps in sudden realization. That's right, she adds. Which means, if the system had classified Cha Jisuk as an enemy, just touching me would have killed him instantly, regardless of his HP or defense. Without knowing it, Cha Jisuk risked his life to prove his innocence. Thinking about it now, Habin realizes she was reckless. Habin lies back, the weight of the thought settling in. Sword Spirit realizes the horrifying truth. She was glad she specified enemy's HP, just in case. She still wondered if enemy was based on his own judgment or the system. She held up a bright red potion bottle. Looking at bottle, she recalls Cha Jisuk offered the red potion, telling her, "This might not help much, but here's a potion. You had a rough day." Habin looks up, deep in thought. She finds that guy really weird. As she calls out, "System window," she questions why he would give her something after she almost stabbed him, calling him too soft. Scene shifts. Fingers flew across the keyboard. Silence filled the space, as Cha Jisuk lost in thought. Then a system message flashed. Constellation of Closest Light asks him why he's slacking off. Cha Jisuk still in deep thought, worrying about Habin, whether she's okay or not. He remembered the quest the system had given, kill the Guardian of Deceit, but she had been found out. One of Korea's top rankers exposed her. Cha Jisuk takes a sip from his mug. He thinks anyone with common sense would be shaking with anxiety right now. He pauses. He thinks about that girl. He wonders if she used to love Yumdon pork cutlet. Cha Jisuk was standing by the door. He arrived, announcing himself to Habin. He was carrying a bag of Yumdon pork cutlet. A soft click echoed as the door opened. Cha Jisuk looked surprised, commented that they weren't sleeping for once. Suddenly, Cha Jisuk's eye widens as he shows someone unexpected. He questions, "What are you doing right now?" Cha Jisuk looks surprised as he sees someone. He greets Habin by name. Cha Jisuk says he's glad she's not sleeping in and reminds her training starts soon. Habin replies she's skipping training today for a class reunion. She adds she's looking for something to wear. Cha Jisuk repeats, "Skipping?" with confusion. More importantly, Habin asks if he knew about the quest on his head, the one to kill him. Cha Jisuk looks shocked, his hair bristling. He simply replies, "Ah, that." Habin looks thoughtful for a moment, looking at system display of her stats. Habin says honestly she's not too worried. She adds that worrying won't change anything. Habin reminds him they still have to keep each other's secrets. She says if people find out and crowd around, they won't be able to have fun. Cha Jisuk looks pounder with that answer, questioning she's seriously thinking about have fun? Habin smiles, catching a delicious scent in the air. She recognizes the smell as fried pork cutlet. Cha Jisuk encourages her to eat, since it's better than having no appetite. She thinks it works great as an appetizer. Habin is seen eating food while distracted by her phone. Questions at something, suddenly she gets furious. She accuses Sword Spirit of using its cash again. As Sword Spirit tries to sneak away, Habin quickly kicks the sword nearby. Sword nervously denies using the cash. She states it can see all the purchases and demands an answer. The scene shows Cha Jisuk also sitting nearby, witnessing the confrontation. Sword Spirit hesitantly tries to say something. The Sword Spirit shrinks down, looking scared, starts profusely apologizing. Holding up a tablet, the sword spirit shows the purchase history. He confesses it used the cash because it was curious about a hunter genre story and couldn't resist. Cha-Ji-sok looks at the tablet, recognizing the web novel is about hunters. The sword spirit eagerly confirms, how did humans know all this ahead of time? Cha-Ji-sok agrees. He recalls that when the first gate incident occurred, people commented it was like hunter stories had come true. News clippings highlight the unprecedented accuracy of Korean hunter fiction, with popular titles becoming global bestsellers. Headlines show Korea's economy was stabilized by exporting hunter fiction, and it's now considered a must-read textbook globally. The sword spirit loudly proclaims the books are totally worthy of textbook status and incredibly informative. Someone says they now understand why sword spirit reads hunter novels, as the sword spirit holds the tablet agitatedly. Habin waves it off, saying she gets it now, but what about romance fantasy? The sword spirit reacts with shock. Listening, this silence filled the air. She scrolls through a phone showing romance novels. A screen displays the title, I Quit Trying to Tame the Emperor, and sword spirit expresses disbelief about romance fantasy, especially full-on traditional ones. Habin reacts with disbelief. The sword spirit starts sweating. The sword spirit stammers out an explanation. It seems the scene reminded it of the past. Habin looks shocked while holding her phone. She questions the sword spirit about its reaction. The atmosphere around the sword spirit darkens. Habin asks if the sword spirit is crying. The sword spirit remains silent. Habin quickly apologizes. She tells the sword spirit it can read whatever it wants if that's the reason it's upset. Habin even offers monthly allowance, and sword spirit slowly promises to ask for permission next time. She reaches towards Ahazar to comfort him and agrees about permission. Cha-Ji-sok reflects on things that surprised him about Habin. He is especially surprised about a constellation reading web novels. Cha-Ji-sok continues to think. He considers the implications of the sword spirit spending money on web novels, realizing that Ahazar can exert physical influence in this world. The sword spirit excitedly asks to read another story. Habin allows it. Seeing everything, his constellation expresses frustration. Cha-Ji-sok sits covering his mouth, thinks, even a powerful constellation can only send indirect messages. If this got out, it would be chaos, so he should keep quiet. Cha-Ji-sok makes a sound of realization. He asks Habin when her class reunion is. Habin replies that it's in the evening. Cha-Ji-sok excitedly tells her she can just go after training finishes. Habin lets out a hesitant sound. They sit together at a table. Habin is lost in thought. She softly mentions the others, wondering how they've been doing. Cha-Ji-sok softly telling her to wipe off the sauce from her face if she's sentimental. Habin continues wondering if they've been doing well. Elsewhere, a soda can is put down with a bit of force. Someone states that job prospects are shot. At the reunion, people talk loudly. Someone says that even engineering grads struggle to get hired now that gates have opened up. Another person mentions thinking of dropping out of pharmacy school. Someone else asks if they think their situation is bad. A girl laments the difficulty of finding work in the medical field because of healers. Another girl reflects on how even pharmacy and medical majors struggle for employment in this world. Another man, architecture majors, confidently state their field is doing well. Another objects, reminding them that's only because monsters destroyed everything. He declares that hunters are the ones earning the most money these days. The scene focuses on Park Min-soo, a C-rank hunter, making this proud statement. The other students at the table fall silent, taken aback. They show their shock and disbelief. They question how he could say that hunters make the most money right now. They note that he is only a C rank, far below someone like Kang Tae-so. One of the students asks Park Min-soo how he has been doing lately. Park Min-soo confidently replies that he recently applied to Solaris as an experienced hire. Whoa, seriously? A friend asks him about Solaris results? Park Min-soo says the results aren't out yet. He even considers turning them down just because he can. Amidst a meal with friends, he tells the others not to worry. Park Min-soo points out how hard it is to even attend college these days because of the gates. A thought comes to someone about who couldn't graduate at all. As someone enters the room, they wonder if it was Hyun Habin. Yes, they confirm it was Hyun Habin. Park Min-soo asks what Hyun Habin is even doing these days. Park Min-soo hasn't heard from her. Someone else guesses she's just living. Habin reacts in surprise hearing her name mentioned. Park Min-soo excitedly notices Habin is here. Habin greets everyone, saying it's been a long time. Making a peace sign, Habin says she didn't realize they cared about her so much. Park Min-soo grins, saying of course he does. Park Min-soo greets Habin, noting it's been a long time and he's heard things about her. He asks if she's been working part-time related to gates. Park Min-soo says to contact him if she needs work. He places a hand on Habin's shoulder. Habin's eye sharpens as he states he's a C-rank hunter. Habin is surprised, asking if he said C-rank. He mentions that these days, C-ranks aren't treated like real hunters. He adds that many of them are dead now, expressing jealousy towards Habin. Habin's mood darkens as she reflects. He always whining about things to her, as she repeats his words inwardly. Then asks if he doesn't need in-person training or mentors, which Man confirms. Another man beside casually mentions that Park Min-soo applied to Solaris. Habin reacts with surprise. Cha Ji-sok muzzes her reaction, noting her response. Park Min-soo mentioned he took a shot at something, but might not even go if he gets in. Habin asked if nobody was trying to scout him. Park Min-soo looked confused and asked, "Huh?" A hand patted Park Min-soo's shoulder. Habin continued asking if no one was bothering or chasing him, and no guilds were hounding him to join. Park Min-soo questioned meaning of this. She continues. They weren't even interested until he applied first. Cha Ji-sok responded, "Yeah." People looked surprised as Habin seemed to be disappointed and trembling. Habin covered her face in distress, overwhelmed by jealousy. She was seriously jealous, thinking about the C-rank she dreamed of so badly and why it wasn't her. Park Min-soo looked concerned and asked Habin if she was all right. Park Min-soo looked annoyed as he heard about whether skipping training was really something to be jealous of. As Man-thing, if she was truly jealous right now? He clenched his teeth, said fiercely, "Don't mess with me, Hyun Habin." Park Min-soo looked down at Habin with a wide, furiously said she was in no position to talk down to him right now, he looking at Habin, who remained sitting and covering her face. Then he speaks saying he heard about Habin dropping out and working part-time. He told her she should be asking him for job leads instead of talking back. Someone nearby thought Park Min-soo was drunk. That person asked Park Min-soo what he was saying. Park Min-soo was told to let go. Park Min-soo asked if they thought they had some kind of backup. Someone nearby, perhaps Hyun-seo, thought Habin used to be close with Kang Tae-seo. They asked her if she was even still in contact with Tae-seo. Habin, still covering her face, looking upset, finally states if she was in contact with Tae-seo, wondering if he would apologize. She reacted strongly. Atmosphere gets darkened. Habin spoke to Park Min-soo, asking if he would say sorry for all the trouble he caused Kang Tae-seo. Habin continued, saying if he seriously planned to bow his head and beg for forgiveness. Habin suggested she might consider helping him reconnect if he apologized. As she recalls about past how Park Min-soo used to bully them, she recalls how they bully Kang Tae-seo. Broken items, including a book and an arrow, lay scattered on the ground. "I can't stand watching a school bully trash like you," Habin declared fiercely. Habin stared intensely, bathed in a glow of power. Tells him, "So shut your mouth and live quietly," as scene gets so intense. Habin couldn't stand seeing the school bully live comfortably. She pressed him, asking if he'd ever truly intended to contact Kang Tae-seo or apologize. Park Min-soo was left speechless by her words. Someone else confirmed they had figured as much. Habin stated he simply ignored the situation out of pride. She questioned if applying to Solaris was just to avoid Tae-seo, making Cha Ji-sok react with shock and denial, while Park Min-soo and another watched. Cha Ji-sok tried to downplay it, calling it a prank among friends. Habin's eyes burned red as she repeated, "A prank?" Park Min-soo looks shocked and startled. He wonders what is wrong with this kid. A terrifying, fiery, skeletal figure looms in his vision behind Hyun Habin. The feeling is like being frozen by a monster. Park Min-soo stands back, facing away. He tells himself it must be his imagination and he cannot back down. Park Min-soo looks stressed as he speaks. He says he didn't avoid him on purpose. He was planning to apologize when he had the chance. Park Min-soo tells Habin he only applied to Solaris because an acquaintance asked him to. Habin tells him, "Is that so?" Sitting nearby, Habin holds her phone and says it is funny because she knows the vice guildmaster of Solaris. Park Min-soo is completely shocked. He immediately denies it, thinking it must be a bluff. Park Min-soo wonders what kind of connection she could possibly have with the Solaris vice guildmaster. Habin thinks for a moment. Her phone screen shows a text conversation with Cha Ji-sok. Cha Ji-sok asks if he wants the extra special pork cutlet today.
A reply is sent saying, "Yeah, it sounds good." Another reply is sent asking for curry. Habin showed Cha Ji-sok the payment request on her phone. She declared they were now pork cutlet cost-splitting buddies. Cha Ji-sok reacted with surprise, questioning the term pork cutlet. Park Min-soo playfully accused him of making up stories or using a fake name for the contact.
Habin scoffed, saying, "Does it look like that to him?" Someone interrupted them sharply, reminding them of the real issue. Two guys saw something shocking on their phone. They read Hyun-soo's news aloud. "Kang Tae-so is on his way here." Habin looked up, stunned by the announcement. She echoed the news in disbelief. Having the thought of Kang Tae-so walked forward with heavy, dramatic steps. Someone asks in disbelief, "Seriously?" The person with the phone explains, "He suddenly messaged me just now asking if Habin was here, and I said yes, so—" Habin looks worried, hearing the news. Someone asks nervously, "Are you saying we might actually see him?" Another person reacts strongly, "Whoa, no way!" Habin stays silent, her expression hidden. A purple aura surrounds her as her instincts scream at her. "My instincts, forged from surviving all kinds of chaos, are screaming at me." Habin's eyes open wide in panic. She thinks she need to get out of here, right now. Her thoughts race, "Gotta leave before Kang Tae-so shows up." Habin forces a smile and announces, "Guys, I'm heading out. Take care." As she walks away, she thinks to herself, "I just know something annoying is about to happen." Park Min-soo grabs Habin's shoulder from behind. He exclaims with a grin, "Hey, why are you running? So you were really lying, huh?" Habin looks furious and retorts, "Do you think I'm you?" A door handle jiggles slightly. Park Min-soo taunts her, "You were just acting all tough, weren't you?" Habin screams back, "Think whatever you want, you crazy bastard!" Someone reacts with surprise. Habin holds and clutches Park Min-soo's face with one hand. He gets surprised as a tall figure of Kang Tae-so stands before them. The crowd gasps, spotting someone important. They exclaim that Kang Tae-so is here and looks incredible in person. The man seems flustered by the attention. Someone nervously offers the man a seat. Another voice greets the man and asks how he's doing. Someone else asks for an autograph for their brother. The man takes a step forward. The man stops abruptly, facing Habin, who flinches. He looks at Habin and says, "It's been a long time." Habin responds nervously that it has indeed been a while. Habin quickly says goodbye and turns to leave. The man grabs Habin's jacket, telling her to wait. Habin looks utterly shocked, tears in her eyes, as man tells her he came specifically for her. The man reveals he is there to offer Habin a position at Caligo. Everyone was stunned by the sudden statement. They wondered if she had just received a guild invitation. Questions arose as to why it would be Hyun Habin. Confusion and disbelief spread among them. Man asked, "Do they not know yet?" Habin quickly interrupted, trying to stop what was happening. He announced that Hyun Habin was actually an A-rank hunter. A moment of silence erupted. Everyone got shocked. They questioned the astonishing news. They repeated her name in disbelief. Someone repeats, A-rank? Park Min-soo just stood stunned by the news, as some speak in disbelief that in their class they had 3 hunters in their group. Hyun Habin looked incredibly annoyed by the situation. The man in the coat continued, offering Habin double what other guilds had proposed. Hyun Habin politely but firmly refused his offer. She thought to herself how clueless the man was. Someone thought, why not? Someone gave a reason in her friend's ear. She claimed to know the Solaris Vice Guildmaster. Someone questions if she then joined Solaris. Habin tries to change the subject. "Ah, right, Taeseo, I almost forgot." Park Min-soo is caught off guard in the background, as Habin spoke that Park Min-soo wants to apologize him. Park Min-soo looks shocked. Think he tried to run but got caught. Habin stands behind him smugly, implying Min-soo was caught trying to escape. She reminds Park Min-soo he has his chance to apologize right here and now. Habin pushes Park Min-soo forward. Habin urges Park Min-soo to apologize, calling it his chance to become reformed. Park Min-soo reacts with stunned silence. Park Min-soo nervously hopes Cha Ji-seok won't retaliate because of their past. He meekly offers an apology. Park Min-soo tells him he was truly sorry back then and it was entirely his fault. Man responds simply. Kang Tae-so looks down at him and asks if that's so. Park Min-soo panics, thinking, "Don't tell me." He adds Kang Tae-so intends to kill him. Cha Ji-seok speaks, saying, "Then." Kang Tae-so lets out a sudden shriek and shows his aura to him. Park Min-soo looks utterly shocked. His soul left his body and he faints and falls on his friend. Man pushes the limp Park Min-soo aside, complains that Park Min-soo is heavy and needs to move out of the way. Kang Tae-so observes that Park Min-soo seems to have passed out completely. A sound of surprise is heard. Habin asks why Park Min-soo fainted. Kang Tae-so tells Habin that Caligo wants to recruit her and asks for her terms. Habin reacts with shock and frustration, asking what is wrong with him today. Habin insists she already refused earlier and asks what his problem is. Kang Tae-so tells her to just state her conditions for now. Man throws Park Min-soo aside, gestures towards a spot, suggesting he sleep there. People in the background chuckle amongst themselves. Someone comments how hilarious it is that no one cares at all. Habin firmly states she is not joining any guild. Sword Spirit calls out for Habin. The Sword Spirit asks who this person is now. A character expresses frustration and inability to think straight. She reminds him they promised to stay quiet during the reunion. The Sword Spirit confirms the promise but says that's not the issue. The Sword Spirit asks what is with this Kang Tae-so guy anyway. Habin worriedly asked about him, hoping it wasn't anything serious. Sword Spirit observed something strange about the constellation he had. Hyun-soo reacted with surprise. He thought, that can't be. The Sword Spirit desperately pleaded, begging for her to be believed. There was a moment of hesitation, but she thinks Kang Tae-seo didn't have a constellation. Habin stared, questioning what she had just heard. Hyun-soo's eye widened in shock. Silence fell. Habin scrolled on her phone, searching about him. She found something. Her eye watched intensely. She showed his photo on social media. A social media feed popped up. People were discussing Kang Tae-seo online. They wondered if it was true he had no constellation. Some debated his real rank and skill. She thinks to herself, but was it really true that Kang Tae-seo had no constellation? Habin looked at her phone, questioning. The online comments continued. Some users called it fake news, but another insisted it was true and promised evidence. Someone else was skeptical. People online say it was a trick and they aren't coming back. She wonders what is going on. Suddenly, an error occurs, preventing the page from loading. She thought, asking if the post was deleted and if it was just a troll. Habin looks at her phone, which is making buzzing sounds. She thinks her phone is overheating. Her group chat shows everyone asking if Kang Tae-seo is really coming. She tells Sword Spirit that they will talk more at home later. Habin thinks about Kang Tae-seo. As she was in deep thought, Kang Tae-seo asks Habin if she is listening. He tries to convince her to join Caligo. Habin says no. She took a step back holding nearby bowl. Kang Tae-seo insists they will meet her conditions and asks her to reconsider. Habin yells that she said no. She continuously shouting that she will not join any guild. Kang Tae-seo still suggests they just discuss the terms. She digs frantically into a bowl of snacks as she feels like they are going crazy. She throws the snacks at him, telling him to take this. Kang Tae-seo gets surprise. Kang Tae-seo suggests she might consider them after trying, while trying to cover his face. Kang Tae-seo stands in the room along as wind sound heard. Kang Tae-seo notes that she left. Kang Tae-seo walks away from the table. Kang Tae-seo reflects that she paid for the snack before storming off. Habin runs through the city, thinking her escape was successful. Habin continues to run. Kang Tae-seo looks out. Hyun-soo says Habin's name quietly. Question, why? A tall building stands against the sky. A phone rings on a desk. Hyun-soo picks up the phone. He hears news about the target receiving offers from Solaris and Caligo. He says he expected that. He asks which offer the target chose. He learns they rejected both offers. His eye widens in surprise. He asks if there is any other information. He is told their daily activities are just ordering food and being late for training. The man is left speechless on the phone. Hyun-soo lamented about his little sister Habin. He thought she was living her most productive life. He had hoped she might lend a hand. Hyun-soo leaned back, remembering Habin before the gate crisis. She was a model student back then. He contrasted this with the last round, rose to the top, came the world's strongest, achieving legendary feats. Hyun-soo sighed again, wondering if Habin was secretly plotting something. But then he considered the true situation. He grew serious, looking at the task ahead. A special quest notification popped up. The quest was to eliminate the Guardian of Deceit for resurrection stones. He realized the real problem was on his side. If Hyun Habin was just going to enjoy herself and stay out of the way, he knew what he had to do. Hyun-soo prepared himself, determined to take care of things alone. Hyun-soo sits back, wondering why the system is panicking. He sits comfortably, a slight smile on his face. He calls someone. The Spez Association office answers his call. They react in surprise, hearing it is Director Fidus. Hyun-soo confirms it is him. He announces he is moving up the upcoming Spez meeting. He explains it's because of a crucial agenda item. He prepares to share the topic of the meeting. He instructs them to inform everyone. The message is they've discovered a method to clear the tower up to the 50th floor. On the other end, shock registers. The person asks, "The 50th floor? We're only at the 26th." They question what this news even means. Hyun-soo knows this information will make them all scramble to gather. He looks satisfied, the phone still in his hand. Scene shifts, the city buildings at night. Habin walks looking down, seeming unhappy. The sword spirit asks her what is wrong. Habin replies that it is because of Kang Tae-so. She recalls how people said he reached the top without a constellation, and she believed them. But now she knows he did have a constellation, and it feels like a betrayal. Habin's face shows her troubled thoughts. She asks if he was able to sense other people's constellations too. Sword Spirit confidently states it can sense most constellations. He explains that sometimes it cannot fully detect them depending on the grade of the sacred relic. But if someone tries to hide it, it can at least feel a faint trace of energy. Habin looks up, asking about Kang Tae-so then. The Sword Spirit makes a thoughtful expression. The Sword Spirit confirms that Kang Tae-so was one of those trying to hide it. He describes it as a strange kind of energy, and adds that Kang Tae-so definitely had something around sacred relic level. The Sword Spirit adds that the feeling it gave off wasn't good either. Habin wonders if anyone else can detect constellations like she can. She worries if others could detect them in return. The Sword Spirit replies that probably no one can detect them unless it reveals itself. Habin instructs the Sword Spirit to make sure it stays hidden. The Sword Spirit readily agrees. Habin thinks to herself that it's hard to trust the Sword Spirit since it was caught before. Habin sighs, finding the reunion tiring. She notes that escaping earlier than planned gives her some extra time. Habin decides she will sort everything out once she gets home. The Sword Spirit looks confused, asking what she means by sorting things out. A holographic interface appears, showing Mirror Dungeon clear rewards. The rewards are listed: Unbloomed Dragon's Breath and Impossible Letter, with a note about immediate hatching upon opening. Habin mentions she cleared the Mirror Dungeon before, but delayed claiming the rewards. The Sword Spirit is shocked and demands to know why she would postpone claiming rewards. The Sword Spirit questions why Habin even entered the dungeon if she wasn't going to take the reward. The Sword Spirit wonders if even claiming the reward felt like too much trouble for Habin. Habin explains she was busy interrogating Che Shihao and couldn't check the rewards at that time. Sword asks why she didn't check the rewards earlier. She admitted it was because it felt like too much trouble. He labeled her the laziest person ever. She finally decided to claim the rewards now. "Just hurry up and take it," the system urged. Habin reached out towards the system window. She touched the Claiming Reward button. A powerful burst of blue light and energy erupted around her. The light overwhelmed Habin. Ugh! She shielded herself from the intense energy. The bright light faded, leaving her squinting. She wondered what happened. An egg and a piece of paper appeared on the floor. She was surprised by the items. Sword Spirit questioned if the paper was the impossible letter and the egg the unbloomed dragon's breath. Habin sat down and held the large egg. Maybe, she thought. So this, she began to ponder, holding the egg closer. She wondered if she should just put it in her inventory. Habin wondered what she was supposed to do with the object. The Sword Spirit told her it was obvious, she should warm it. A strange fizzing sound emanated from the egg. Habin reacted with a startled gasp, asking, "Huh?" The egg she held began to crack and break apart. Inside the shell, a small white creature started to emerge, surrounded by a soft light. She held the hatching egg carefully. A tiny creature with purple eyes and small horns broke free from the shell. She gets shocked, asking, "A dragon?" The small dragon squirmed and moved. The cuteness was overwhelming. Habin held the newly hatched dragonling close, looking flustered and delighted. The Sword Spirit, however, looked quite cross. The Sword Spirit suggested the letter nearby might have information about the little one. A letter lay on the floor. The Sword Spirit urged Habin to open the letter too. Habin looked at the strange paper she held. A small creature sat on her head, looking just as curious. "What is this?" she wondered aloud. She studied the text on the paper, which seemed to flicker and shift unknown letters. She thinks, could this be some kind of filter? A message appeared explaining it was a note from the mirror dungeon after she cleared it. It asked her to take good care of Lieber. Habin looked at the creature on her head. "Lieber?" she repeated, surprised. More details about Lieber appeared, like a parenting guide. She learned Lieber ate chicken and vegetables, was scared of sleeping alone, and loved sweets. Habin was astonished, thinking how could there be a detailed guide for something that just hatched? But still, she couldn't shake off the thought, why was there so much filtering on the paper? It was so bad, there was hardly a single sentence she could read properly. Suddenly, something changed. The filtered text seemed to become clearer, revealing a hidden message. It told her she could reset the place's configuration values by striking the system. This meant she could rewind time. She could go back to when her parents were still alive. The message continued, saying she could even erase the entire gate incident and put everything back the way it was before. Someone in the past sat in a dark room, surrounded by papers, perhaps preparing this message. Habin read the letter and gasped, asking if it could all be reversed. The letter told her not to give up, saying she missed how things used to be. Habin felt a strange feeling, thinking it was creepy. She turned to the Sword Spirit, asking if it could understand the letter. Habin asked if the Sword Spirit couldn't read the blurry text. The Sword Spirit reacted to the blurry text and said it couldn't decipher it either. Sword Spirit asked if she could understand what the message meant. Habin confirmed that yes, she could. She explained that it recognized the message even if it was indirect. The narration pointed out the letters were written in silver ink. There was a hint that the silver ink was significant, as she imagined someone writing the letter. Habin looked down at the paper, recognizing her own handwriting, but she knew she had never written this. She saw the figure sitting at the desk, someone identical to herself, surrounded by scattered papers. Habin's wide eyes showed her realization that it must be a trap or something that shouldn't exist. She stared, wondering just who this figure was. She questioned again in her mind, "Are you?" Habin was in deep thought of unknown entity. Cha Jisik stands in front of the door, calling for Habin. Cha Jisik calls out to go train. Cha Jisik smiles and asks Habin what woke her up today. Habin shows frustration, telling him he truly don't know when to give up. Cha Jisik closes the door, states that's what he should say, as she is always unprepared for training. Habin stands behind him, feeling frustrated that, as Cha Jisik turns back, to tell Habin she might make students hate her if she works too hard. He then asks her what she is doing. Habin is huddled under a blanket, looking embarrassed as she says it is nothing. Suddenly he asks her what she's doing as Habin tries to hide something. She angrily tells him, what is he looking at? Cha Jisik is surprised by the sudden outburst. Suddenly, Tiny Dragon flew under the cloth towards Cha Jisik, and he looks shocked. A small white creature makes cute sound as air filled with cuteness and love. Bright flowers and sparkles appear all around them. Cha Jisik stares at the creature, holding the dragon, asking what kind of animal it is, and reminding Habin that pets are not allowed at the training center. Habin takes hold of Dragon again, telling him, not peep that dirty.
Cha Jisik asks, "Peep?" The sword spirit floats, also shocked by the name. The sword spirit erupts in fiery frustration at being called a dragon and given a name. She wonders if Jeljela was supposed to remain silent. Cha Jisik points in surprise, asks when the creature was even brought in. Habin asks, hesitantly, if pets are allowed at the training center. Cha Jisik emphatically denies it's not just any pet. He asks if the creature Habin holds is a dragon. Habin, looking shocked, denies it. Cha Jisik declares triumphantly that it is a dragon. Cha Jisik states he can see through any skill hiding its wings. Suddenly, he bursts as he realizes this is the big dungeon boss monster. He insists he definitely recognizes it as a dragon. He finds it impossible that Habin, who dislikes troublesome things, would register a pet. He exclaims that no one has ever succeeded in registering a dragon as a pet. He demands to know how this could possibly have happened. Cha Jisik shouts at Habin not to try and make excuses. Habin gets ear-bleeding listing these many questions all at once. Even dragon covers his ear. She thinks she should confess before her eardrums burst. She puts dragon on the bed, reveals it was a dungeon quest reward. "This is also a secret. Don't tell anyone," Habin says. Cha Jisik adds, "If it gets out this time too, it'll be hard to cover up, won't it?" Habin agrees. Cha Jisik looks at the cute dragon remark, "If she want to hide it so much, why don't she put it in her inventory?" She questions, "Inventory?" Cha Jisik sits down beside the bed. He explains, "Ah, right, she might not know if it's her first time." He describes a beautiful, serene pocket dimension. He explains, when you register a pet, a sub-dimension is created in your inventory where they can rest. Cha Jisik continues, the size and comfort of the pet space vary depending on the player's level. He elaborates, at her level, this one subdimension would be like a hotel suite. Habin looks surprised by the information. She exclaims, such a method! She muses, so the best way to keep it hidden from people is to keep it in my inventory. She remembers the message she gets with a piece of paper. It says, please take good care of Libe. It reveals it gets scared sleeping alone. She recalls incident happens 5 years ago. News reports detail the increasing destruction from an unknown hole and the difficulty confirming casualties from the creatures emerging. As time passed, the sense of being utterly alone became painfully clear. Sleepless nights were filled with pain, day after day. Habin cried alone in the rain, wishing someone was by her side. She hoped no one else would have to suffer through such nights. Habin stood with this emotion states, no matter how busy she will be, she should take it out at night and sleep with the dragon. Cha Jisik looked at her, surprised by her words, asking if she's okay. Habin sighs dramatically, wishing she didn't have to go to training. Cha Jisik looks startled as Habin suggests skipping their session. Cha Jisik protests loudly, calling Habin a rascal and questioning her disrespectful attitude towards her mentor. Habin's expression darkens, and a red aura begins to surround her as she states she'll overlook training, but warns against anyone disrupting her peaceful life again. Cha Jisik speaks stammering what she would do if he didn't overlook something. A voice shouts from behind a door, urgently calling out for intern Hyun Habin, telling her someone from Caligo is here. She remarks on the unfortunate timing of the arrival. Habin's red aura flares violently as she curses Kang Taiseo. Habin's face is twisted in pure rage, her fists clenched tight within the overwhelming crimson energy. The raging energy erupts as she declares her target is dead. A man from Caligo arrives, formally addressing Miss Hyun Habin. The Caligo guildmaster requested a meeting, so one was quickly arranged. Habin replies, but the required training course today makes skipping impossible. Man explains, this meeting will count as a practical alternative course, substituting for all training. She is surprised by this arrangement. She asks Cha Jisik why he didn't plan something like this. Cha Ji-sok replies, questioning if it makes sense for a mentor to tell an intern to skip training. Then, Man tells her to please get in the car, as she agrees. Cha Ji-sok seems confused. She ran behind her, calling by her name. Cha Ji-sok calls out, asking if Habin is really joining Caligo. Habin denies it, saying it's not that.
Cha Ji-suk warns Habin not to go, finding the situation suspicious. He argues that Caligo has no logical reason to recruit an A rank like this. Reaching out, Cha Ji-suk gives a final warning that it could be a trap. He adds, or maybe they might found out her and her true abilities. She asked Cha Ji-suk if he hadn't been investigating her, thinking he'd already know this much. She revealed that Kang Tae-so and she were in the same class in high school. She said that if it were about the guild, she'd run out. But for now, friends can talk. She mentioned that originally, Korea ran on family ties, regional connections, and school ties. She told Cha Ji-suk she would see him later. He gets surprised by the news. Cha Ji-suk watched as she departed. He repeated her words about family ties, regional connections, and school ties. He thought about Kang Tae-so of Caligo, who was famous for not caring about those things at all. Holding his phone, Cha Ji-suk looked thoughtful. He concluded that there's definitely something going on. A phone rings in a lab. Cha Ji-suk talks to the girl on other side. He mentions that intern Hyun Habin and Caligo have been following them. Cha Ji-suk decides he will go on the quest they were supposed to work on with Caligo. She confirms it is the strategy quest for Kill Screen's 26th floor. Though she doesn't want to go, Cha Ji-suk says he will go instead. Cha Ji-suk asks his sister, the guildmaster, to look into the Caligo side. He says she is better at prediction skills than he is. His sister, the Solaris guildmaster Cha Ji-suk, agrees. She adds she will check when she has a chance. Cha Ji-suk cheerfully tells Jinhui he doesn't have to go. Jinhui reacts with an annoyed yell, stating he wasn't going in the first place. Scene shifts at Caligo office. Habin stood before the office staff, bows down to Habin, informed that the guildmaster is inside. She thanks him for informing. As she walks inside, the man addresses Habin by name. He tells her he has been waiting for her. Habin smiles and replies, hoping his wait wasn't in vain. She continues, mentioning their lack of conversation at the reunion due to his work. Habin expresses her hope for a proper conversation now, as they stood face to face, ready for the conversation. Man says he has been waiting. Habin replies, hoping the wait was not in vain. She mentions they couldn't talk properly at the reunion because she was busy. She hopes they can have a proper conversation now. They stand facing each other in a bright, large room. But the woman looks around the place. She wonders why it is so empty. She says she heard he usually stays in his office. She addresses the man and asks about his old hobby of collecting books and comics. The man replies that he threw them all away. She recalls a memory of the past. She holds out a book and asks him to look. Hyun-soo proudly shows off a book he painstakingly collected. Sitting on the floor, Man asks Habin if she knows how hard he searched secondhand stores for this book. Habin looks surprised and asks if he really likes it so much. Man smiles confidently, declaring he will keep it until he dies. A thought reflects on the irony of someone discarding hunter stories when they are so popular. Back, in an office, Man gestures for Habin to sit. Habin agrees and sits down. Man apologizes for yesterday and his hasty guild offer. He tells her he's changed the terms and asks her to hear them out. Habin looks taken aback, asking what's with his recent way of talking. She wonders if he's been in the military, questioning his stiff speech. Habin recalls he used to be the gentlest guy and asks what changed him. Man pauses for a moment before answering. Man explains that people tend to look down on you if you act too soft. Habin listens to his words. The man sat across from Habin. Habin nodded, agreeing with what he said. Man seemed to struggle internally. He spoke, saying it wouldn't be easy, but he will try. Habin changed the subject,
stating she wouldn't become a hunter. The man replied that she didn't have to. The man explained that just putting her name on a roster was enough. He added she wouldn't even need to enter a dungeon. Habin looked shocked.
The man continued, suggesting that joining a guild-run raid might count as a practical substitute for training. Confusion filled the air around Habin. She questioned what she'd just heard. Habin abruptly stood up. She exclaimed in disbelief that it actually counted as a substitute. The man offered to list Habin's name on the raid lineup so she could skip training entirely. He promised she'd get the same benefits as guild members even if she wasn't official. He even suggested she could just try it out first. Habin grew suspicious of the man's generous offer. She wondered why he was giving her so much. Habin suspected he was definitely planning something. She took a drink from a cup. Habin suddenly brightened up. She thought about the possibility of skipping training legally. She felt incredibly excited about it. Scene shift. At Killscreen Dungeon Gate, reporters are gathered around. One of them reports that today marks the start of a joint raid operation between Caligo and Solaris. With Korea's two strongest guilds teaming up, everyone is watching closely. Someone checking things up. Equipment check. People are doing their own things. Habin sitting aside reflects that there's a lot of people here. Cha Jisok stood beside explains that Killscreen is more dangerous than other dungeons, but the rewards are way better. High risk, high return. That's why they revised the law to ban civilian access without special permits. Too many dangerous incidents happened. Habin reflects on that. Man continuous, but Cha Jisok asks how she got in here. She retorts, "Says you." He then asks about the training center. Habin replied with the same answer again. Cha Jisok explains that Solaris and Caligo are raiding the 26th floor together. Habin looks surprised by this information. She questions if the situation is dangerous enough to require both guilds. Cha Jisok clarifies there's a split path in the dungeon. He explains that one path leads to a secret vault and the other to the boss room. He adds that each guild will take one path simultaneously. Habin calmly states she understands. Cha Jisuk shouts in frustration, saying he's asking how she got there. Habin explains she's just listed on the Caligo roster and is planning to watch. Cha Jisuk confirms she's using this as a practical substitute. Habin readily agrees. Cha Jisuk reacts angrily, asking if she came all this way just to skip training. He declares that's how much he hates training. Other guild members appear, shouting Cha Jisuk's title and asking what he's doing. They eagerly tell him they've been looking for him and urge him to come quickly. He tries to say something like, wait, no. Cha Jisuk tells to hold on as the guild members grab him and took him away. Habin waves goodbye and wishes him luck with the raid. She thinks to herself, this is why you should never become popular. Habin looks thoughtful after they leave. She heard people talking about the guildmaster sending a newbie into a kill zone. Habin is sitting down, looking surprised by someone with a serious and frustrating expression. Habin thinks everyone sees a bit on edge, but she doesn't care at all. She wonders if others are nervous too. Meanwhile, a group gathers near the dungeon entrance. Someone announces they are about to enter. He instructs the standby team to stay put. Another person warns of a dangerous cliff near the entrance. They urge the standby members to be careful. Habin watches the scene unfold. Cha Jisuk gives Habin a stern look. He tells her not to do anything foolish and stay where she is. Habin acknowledges his words. She confirms that she understood. But Habin is still confused. She thinks that even Che isn't reacting to something. She feels sure he couldn't have missed it. Habin spots something strange glowing in the air. She wonders if only she can see it. Habin focuses on the mysterious blue light. A bizarre digital object flickers on the ground. It looks like a glitch from a game. Habin points towards the anomaly. She asks the sword spirit if it can see what she sees. The sword spirit appears puzzled. It asks Habin what she is talking about. Habin gestures directly at the glowing object. She emphasizes that it's right here. The sword spirit makes a sound of confusion. A message appears. An error has been detected for the first time since Kill Screen was created, and she acquired hidden title Bug Finder. A skill was created due to a unique action. She reflects on the skill she got. She reads more. The passive skill, Error Vision, allows the detection of errors in the world. She musses over it. Habin gets lightened up, wonders if she finally has a skill that isn't the void whatever thing. Sword Spirit reacts angrily. Void whatever? The Flame Spirit insists it's an incredible, one-of-a-kind skill. Habin excitedly asks the Flame Spirit, Jiao, if they are curious about her new skill. The Flame Spirit looks on curiously. Habin explains that Error Vision lets her detect errors in the world. Smiling happily, Habin says this is way more fun than watching dramas. Habin suggests they find a spot where no one's watching. She looks around a bit, very cheekily. Habin and Jiao arrive at a spot in the woods. Habin asks if this is far enough. Jiao questions if they aren't still near the crowd. Habin smiles confidently, stating the spot is perfect. Jiao seems confused. Huh? Habin tells Jiao to follow her closely. Jiao starts to question what Habin is doing. Habin races forward, holding Sword Spirit in her hand. The Sword Spirit plummets, screaming in fright, as they starts falling down. Scene shifts. Cha Jisuk and Kang Taeso look on with concern. A third man explains that they were in the standby group but fell from the cliff. One asks if they really fell from the spot they were supposed to just wait, expressing disbelief. Cha Jisuk asks what they should do now. Cha Jisuk states they can't leave the dungeon immediately to rescue them since they've already entered. The other man adds that standby team members are awakened and likely not severely injured. Cha Jisuk asks who the person was that fell. Man hesitates. Before answering, he reveals it was Hyun Habin from the standby team. Listing answer, both fall in stupor. Finally, the decision is made that they should complete the dungeon before attempting rescue. Someone suggests they keep moving. Cha Jisuk is annoyed that someone didn't listen and wandered off near the cliff. Back to Habin. A strange visual appears, asking if something is there and labeling itself an Error Vision. Habin reaches out into the shimmering light. Habin uses her power, emitting a blue glow, startling the Sword Spirit she entered the error. The surroundings become dazzlingly bright and colorful. Sword Spirit asks if this is a subspace, and a system message confirms she has entered an unknown one. A system message informs Habin that a skill has been created because of her unique action. Habin sees a message describing her new skill, Subspace Entry, allowing her to enter an error rift and potentially leading to Kill Screen's 15th floor. She wonders, does this mean she can use error to move around wherever she wants? Sword Spirit can't believe what was discovered, and the Sword Spirit questions what kind of person Habin is. Habin finds the situation strangely unsettling. She considers if they should test the new ability. Another message appears, stating, this point leads to Kill Screen's 26th floor. Would you like to enter? Habin looked up at the glowing screen with wide, surprised eyes. She considered the tempting blue option, thinking, maybe just a quick peek. Her eye widened further as intense energy pulsed. A powerful magical activation sound echoed. Habin was suddenly yanked into a swirling blue vortex. The sound of rapid transport filled the air. A blinding white light erupted from the portal. Habin landed with a jolt, letting out a startled sound. She looked around, shaken, and said the sudden fright had scared her. Then she looked closer, beginning to realize something about her surroundings. A monstrous statue watched from a high perch. A system message announced she was in the boss room of the 26th floor dungeon, the Demon King's office. Another congratulatory message appeared, stating she was the first human to reach this boss room, revealing the grand office. Habin reacted with confusion. She wondered how she had skipped all the stages and jumped directly to the final boss room. A powerful presence is felt. A low growl echoes through the space, questioning who dares intrude.
The voice challenges anyone bold enough to enter its domain without fear. A display identifies the entity as Demon King Crixia, the first of the 7 demon kings. The monstrous form of Crixia, the demon king of pride, appears, with vicious, multi-headed hounds with glowing red eyes.
A heavy impact echoes. Demon Lord asks, "Who's there?" The heavy presence persists. A woman stands cautiously, looking ahead. He challenges, "Who dares to step into my domain without fear?" This is Demon Lord Crixia. He is the first of the 7 demon lords, the Demon Lord of Pride. The massive Demon Lord Crixia stares with glowing red eyes. Habin faces off against a large, menacing demon lord. She confidently asks the figure if it's the boss. Demon replies, questioning how someone like Habin got here and noting her carefree attitude. He commands its subordinates to deal with her. The multi-headed monster lunges forward, targeting Habin. He summoned the sword in her hand. She hit the howls very with the sword. With intense look, she ran forward. Heavy footsteps land on the rubble. Beast flew beside the demon and hit the wall. A blinding blast of purple energy erupts. The monster stumbles back. He looks at his beast dead. Startled, while Habin stands nearby with her sword. She states she was trying to have a conversation. Demon starts sweating, fell in stupor, not know what just happened. Habin asks him why he isn't attacking. As Demon Lord watches her, Habin smiles, holding the powerful sword, invites him to fight. Scene shift to the People Expedition. Footsteps echo on the ground. An older man expresses frustration at having dropouts so early on. He adds that this is why they shouldn't bring rookies along carelessly. Man walking behind asks if they didn't expect this kind of problem. Someone reacts with silence. A man in a gray shirt frowns while questioning someone's insolence. As he didn't respond, he chastises someone for bringing a friend to a dungeon, calling it childish. He thinks to himself that an arrogant attitude will end now. Wickedly he smirks and declares his plan to remove Kong Taiseo and take the guild leader position. Scene again shift to Demon Lord. He was opening his eyes as Habin calls out for him, telling him to open his eyes. He groans in pain. He looks up, demanding to know what is she before him. As he was stuck in the wall, the monster questions Habin, asking who she is and where she came from. Habin asks if she really need to explain the situation. The scared monster says she doesn't necessarily need to reveal her identity. The sword spirit considers the situation. Think Demon Lord is just scared. She asks if Demon need to kill the monster boss to close the dungeon. Demon Lord looks utterly terrified, stutters out a confirmation that this is the case. Habin thinks, if that's the case. The figure pleads with Habin, saying she doesn't have to kill them to end the fight. They offer to surrender and retreat to another floor. Habin asks about the rewards if the figure surrenders. The figure mentions the rewards if Habin lets them out first. Ah, they realize. Demon Lords surrender all the loot in front of her. A dazzling array of rewards is presented, including weapons, a crown, and precious gems. A large being offers the table of items to Habin. He tells her she can take her pick. Habin looks at the rewards, considering her choice. The legendary Sword of Vanity is shown, granting attack power but lowering judgment. Next is Sturdy Arrogance, a legendary armor boosting defense but also lowering judgment. Finally, the legendary Necklace of Vanity appears, increasing charm but with the same caution about judgment. She dismisses the items, saying only plus 50 stats makes them junk. Habin asks if Demon Lord were deliberately shown bad items. Demon Lord reacts in shock. He insists the items shown are ones he cherishes. Inside, his headed he thinks that items granting a 50 stat increase are called junk. As we get to explains that SSS rank hunters' attack stats are only around 150 to 200, highlighting the value of plus 50. Demon Lord, crying golden tears, argues that the items are really good. Habin states they are useless to him. Demon wonders what he could possibly want if these items aren't enough. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the raid team. Cha-Jisek speaks. Finally, they arrive at their destination. Cha-Jisek and his companion Kong Taiso stands at the split road. Cha-Jisek declares they will split up from this point. He adds that they will join the boss raid later if necessary, even after looting the secret vault. Kong Taiso confirms that he understood. The rest of the group stands behind them. Badman from earlier smile beams, declaring everything is going according to his plan. He reveals the plan to push Kong Taiso into the boss room alone and lock the door. Another man questions what happens if Kong Taiso defeats the boss and escapes. Badman smiles and reassures the other. He explains that even the top-ranked hunter raids with fellow hunters. Even if their target manages to defeat the boss alone, he'll be exhausted. Then they can take him out if they attack as a group. The other person responds saying they understand and it makes sense. He watches to the target Kong Taiso walking ahead towards a massive gate, unaware of the plot against him. He thinks that the Kong Taiso's world is about to end. Kong Taiso stands alone before the large, imposing gate. 4 figures stood before him. Kong Taiso reached out to open the thick door. Then a brilliant light erupted from a huge gate. A lone figure stood facing the overwhelming radiance. Nearby, Badman grinned, his eyes fixed on the Kong Taiso. "Now's our chance," he declared. A masked figure flicks his power. Another man shouts about paralyzing poison. Third man shout out about a back attack. A bright blue beam shoots forward. Powerful blast of energy erupts. The explosive energy spreads towards Kong Taiso. He clutches his teeth and questions the situation as blinding light filled the hall. Inside the door, Habin sat on Demon Lord's throne, looking down as she asked if this was truly the best effort. In the hands of a sweating Demon Lord, the Demon Lord's secret book glowed brightly. Its description appeared, promising the acquisition of a skill from the Demon Lord. Habin questioned how poorly it had been maintained to get so filthy, as Demon Lord continued to sweat and show distress. She questions if the Demon Lord possesses any good skills. He looks back, annoyed by the challenge. He retorts that he hasn't had the chance to use them. Habin asks if he wants to fight then. She dismisses her answer, saying, "Fine, whatever." She reaches out, glowing book, states she is busy anyway, as she puts the book in her inventory. She expresses concern about potentially running into the raid team. A worried expression crosses her face. She wonders if she should just go back and watch some drama. She checks her phone, which displays a loading icon. The screen clearly states it is not connected to the internet. Confused, she exclaims in surprise that her data isn't working. She questions if being in a dungeon is preventing the internet connection. Habin muttered that her phone was slow, but it had worked at the dungeon entrance. She wondered if it would work better down at the cliff. Suddenly distressed, Habin worried this meant she couldn't watch shows even when she returned. Demon Lord beside her seemed just as bewildered. Habin turned to the figure, asking if it had anything that could make Wi-Fi and data work in dungeons. She added that such an item would be incredibly useful, as she was desperate. The figure tilted its head in confusion about data. Habin sighed, realizing her question was pointless and telling it to never mind. She thought to herself that she hadn't really expected much anyway. She sighs, accepting the situation. Decide to worry about verifying the data later. She reached out to opens the error gate states she's bored, and it might not be bad to look around a bit. Demon Lord bows down as she prepares to leave. Demon Lord booms a powerful farewell wish. As she was about to enter the error gate, door starts to open behind her. A sudden, powerful force tears through the air. A loud impact rings out. Habin is caught in the chaos, looking wide-eyed and distressed. Habin expresses her shock and disbelief. Someone stands before a grand entrance, bathed in energy. As she realizes the raid team has already arrived. A powerful blue energy bursts forth with explosive force. Two men, one younger and one older, cough violently, showing signs of distress from the sudden impact. The older man exclaims in confusion, wondering what just occurred. One of the men realizes they have been transported. Another confirms their entry into what appears to be the boss room. A man in white robes looks on with wide, shocked eyes. The older man stands bewildered, looking around his new surroundings. The man in white robes utters a startled, "What?" Habin quickly hid behind a large piece of furniture as a group of people suddenly burst into the room. Habin let out a silent gasp of relief, realizing how close she had come to being discovered. Her purple eyes were wide with fright, and she kept her hand pressed over her mouth to stifle any sound. The air crackled with a faint, unsettling energy in the dimly lit chamber. She recognized them as the raid team's Caligo and his crew, wondering why they had arrived so quickly. Habin carefully peeked out from her hiding spot, watching the group's movements. A determined look crossed Habin's face as she decided she needed to quietly get out of there, and fast. Habin crouched low, a faint blue glow emanating from her feet as she prepared to make her move. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed through the space, demanding to know the whereabouts of Kang Taeseo. Habin gets startled listening this. The man with light brown hair looked surprised, realizing their target had anticipated their move and struck first. He then anxiously asked Hwang Maronim, the man in the gray suit, what their next course of action should be. Hwang Maro gritted his teeth, realizing their trap had disastrously backfired. He worriedly added that they were now isolated inside, with Kang Taeseo remaining outside. A powerful, unseen voice boomed from the darkness, demanding a statement be repeated. It was Habin's. She's standing on a raised platform amidst a grand hall, looked down with furious red eyes. Red energy crackled around Habin as she questioned if there were truly beings worse than the Demon King present. The men below her recoiled in shock. Habin's piercing red eyes narrowed with intense fury. With an air of dark power, Habin challenged her opponents, asking who truly intended to get rid of whom. An imposing, ancient wooden door set within a stone archway creates a grand and mysterious entrance. Kang Taeseo sat before the door, a serious look on his face. He lets out a heavy sigh, reflecting his inner state. The man then sits down, leaning against the sturdy door, his posture suggesting a moment of quiet reflection or weariness. He thinks to himself that the situation is unfolding precisely as he expected. His thoughts about conversation about him, some was speaking ill behind his back. He muses that gossip is acceptable to a point. Later, sitting along before the door, he wonders aloud if the situation could truly be called a plan. The man shifts, his expression turning serious. He recalls events unfolding over a short period of 5 years. Suddenly, the man is engulfed in a powerful purple aura, surrounded by various floating blades. He states that many people, not just specific groups, have targeted him. Kang Taeseo reflected on his past, stating he was used to betrayal. He was also accustomed to being envied and kept in check. Kang Taeseo calmly viewed a holographic display of his abilities. The screen detailed Dimsa Activation, which swaps positions with an enemy, and Shadow of the Mirror, which reflects attacks. He thought about how his enemies were flung into the boss's room simply because they attacked him. Kang Taeseo mused that they suffered only as much as they had attacked him. He concluded that they had brought their misfortune upon themselves. Hyun Siu then considered that wiping out the entire annoying faction at once might be a good idea. Habin, with her long dark hair, stands with a powerful presence, challenging someone by asking sharply, "Say that again? Who's getting rid of whom?" Two men behind a counter look on with evident surprise at the unfolding confrontation. A middle-aged man with dark hair looks taken aback, muttering, "That guy." Looking at Habin, he thinks, he's the rookie hunter Kang Taeseo brought in. Kang Taeseo's old classmate? The concerned middle-aged man and a masked companion exchange uneasy glances, with the masked man adding, "But he was definitely assigned to the standby squad." The masked man then urgently calls out, "Hwang Maronim, that person!" A man stares in disbelief, wondering why Habin, who was thought to have fallen off a cliff, is present. He questions how Habin, being just a rookie, could have possibly gotten inside this place. The man then declares that this situation proves Habin was in league with Kong Taeseo from the start. He points an accusing finger directly at Habin. Habin looks utterly shocked, the sudden accusation that she knew they would come this way overwhelming her. Confused, Habin asks what he is suddenly talking about. Another man and his companions assert that Habin must have faked falling off the cliff and deliberately waited for them here. Habin simply asks why she would ever do that. Man angrily reveals that their betrayal plan against Kong Taeseo was already known. He then screams in disbelief, realizing that Kong Taeseo and the other person had worked together to outsmart them. Habin confirms that the villains are admitting to trying to betray Kong Taeseo. She further questions if they were also planning to kill a rookie and make it look like an accident. An older man stammers, caught off guard and unable to fully respond. Habin looks on with a slight, knowing smile, commenting on the situation. Suddenly, Habin's expression turns furious, radiating a menacing red aura. She condemns them for planning a group murder and still acting so shamelessly. An older man with a dismissive smirk questions the confidence of a rookie. He asserts that during this time, every domestic ranker is well aware of who is who. The older man definitively states that Hyun Habin is not among the top ranks. The older man proudly recites the names of the top-ranked individuals, boasting about himself. With a self-satisfied smile, he proclaims himself as the 6th-ranked person in Korea. The older man confidently declares that Habin, no matter how flashy she might seem, cannot be stronger than him. Habin listens with a serious expression as the older man's voice continues, lecturing her about her apparent fearlessness due to a lack of understanding of their world. He further warns Habin that any plan she might have to confront them alone is entirely mistaken. Then, man commands his subordinates to swiftly take care of the girl before moving on to finish off Kang Taeseo. Habin, with her long dark hair, sees the all-four prepares to unleash a tremendous surge of blue energy. It hits Habin, her power explodes outwards in a dazzling blue blast, creating a thunderous impact. Amidst the settling dust, old men stares in shocked disbelief. The agitated older man, with anger radiating from him, questions if they have finished the target. The older man then explodes in frustration, chastising man for his inappropriate comment at such a critical moment. Suddenly, the scene is filled with bright, ethereal light and vertical energy, indicating a powerful shift. Through the lingering mist, Habin's voice reports about the attack. "Froze to death!" She, more surprised and perhaps delighted, lets out an excited, "Oh my!" The older man and others stand gathered, their backs to the viewer, gazing towards the mysterious smoke-filled area with the ornate window. Looking at the older man and other guys, she sternly asks if they are done speaking nonsense. Two men recoil in terror, their faces etched with fear and sweat. A burst of purple light signals a powerful impact. Someone screams in agonizing pain. A hidden demon lord mutters while trembling, worried about being discovered. Another groans in discomfort. A few minutes later, time has passed. Habin ponders her next move, considering the situation. Habin stands with her arms crossed, looking thoughtful. Habin, glowing faintly, surveys all the hunters wrapped tightly on the ground before her. Habin wonders aloud what she should do with the bound individuals. Demon Lord kneels nearby, questioning if Habin intends to kill them. Thinking of tools of tortures, Demon questions if its victims expected immediate torture. Demon then gleefully declares its specialty lies in such agonizing methods. He chillingly describes how it knows precisely where to inflict the most suffering, starting with ripping out nails. The bound victims scream in terror as the demon revels in their fear. One of the tied-up men desperately begs Habin to spare his life. He pleads further, claiming that several other lives depend on him. The man continues, detailing the dire consequences his family would face if he doesn't return. Habin listens to his desperate pleas, her thoughts unwavering. Habin takes a step forward, announcing her presence. She scornfully asks her opponents why they suddenly care about their own lives. Habin's anger boils over as she points out their hypocrisy, having tried to kill someone yet now fearing for themselves. Her eyes blaze with intense red light, and a formidable purple aura surrounds her. A silent moment of understanding passes. She clicks their tongue in disapproval, reflecting on the situation. She laments that the one they speak of has truly lost his entire family and has no one left to lean on. An injured man lies on the ground, clearly in distress. She notes that Kang Tai-so must be hurt. Habin holds her head deep in thought. She realizes that's why he has changed. Habin then considers the possibility that Kang Tai-so got hurt. Listing, Kang Tai-so got hurt. Laying Hunter's mutter dismisses the idea, believing it must be someone else. Man concludes it's probably just someone with the same name. She recalls a childhood moment of her with Kang Tai-so. Habin stands with her hands on her hips, looking resolute, declare Kang Tai-so is a dear friend of hers. A different man grinds his teeth in frustration and anger. He curses, wondering when the person in question had developed such a close friendship. He bitterly regrets that if he had known this earlier, he never would have made his plans and thought he only had people trying to use him around Kang Tai-so. As Habin emphatically states that without Tai-so, she cannot even play a single note. The defeated men on the ground are bewildered, questions what even she's talking about. She continues questions why they tried to kill such a good guy who has a friend like her. Habin sighs, conceding that there's no way around what needs to be done. He decides to put his feelings aside for now. The men on the ground visibly flinch from her simmering rage, as Habin's expression becomes cold and menacing as a red aura envelops her. She thinks to herself that they all deserve to be beaten up a little more. Her eyes glow red with fury as she clenches her fist, ready to deliver more punishment. As the red aura intensifies, the defeated man on the ground looks up in dawning horror, managing only a faint, "Oh!" A terrible, agonizing scream rips through the air. Habin begins a slow, deliberate countdown with a hand flicker. 1, 2. As they reach the end of the count, 3! A cataclysmic explosion of raw, purple energy erupts from Habin's position. The violent blast tears through the surroundings with overwhelming force. Caught in the devastation, as man is struck, blood splattering across his forehead. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror, his eyes wide and blank with shock at the incredible power he's just witnessed. Seeing this demon lord offers a potion to a wounded man? But the current reality is far different, as man and his companion lie defeated and bundled up on the ground. Habin looms over the terrified man, demanding to know how much HP he has left. He frantically screams that he's down to his last 10 HP, and that one more hit will surely kill him. With a disturbingly cheerful smile, Habin turns to his accomplice and offers him another healing potion. The man cries out in sheer terror, begging her to just kill him instead of continuing this ordeal. Habin laughs it off, saying she can't do that. She cheerfully explains that while she's fond of Taisio, but she's not about to get a murder charge for him. Habin kneels over the defeated men, a sudden realization acknowledging that the situation is a problem. She starts to panic internally, thinking that she only stepped in because it was about Kang Taisio, but now she's worried that if these guys start blabbing about what she did, she'll be completely screwed. As she contemplates her predicament, her sword spirit, a Hazar, bursts forth in a fiery blaze. The spirit cackles dramatically, exclaiming that it must be fate for it to finally reveal itself. Ignoring the spirit's theatrics, Habin turns to demon lord named Kriksha. "Kriksha," she asks, "do you have any decent skills for this?" She clarifies what she needs, suggesting a memory wipe or some kind of curse to keep them quiet. Kriksha thoughtfully considers her request. He admits that erasing memories is tricky, but confidently states that a curse to stop them from talking is something he can definitely do. Habin looks pleased and asks which curse she'd like. With a dramatic flair, he announces he has the perfect one, the Curse of Silent Secrets. The scene shifts to a dark, demonic explanation. This is an ancient curse used by demon kings. If a victim tries to say, write, or even think about the designated secret, they are racked with unbearable pain. Kriksha confidently tells Habin that anyone cursed won't be able to reveal her secret anywhere. Habin listens intently, but a skeptical look crosses her face. She asks a logical question. Couldn't someone just use a status ailment cleansing skill to undo it? Kriksha shakes his head, explaining that ancient curses are special. They can only be undone by a caster of equal power. He boasts, puffing out his chest. In other words, no one weaker than me can break it. Habin immediately sees the loophole in his statement. She deadpans. But you're saying anyone stronger than you could? Kriksha explodes in indignation, not getting her point at all. He puffs up his chest, surrounded by flames, and roars. Why's that a problem? There's no one stronger than a demon king like me! But Habin isn't convinced by his bluster. Her mind flashes back to just 30 minutes ago, where she remembers Kriksha getting himself stuck in a wall, leaving a massive crack behind. Watching him, she thinks to herself, what's he rambling about? Lol, completely unimpressed by his supposed power. Her amusement fades as she's left speechless, realizing just how unreliable he is. Back in the present, Habin lets out a tired sigh. She resigns herself to the situation, muttering, guess I've got no choice. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, she declares, I'll just have to do it myself. A glowing blue system window materializes in front of her. It displays an incredible item, the Demon Lord's secret book. Its grade is listed as unmeasurable. The description explains its overpowered ability. It allows her to select and obtain one skill from the Demon King's entire arsenal. With his task seemingly complete, Kriksha announces that he's heading to another floor now. But as he turns to leave, he suddenly freezes. He glances back to see Habin staring at him with an unreadable expression. Flustered by her intense gaze, Kriksha stammers, asking why she's looking at him like that. A sly smirk spreads across Habin's face, completely catching him off guard. In a surprisingly cheerful tone, she compliments him. So, you're actually a pretty decent demon king, huh? She acknowledges that he even stepped up to help her this time, leaving Kriksha utterly stunned by the praise. With a friendly wave, Habin turns to leave, telling him it was nice to see him and that they should meet again on another floor. Left completely flustered by her sudden shift in attitude, Kriksha panics and calls out for her to wait. Completely flustered, the demon can only stammer out a hesitant agreement. Yeah. The scene changes, shifting to a dark and desolate location. Kang Taiso sits alone on the cold stone steps in front of a massive sealed gate. He checks the time, noting that it's been about 30 minutes since the others went in. The unnerving silence makes him wonder if they've already been killed. Kang Taiso knows Huang Maro doesn't care if the people inside are alive or dead. What truly matters is that the Solaris Guild must not find out what's hidden inside Caligo. Kang Taiso's expression hardens. He decides he's waited long enough. It's time to get ready to move. Suddenly, a bright, celebratory system window bursts into existence with a fanfare. It announces that an unusual event has been detected. The message clarifies that the Floor 26 boss has been moved to Floor 50. Because of this, Floor 26 is now marked as cleared, and the party is congratulated for being the first in humanity to do so. Kang Taiseo, waiting outside, stares in disbelief. He mutters to himself, confused. Cleared? He can't believe it happened so fast, questioning if the others actually pulled it off. Another system window appears, and Kang Taiseo finds the entire situation weird. He's never heard of anything like this. A boss just moving to a different floor? Confused and frustrated by the sudden development, Kang Taiseo opens the door. He can't understand why this is happening all of a sudden. Kang Taiseo is suddenly alerted by a noise, his eyes widening in surprise. He looks down and is met with a bizarre sight. 4 people, neatly bound and wrapped up like kimbap, wiggling on the ground. The comical presentation is completely lost on him as he stares, utterly speechless and deadpan. Just then, a voice urgently calls his name, Mr. Taiseo! It's Cha Jisok, who comes running up, panting heavily. He looks up at Kang Taiseo with concern and asks, "Are you okay?" Other hunters arrive on the scene, completely baffled. They murmur amongst themselves, confused about how the boss has already been sent to floor 50. One of them exclaims that it happened too fast, as they haven't even managed to crack the vault yet. Kang Taiseo listens to their confusion, Cha Ji-sok wondering what in the world is going on. Looking down at the bound men on the floor, Cha Ji-sok remarks on how wrecked they look, assuming the boss must have been tougher than they thought. His expression turns to concern as Kang Taiseo asks him if they should go check on the one who got left behind. Suddenly, a look of panic dawns on Cha Ji-sok's face as he shouts, "Oh right, Hyun Habin!" Cha Ji-sok explains that he knows the girl who fell off the cliff. He insists he's going to check if she's okay. Another man eagerly volunteers, "Let's go together."
As the group rushes off, Habin remarks that she's just glad the raid ended early. Kang Taiseo remains behind, watching them leave in silence. Once they are gone, he turns and walks down a different path. His steady footsteps echo as he walks down the dark, empty corridor. He passes the defeated men still bound on the floor. Kang Taiseo arrives in a vast, ornate library. Standing alone amidst the towering shelves, he invokes a dark power. He calmly utters the words, "Shadow Resurrection." Kang Taiseo reaches out, his hand hovering over an ornate lantern on the vast library shelf. With a soft click, the lantern activates. Dark, shadowy power seems to coming out of lamp as Kang Taiseo calmly channels his energy into the vortex. The magical reaction intensifies. His expression remains completely stoic, his eyes reflecting the brilliant light of the spell he's weaving. After a moment of silence, the chaotic energy finally stabilizes. Suddenly, the scene shifts, transforming into a space of pure, brilliant light. As someone was talking about unbelievable achievement, kill screen floor 26 cleared. Humanity has finally pulled it off. An official confirms the details of the recent dungeon event, explaining it was a joint effort between the Caligo and Solaris guilds. She asks for confirmation that this was the fastest clear ever recorded for any floor. A colleague sitting at the table replies, "That's correct." The woman then puts the achievement into perspective. She states that normally clearing a kill screen takes at least 3 days and can sometimes stretch to a month. But in this unbelievable case, they managed to clear it in just a few hours. Her colleague leans forward, pondering the reason, and asks if it's because they didn't actually kill the boss. Another, more senior official interjects. He clarifies that the situation with the boss was the most unusual part of all. He reveals the shocking, unprecedented news. It's the first time ever that a floor boss has moved, ascending to floor 50. The man stresses how unbelievable this is, as nothing like it has ever occurred before. From another seat, Man laughs. He jokingly suggests that maybe the boss just got scared and decided to run away. Elsewhere, Kang Taiseo holding a remote. With a distinct click, he presses a button on the remote as he turns of the TV. Lost in deep thought, he can't shake the feeling that despite all the reports, something is fundamentally wrong. He desperately wonders what truly happened inside that boss room. The scene shifts to a different, darker location, where a survivor from the raid pants in utter terror. When asked what happened, he can only stammer, "That." Standing over him, Kang Taiseo watches with a cold, unfeeling expression. The terrified survivor is suddenly enveloped in crackling blue electricity, a powerful force preventing him from speaking. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he screams out, "Goo! I can't tell you!" A blood-curdling scream of "Gwarg!" echoes through the dark room. Kang Taiseo looks on, his expression hardening. The agonized cries come from the raid survivor stopped. Kang Taiseo asks to a bald researcher in a lab coat standing nearby, "Can you figure out what they went through?" seeking an explanation for the man's condition. The researcher observes the tied man and gives his grim assessment. "Looks like a demon king's curse," he states plainly. With his arms crossed, he explains the gravity of the situation. "Even we can't break that. If it came from a demon king, it's not something you can undo easily." Kang Taiseo reflects on the researcher's words, his mind replaying the scene of the massacre. He pictures the imposing Red Demon King looming over its victims. He comes to a chilling conclusion. The Demon King cast the curse on purpose. But one question lingers in his mind.
But why bother? Sitting at his desk, the man ponders the motive behind the Demon King's actions. He calls out his skill. A system window materializes, displaying the skill, Shadow Resurrection. The skill description reads, grants life to a specific shadow and summons it. With his hand outstretched, he unleashes a torrent of dark purple energy that swirls violently around the office. A shadowy figure begins to manifest from the swirling miasma, coalescing into a solid form. Kang Taseo addresses the newly summoned creature directly. "You were the shadow in the Demon King's office, right?" he asks. "Then you must have seen what happened there." Dark, cosmic energy crackles and erupts around Kang Taseo. "All right then," he says, his voice steady amidst the magical torrent. His eyes gleam a menacing purple, mirroring the powerful shadow magic coalescing into a brilliant orb in his hand. He stares intently at the summoned being, issuing his command. "Tell me what went down in that room yesterday." A surge of dark purple energy swirls violently. Kang Taseo stands amidst the chaotic magic, a concentrated orb of shadow glowing brightly in his hand. He stares intently at an unseen entity, his expression serious. "You were the shadow in the Demon King's office," he states, confirming its identity. He narrows his eyes, adding, "Then you must have seen what happened there." A tense and sinister energy fills the air as he waits for a response. "Fine then," Kang Taseo says with a resolved look. His command echoes, "Tell me what happened there yesterday." The shadow creature lets out a high-pitched, screeching sound. It suddenly appears on Kang Taseo's desk, clinging to a pen. Then it starts to draw something. Kang Taseo looks at him, completely perplexed by the creature's actions. "What is this?" he asks, bewildered. Kang Taseo stares down at a piece of paper, utterly perplexed by the crude sketch on it. "What on earth am I looking at?" he mutters to himself. He leans in closer, trying to make sense of the stick figure-like drawing. Is that a woman? What's that in her hand? A sword? Suddenly, the little shadow on his desk lets out a disgusted "ugh." It glares at Kang Taseo, clearly offended by his confusion. In a burst, remembering Habin tells him, "Ki! Look closely, human!" It grabs a pen and furiously begins to correct the simple drawing of Habin. Kang Taseo watches this display in silence, his hand resting on his chin. He falls deep into thought, processing the strange spirit's communication. As he pieces it together, his eyes narrow with a sudden sharp realization. Shadow furiously scribbles a crude drawing, depicting a figure with a sword standing over several defeated bodies. Kang Taseo stares at the chaotic sketch, completely bewildered. "What are you drawing?" he asks the spirit. "Are you showing the moment the Demon King casted the curse?" The tiny sword spirit erupts in rage, screeching, "Ki! You idiot! You fool!" Kang Taseo deadpans. "I can't understand a word you're saying." His cluelessness only fuels the spirit's fury. "Ki! Ki!" it squeals. "If you can't understand me, why are you even asking?" Despite the confusing display, Kang Taseo's mind begins to connect the dots. His eyes narrow as he finally grasps the core message. "A woman with a sword?" he murmurs, a fiery image flashing in his memory. Kang Taseo's mind races, picturing the various powerful hunters who fit the bill. He specifically considers talented women in the swordsman or magic swordsman classes. He quickly remembers that a few were already on the suspect list, but all of them had rock-solid alibis. Then an outsider, he speculates, but he immediately dismisses the thought, knowing an outsider would have been intercepted by the standby squad. Lost in thought, Kang Taseo touches his chin as a new, unsettling possibility emerges. He wonders if it could be a pre-existing variable inside the tower itself, something they never could have anticipated. Suddenly, his phone vibrates, cutting through his intense concentration. Kang Taseo stands up and grabs his phone, his expression calm as he checks the screen. Kang Taseo looks down at his phone, his brow furrowed in thought as he reads the screen. A message from Habin congratulates him on clearing the 26th floor. She's also sent him a gift of fried chicken, a notification prompting him to go to his gift box. Meanwhile, Habin is relaxing on her couch at home. Her fiery sword spirit floats beside her, sensing her mood, and asks what's wrong. Habin sighs, admitting, "Something's just nagging at me." She lies back on the couch, a small dragon perched on her shoulder. Kang Taiseo must have realized those guys betrayed him, she thinks to herself. That must have hit hard. While playing a handheld game, she reflects on her actions. I mean, I skipped out on this training session thanks to him, so I sent him a check-in message out of gratitude. Suddenly, a voice cheekily questions her logic. Interfering with your friend's training but still saying thanks? Cha Jisak appears, looking down at Habin, who is lounging on the couch playing a video game. He asks her how long she plans on ditching training, pointing out that this is already her 3rd day skipping. Carrying a tray with 2 mugs, he sternly asks if she's treating his place like her personal room. Habin nonchalantly replies that she's sick and might even have a fever, which is why she can't go to training. Jisak slams the tray onto the coffee table in frustration, calling her out on her lie. He questions how a supposedly sick person managed to just drop by her mentor's house. Habin retorts, asking if he only invited her over to nag, and cheekily adds that if he's going to nag, he should at least feed her. Jisak's internal monologue flares up with annoyance, thinking he's the one burning up with anger, not her with a fever. He complains that she ate 3 full servings of pork cutlet the moment she arrived and is now lying down, which will ruin her digestion. Habin dismisses his concern, comparing his nagging to that of a mother. She then declares that no matter what, she's taking a full week of medical leave and he can't stop her. Cha Jisak yells out, completely fed up. In response, Habin leaps onto his back, sinking her teeth into his head. Jisak desperately yells at her sword spirit, "Ahazar, say something!" Jisak panics, thinking to himself that if she keeps this up, she'll never finish her training. But Ahazar, the sword spirit, is completely engrossed in its own world. It stares at a laptop, shouting with glee, "Oh, finally got a draw ticket!" Utterly exasperated by the chaos, Cha Jisak meltdown, questioning, "Am I the only normal one around here?" Meanwhile, inside the tranquil inventory space, the little dragon Rive has escaped the racket and is sleeping peacefully. Back in reality, Jisak asks what Hazar is even doing. Habin casually explains while playing her game, he's hitting every cash event just to read web novels. The fiery spirit, Ahazar, holds up the laptop, playing intensely for a big win. It pleads, "Please, just this once, let it be the 1,000 cash jackpot." The laptop flashes with the results of the draw. A message appears, "Congratulations! You've won 100 cash!" The sword spirit Ahazar lets out a blood-curdling scream of despair. "Ah! Just 100?" it shrieks in frustration. As it has a fiery meltdown on the table, it wails, "That only lets me read 1 chapter! At this rate, how will I ever finish the whole thing?" Watching this unfold, Cha Jisak glances at Habin and asks, "Should we really just leave him like that?" Habin coolly replies, "He's a grown-up too. He needs to overcome it himself." Jisak is completely baffled by her response. Despite his tough words, Cha Jisak leans forward and holds out a card to the weeping spirit. "Here, use this," he offers. Ahazar's despair instantly vanishes. "Wait, is this a play gift card? Thanks, Cha Jisak!" Trying to act nonchalant, Cha Jisak turns away, but sneaks a quick, satisfied glance back at the Habin. Observing Habin completely absorbed in her handheld game, Cha Jisak asks, "You really like that console, huh?" Without taking her eyes off the screen, she replies, "Yeah, it's a whole new world." A warm, romantic glow surrounds Cha Jisak as he looks at her. Blushing slightly, he covers his mouth and suggests, "Then maybe you should drop by more often." Habin finally looks up from her game, her expression one of simple confusion. Embarrassed, Cha Jisak touches the back of his neck and clarifies, "I mean, if you want to, you can come by more regularly." Suddenly, the romantic mood shatters as Habin's eyes go wide and she asks with purely financial interest, "Now that I think about it, your place is really nice. How much is it worth?" Completely taken aback, Cha Jisak deadpans, "You're the first person to come into my house and ask the market price." Jisak casually explains, "I don't even know. It's under my sister's name." Habin's eyes widen in disbelief as he connects the dots. She asks, "By Sister Che? You mean Che Jisei, right? The Solaris Guildmaster?" A new thought occurs. Then is even the basement here all hers?" she questions, as Jisak's eyes widen. Completely lost, Jisak looks up from and simply asks, "What?"
Seeing her genuine confusion, Cha-Jiseok has an internal realization. He thinks to himself, she doesn't actually know when she asked that, right? He thinks back to the work involved. My sister and I worked really hard to make that space undetectable. Cha-Jiseok puts on a charming yet completely fake smile. Basement, you say? He asks, feigning ignorance. Ha-bin stares at him suspiciously, letting out a simple, Her eyes glow a mystical purple as she thinks to herself, realizing the situation. She only asked because she could see the entrance using her bug sight. But from his reaction, she deduces it's an even bigger secret than she imagined. Ha-bin puts his gaming console down on the table, asking, "What?" Suddenly, Ha-bin's demeanor shifts dramatically into what can only be described as ultimate acting mode. "That's not okay, Che!" she shouts with wide-eyed shock. "A basement the homeowner doesn't know about?" Slamming her fist down for effect, she continues her charade. "If there's a problem, you should complain to the contractor." Cha-Jiseok's calm demeanor completely shatters. "Huh? Wait, no, hang on," he stammers, realizing his secret is about to be exposed. As Ha-bin dashes past him, he desperately yells, "I'll check it myself!" But it's far too late to stop her. Ignoring his protests, Ha-bin bursts into the basement. "Hey, hold up! What are you trying to pull now?" Cha-Jiseok yells after her, but she's already focused on her discovery. Before her lies a glowing blue tile set into the floor. She immediately recognizes it as a stone that senses mana. Ha-bin decides to investigate further. As a blue aura envelops her, she thinks, if I just let a little mana flow through it. She reaches out, and the moment her mana touches the stone, it erupts in a brilliant flash of light. With a brilliant flash of blue light, the floor panel activates with a loud Kree-jung! Cha-Jiseok groans in utter embarrassment, slapping a hand over his face. Ha-bin, however, just stares in wide-eyed shock. A heavy mechanical whir fills the room as a massive section of the floor retracts, revealing a hidden chamber below. The two look down into a vast high-tech training facility, far grander than Ha-bin could have possibly imagined. Completely defeated, Cha-Jiseok gives up trying to hide his secret. He sighs and tells her, "Fine, now that it's all been exposed, just take a look around and go." Ha-bin's shock immediately turns to childlike excitement as she exclaims, "Oh!" Underground, robotic arms whir to life, their movements precise and efficient. In the high-tech lab, one robot carefully handles a small vial, while another operates complex machinery. Ha-bin and Cha-Jiseok stand on a balcony, looking down into a colossal multi-story laboratory teeming with robots and advanced equipment. The sheer scale of the operation is breathtaking. The sword spirit pops out next to Ha-bin, its tiny mind completely blown as it exclaims, "Whoa! Is this a secret base?" Ha-bin is equally stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. She asks him, "This is straight out of a movie. Do the other guild members know?" Cha-Jiseok leans against the railing with a slight smirk, enjoying her reaction. He casually reveals, "Nobody knows. Just me, my sister, and her secretary, because it's confidential." Ha-bin and her spirit can only stare in utter amazement at the secret he's just unveiled. Cha-Jiseok asks Ha-bin with a smug grin, "Cool, right?" He confesses that he'd be absolutely dead if his sister found out he showed this to an outsider. But he couldn't help himself, admitting he's been dying to spill the secret. Suddenly, he flinches, sensing a presence behind him. "Looks like we've got a guest," someone mutters. A nervous smile appears on Cha-Jiseok's face. A stern voice cuts in from behind. "I told you not to let anyone into the lab for a while." Cha-Jiseok and Ha-bin whip around, their faces pale with shock. A woman with long blonde hair holding a clipboard confronts them, demanding to know what's going on. Ha-bin's eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the newcomer. She stammers, "You're—" In a flash of golden light, the woman slowly removes her safety goggles, revealing her face. Surrounded by a brilliant aura of golden light and flowers, the guildmaster of Solaris Guild, Cha-Jiseok, smiles warmly. "Ha-bin," she says, her voice calm and pleasant. "I've heard so much about you." Her golden eyes sparkle with a confident and friendly light.
It's a pleasure to meet you, she states, formally introducing herself as Guildmaster.
A radiant golden light fills the room as a sophisticated blonde woman in a lab coat makes her entrance. She warmly addresses Habin, saying, "Miss Habin, I've heard a lot about you." With a kind smile, she formally introduces herself. Suddenly, Cha Ji-suk begins to panic. He stammers, trying to explain the situation to the woman whom he calls Nuna. Ji-suk frantically insists that he didn't let Habin in, pointing and yelling that she opened the way herself. The woman simply cuts him off by calmly saying his name, Ji-suk. Startled, Ji-suk freezes mid-sentence, looking completely caught off guard. With a cold look in her eyes, she speaks to Cha Ji-suk. She says, "When you've done something wrong, an apology should come first, regardless of the reason, right?" In the next instant, a massive wave of brilliant blue energy erupts, slamming directly into Cha Ji-suk. With a steely gaze, Habin watches as attack connects. A moment later, everything goes quiet. Cha Ji-suk is sprawled out on the floor, completely motionless. Looking him, Habin seems a bit taken aback by the result of her attack. She calls out to him, "Che?" When he doesn't respond, she leans over and asks, "Are you dead?" Habin is consumed by a dark, red-tinted vision, her eyes wide with terror. She desperately thinks, "Then what will happen to my training?" Her mind flashes with a question directed at the person who caused this. "Are you a psychopath?" The scene snaps back to reality, where Cha Ji-suk is now on the floor. He weakly groans, "Ugh, no." Suddenly, he bolts upright, looking utterly flabbergasted. He shouts in disbelief, "Who shoots their own brother in the head?" Just then, her sister brandishing a large silver handgun. With a sparkly, cheerful aura, she explains, "It's the fatigue-relieving healing gun I just developed." As she walks down the stairs, she adds, "You said that you've been having bad migraines lately."
The researcher smiles and asks, "So, how is it?" Cha Ji-suk touches the back of his neck, seemingly feeling much better. Habin just stands there, watching the entire bizarre exchange with a look of pure confusion. Cha Ji-suk's sister smiles brightly, gun still in hand. She asks him cheerfully, "Doesn't it feel like it's all better?" In a cute, stylized flashback, she squeezes him in a tight hug. Cha Ji-suk, looking annoyed, reluctantly says, I guess it kinda does." His sister explains that if her one and only little brother is sick, then of course her heart would ache for him too. She says, "That's why I developed it." Cha Ji-suk questions, "Oh, really?" His sister with glowing yellow eyes appears before him. They reprimand him, "No, I specifically told you not to come in without permission." The figure places a hand on Cha Ji-suk's forehead, adding, "But seeing you bring a guest with you, I wondered if you'd hit your head, so I came to check." They ask coolly, "How about it? Feeling more clear-headed now?" Cha Ji-suk just stands there in silence. Habin declares Che was in the wrong. Cha's sister asks Habin for her opinion. Overwhelmed by the situation, Cha Ji-suk just apologizes meekly. Meanwhile, Habin looks around the high-tech lab, completely blown away. She thinks to herself, "But it's really amazing, no matter how I look at it." A robotic arm works on a futuristic assembly line. Ji-suk's sister explains that they develop advanced firearms and weapons here, powerful enough to work against monsters. Habin, looking puzzled, questions her while eating a bite of cake, "But Ji-suk-ani, aren't you a priest class, not a production class?" The sister confirms, "That's right, my official class is Priestess of Gold." The three of them sit around a table, and Habin presses on, asking how a priestess could possibly develop such incredible technology. She thinks to herself that even the most successful production class hunter couldn't pull this off. Leaning forward, Ji-suk's sister begins to explain that she used her precognitive abilities. Habin's eyes widen in utter shock as lightning seems to flash around her. The sword spirit appears.
Jalhal asks, "Did you really think something this big would be possible without bending the rules?" Jisok's sister calmly reveals her method. She used her precognition to steal future technologies that have yet to be developed. She adds a crucial detail. "Of course, to make sure I don't steal another person's credit for their invention, I am the only one who uses these technologies." Cha Jisok, munching on a pastry, looks at his sister with admiration. He tells her, "Anyway, your altruism is really incredible, Nuna," as she smiles warmly. Habin stares off into the distance, lost in thought. As sibling speaks, "If someone else had our constellations, the world would be completely different from how it is now." Her gaze is fixed as she contemplates the weight of this truth. A memory or a TV program flashes, highlighting the past of Jisok's sister. She was once hailed as the goddess of Korea University's engineering department. The scene shifts to a talk show introducing a different powerful figure. An announcer introduces the genius investor and unofficial #1 wealthiest hunter, Che-Jis. The host praises Che-Jis's legendary skill, repeating the popular saying, "If you follow Che-Jis, you're guaranteed to win." As Habin watches from her home, the host asks what the netizens are dying to know. "What are you planning to do with the money you've accumulated?" The scene then cuts to an interview with Jisok's sister. After a moment's hesitation, she gives her answer with a confident smile. "I want to protect everyday life." The interviewers are stunned by her simple response, one of them repeating, "Everyday life?"
Her reasoning hangs in the air, a profound statement of her values. Because just stopping monsters isn't the only thing that's important. The interview with Chai Ji-se continues, showcasing her point of view. She explains that protecting the world means protecting simple things like sleeping and eating properly. It means protecting the ability to live with the people you cherish. With a warm, confident smile, Chai Ji-se drives her point home. If you can't protect that, she states, you can't say that you've truly protected the world. The TV program narrator explains her unique philosophy. She is a hunter who saves daily life, not one who saves the world. As Ha-bin watches from her apartment, the show reveals what happened next. After that day, Chai Ji-se established a welfare foundation herself, dedicated to supporting those who struggle because of gate incidents. Ha-bin remembers this personally, thinking to herself, I received that support too. She remembers a conversation. On call, someone spoke. Miss Hyun Habin is also eligible for support, the caller said. Would you be willing to visit our foundation? She was completely stunned, repeating the offer in disbelief. Support? In recent time, lost in thought, Ha-bin reflects on how dire her situation was back then. She admits to herself, if I hadn't received that help back then, I might have given up on everything. Beside her, the sword spirit Jalhal has a moment of realization. It exclaims that this is magnificent, concluding that a true hero is someone who helps those nearby, not just a distant legend. Ha-bin lets out a small, knowing smirk. She looks at her companion and says, You finally know how to say something right to Hazar. A memory flashes through her mind of her younger self watching that fateful TV broadcast. And it's about saving daily life, not just the world. As she recalls this, Ha-bin holds a snack, a faint blush on her cheeks. She thinks about the impact of those words, considering it a quote that will truly stick with her for a lifetime. Her thoughts then drift to a different memory, a formal interview. As she was deep in thought, Cha Ji-sek's sister spoke, speaking of which, you have no idea how much we wanted to recruit you, Miss Habin. Cha Ji-sek, guildmaster of Solaris, gently cups Habin's face. She smiles softly and asks, Would you be interested in joining Solaris? Leaning in closer, she promises, I'll treat you well. Habin flinching back, her face completely red. A flustered "ugh" escapes her lips. Nearby, Cha Ji-sek gives an encouraging shout, Yes, you're doing great, Nuna!
A blushing Habin recounts the story to a blonde woman. She admits, "I really, really like you a lot, Ani." Still flustered by the memory of Cha Ji-suk's offer, she continues, "But for you to make the offer in person with that face, isn't that cheating, honestly?" Cha Ji-suk's sister bursts into laughter. She says, "You have a way with words." She looks at Habin, her expression turning serious as, "However, that's all the more reason why I can't join." Cha Ji-suk, sitting beside her, is taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" he asks. The group sits around a table with cake as Habin explains her feelings to the blonde woman. "They say you should never have someone you like as your boss," Habin begins. "I want you to remain as you are, Ani. I don't want to meet you as my boss at work." The blonde woman smiles, clearly moved by the confession. "If that's the reason," she says, "then I'm rather touched." "Yes, if that's your reason, then I can't ask you to join our guild anymore." Cha Ji-suk, shocked listening this, calls out, "Nuna?" Suddenly, they met the eyes and spoke via telepathy. Cha Ji-suk interjects, demanding of her sister, "What are you talking about? You said we had to recruit her no matter what." His sister states firmly, "As of today, that plan is canceled. We're changing course." She turns back to Habin with a radiant smile. "Then, Miss Habin, I'd like to change my proposal," she says sweetly. "How about we become sisters instead?" Habin is left completely speechless by the sudden, heartwarming offer. Questioning, "Sisters?" The blonde woman smiles warmly, telling her, "Don't overthink it," she continues. "I also know a lot of fun movies, just like Ji-suk. I know a lot of good restaurants, too." With a dazzling aura, Ani extends her hand to Habin. "Would you like to go to a strawberry buffet with me?" she asks invitingly. Habin is completely overwhelmed by Jisei Ani's charm, shielding her eyes from the woman's sheer radiance. In her mind, she can only think, "She's so radiant." Later, as the sun sets, Habin is still processing everything that happened. She thinks to herself in disbelief, "Wow, being sisters with Jisei Ani? Is this real?" Looking at her phone, she's overjoyed. "I even have Jisei Ani's direct number," she thinks excitedly. She scrolls through their recent text messages where Jisei Ani sweetly asked if Ha-bin got home safe. Ha-bin had excitedly replied, gushing over the delicious snacks and cake. Jisei Ani promised they would get the same things next time, and the conversation ends with her saying she'll contact Ha-bin again soon, leaving Ha-bin absolutely thrilled. Still basking in the glow of her new friendship, Ha-bin daydreams about all the possibilities. She thinks to herself, "I never had the time or money to go to a strawberry buffet because it's so expensive, but now I do." She clutches her phone, a massive, joyful grin on her face. However, her happiness is interrupted by the sword spirit who floats beside her looking incredibly jealous. "Do you like that Che-ji-sei so much?" it asks accusingly. Without hesitation, Ha beams, "Of course! Jisei Ani is my savior!" Sword Spirit mutters sarcastically, "What a savior she is." Later, while doing laundry, Ha-bin gets an idea. She thinks, "I've called in sick, so I should use this chance to buy some clothes." The Sword Spirit seizes the moment, shouting, "Take this opportunity to throw out some of those old clothes." Ha-bin looks down at the clothes in her hands, confused. "But I don't have any clothes to throw out," she replies. The spirit loses its patience, pointing directly at the shirt she's holding. "The clothes you're holding on to right now are the old ones. They're no better than rags," it yells. Ha-bin gets defensive, shouting back, "Rags, you bastard! These are the clothes I still wear." She sighs, wondering, "Why are you making a fuss about throwing away the clothes I'm wearing just fine?" But then she stops mid-thought. Her eyes widen as a sudden realization dawns on her. The sword spirit floats beside Habin, noticing her sudden change in expression. "What is it?" it asks, confused by her silence. Habin stares down at the old, faded clothes in the laundry basket. Her mind flashes back to a cherished memory as she thinks, "This outfit is—" The scene dissolves into a warm, gentle light. She hears her mother's voice, soft and kind. "My daughter," she says, holding up a brand new sky blue sweatshirt. "You like sky blue, right?" In the memory, her mother stands before a younger Habin, presenting the gift with a thoughtful smile. "They had a yellow one too," her mother explains, "but I deliberately chose this color when I bought it." Young Habin's eyes light up with joy as she looks at the shirt. She exclaims, "Wow, the color is so pretty!" In the glowing memory, a younger Habin, full of life, tries on the sweatshirt. She turns to her mom, beaming, "The size is perfect, Mom." Her mother's voice, full of warmth and love, replies, "Of course, I remember my daughter's size better than my own." The memory fades, leaving the present-day Habin standing alone, a somber expression on her face. She whispers into the quiet room, "It's scary how time passes." As she tries to hold on to the image of her mother, the details begin to blur, her face obscured by a blinding holy light. Habin's heart sinks as she thinks, "Mom's face is—" It has only been 5 years, but my memories are slowly fading. Another fragment of the past appears, a younger Habin struggling with a t-shirt. "Mom, but the head hole is too small," she whines. Her mother chuckles, helping her. "Geez, not there. What are you going to do if you can't even put on clothes by yourself, my daughter?" As the precious memories disintegrate into dust, a chilling thought enters Habin's mind. Will a day come when I can no longer remember Mom and Dad?
The voices of Habin's parents echo in her mind. They recall her fondness for a specific color, asking, "Our daughter? You like sky blue, right?" A memory materializes, showing Habin's mother happily presenting her with a sky blue jacket. A younger, joyful Habin exclaims, "Oh, the color is really pretty!" The present-day Habin watches this scene from her past as an observer. The memory fades, leaving a trail of sadness. The sword spirit appears beside Habin. He has a moment of realization. "So that's why you didn't throw it away?" he spoke. With a wry smile, Habin sighs, sharing thoughts is really annoying." Habin stands with her back to the fiery sword spirit, Jajal. With a sigh, she tells him, "You should know to pretend you don't see things like this, Jajal." The scene transitions, showing a bright, clear sky over the city apartment buildings. Later, Habin prepares to go out, placing a baseball cap on her head. She tidies up, smoothly tucking the bag. Now dressed in a new outfit and ready to leave, she looks towards the spirit. "Let's go, Jajal," and she adds, "We'll be able to come back quickly," as the sword spirit looks confused. With a determined look, Habin says she can pick out clothes well by herself now. The scene then cuts to a bright and luxurious department store. The sword spirit, Jajal, floats happily through the air, admiring the opulent surroundings. "Quite a dazzling and comfortable place," he remarks with excitement. He pause with, "But," and continue, "Didn't you clearly say we could come back quickly?" Meanwhile, someone is leisurely trying on a new jacket in front of a full-length mirror. Habin starts sweating, listing Sword Spirit's argument. The Sword Spirit finally loses his cool. "Why have we been going around the same place for 2 hours?" he complains, his fiery form flickering with irritation. Habin flinches in surprise at his sudden outburst. She smirks to herself, thinking, to complain after just 2 hours, Jajal's patience is weaker than it looks. Sensing her thoughts, Jajal quickly puffs up his chest, declaring, "The foundation of all swordsmanship is patience and perseverance. I'm never bored." Ben just dismisses him with a sarcastic yeah, as they continue walking through the store. After browsing for a bit, Ben looks disappointed. But they don't have the type I wanted to buy, she mutters. A new plan forms in her mind. I guess I have to go to the Hunter-exclusive luxury department. As she heads for the elevator, Jajal floats up to her asking, "Do you have clothes in mind?" While pressing the button, Habin explains, "Yeah, among the clothes I borrowed from Hyun Siwoo, there was one that was super light, cozy, and soft." She remembers checking the tag on the garment. Looking at the material on the tag, it was made from a byproduct called cloudbird's wool thread, she says, solidifying her decision to head to the luxury floor. The elevator dings, arriving at its destination. Habin looks up with a mixture of nostalgia and anticipation, admitting, "It's my first time going as a customer." Jajal, the fiery spirit, floats beside her, sensing her familiarity with the place. "Have you been here before?" he asks. As the doors slide open, Habin replies, "Yeah, when I worked as a porter, the luxury department's repair room would sometimes request help, so I came a few times." They step out into the opulent, Hunter-exclusive luxury department. This is the most exclusive section of the J department store, a place so high-end it can't even be entered by ordinary people. It's a dazzling hall where only the VVVIPs of the Hunter world shop. And watching the floor with a confident smirk is Cheon Sara. She proudly declares herself the youngest and best personal shopper in this entire luxury department.
She's the super rookie with the highest performance, and she's built her reputation on one simple skill. She meticulously remembers the faces and preferences of every big-shot customer to win their favor every single time. Cheon Sara fondly recalls her interactions with clients, like one who was surprised she remembered their first meeting from 6 months prior. She also remembers fawning over another hunter, correctly guessing they were looking for luxury street fashion items. The young hunter was thoroughly impressed by her good sense. Thanks to this meticulous, personalized service, her big-shot customers loved her, and her performance soared to incredible heights. But her triumphant moment is cut short as a firm voice calls out, "Sarasi!" It's her colleague Yoo Ji-hye who approaches with a stern expression. Yoo Ji-hye concedes that it's good to pay attention to regulars, but then sternly reminds Cheon Sara that she must follow the manual. Cheon Sara looks on, stunned, as her colleague continues. Yoo Ji-hye quotes the store's policy, never judge a customer's purchasing power by appearance. Furthermore, they are to never discriminate against customers visiting the store, whether they're hunter level or regular customers. Yoo Ji-hye concludes her lecture, stating that it's problematic to only take care of regulars when other customers are present. Cheon Sara internally dismisses her colleague's advice. She scoffs, thinking, is she feeling inferior or something, nagging beyond her place? With a practiced smile, she plays dumb. That's strange. I've never done that, she says dismissively. Walking away with a smirk, Cheon Sara reaffirms her own beliefs. She's convinced that dealing with one big shot is far more efficient than dealing with 10 ordinary people. She glances back at Yoo Ji-hye, thinking, she's so frustrating. That's why she's still at my level despite her seniority. Just then, a new customer enters the store.
It's Habin, dressed casually in a sweatshirt and cap. "Hello," she says, looking around. Yoo Ji-hye turns, her expression blank as she takes in Habin's simple clothes. Her face hardens with judgment. She internally mocks Habin, wondering if she just saved up some money to buy gifts for her parents. Her disdain grows as she thinks, coming in wearing such clothes from who knows where. Habin, oblivious to the silent judgment, continues to browse the luxury department. Yoo Ji-hye approaches her, putting on a forced professional smile. "Hello, customer. This is a Hunter-exclusive luxury department," she says, stopping Habin in her tracks. She then asks pointedly, "You need to show your Hunter license to enter. Would it be okay to check?" Just then, another employee, Chan Sara, recognizes Habin.
"Oh, I remember," she exclaims, stepping in. She tells her colleague, "That's enough, Ji-hee-si. It's not necessary. I know this person." Yoo Ji-hee looks back at her, completely confused. "What?" she asks. Chansara, still mistaken about Habin's purpose, addresses her directly. "You're a porter, right? The repair room is that way," she says, pointing. Habin realizes. She remembers that I came here. Looking Chansara in the eye, Habin calmly clarifies, "I didn't come as a porter today." Yoo Ji-hee, still looking down on Habin, asks sharply, "What? Then why did you come?" Habin declares confidently, "I came as a customer." Yoo Ji-hee is momentarily stunned. "A customer?" she repeats, before a mocking smirk crosses her face. She continues condescendingly, "Ah, then you have a license, right? This is a hunter-exclusive department." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, shouting, "Sarasi!" The sharp call startles both Chansara and Yoo Ji-hee, who whirl around in alarm. The manager immediately bows, trying to smooth over the situation. He apologizes to Habin. "I'm sorry, customer. Sarasi hasn't been here long, so she made a mistake."
The two employees, Chansara and Yoo Ji-hee, look on in shock. But Yoo Ji-hee isn't done, still trying to justify her actions to her superior. "What is she saying again? I'm telling you she's a porter," she insists. Habin scoffs and tells her, "Is this what you call a license?" In a swift, decisive motion, Habin slaps her ID card down. Emblazoned on the card in bold letters are the words, "A-rank trainee Hyun Habin." Habin holds the ID right up to Yoo Ji-hee's face, asking calmly, "Is this correct?" Yoo Ji-hee's condescending expression vanishes, replaced by pure shock. Her mind reels as she reads the unbelievable words, "A-rank? Trainee? What is this? A-rank?" The manager is equally floored, stammering as he looks at the license. "The license, it's really yours, right? You didn't bring someone else's." Realizing the massive mistake his staff has made, he whirls around and grabs Chansara by the shoulder. He furiously shouts, "Chansara-si, what kind of rudeness have you been showing the customer?" He then turns back to Habin and gives a deep, respectful bow. "I'm truly sorry," she says. "I'll make sure this never happens again." The employee looks flustered, holding her head in disbelief after the commotion. Habin, unfazed, continues with a touch of sarcasm. "That can happen, but do I need to verify my identity again?" She adds, "Should I take out my resident registration card too?" The employee panics, waving her hands dismissively. "No, this is sufficient verification. Hunter Hyun Habin." After the tense situation is resolved, the employee, now extremely accommodating, leads Habin to the shopping floor. She confirms, "You said you're looking for clothes made with Cloudbird's wool thread, right?" Gesturing towards a lavish display, she says, "These seem to be all the products from the Elamez line." Habin begins rummaging through the high-end clothing. She suddenly stops, recognizing a particular item. "Ah, this is the clothes Hyun-soo has," she thinks to herself. "Couple outfits won't work." Her sword spirit Joljula flares up in a fiery rage, finding this logic absurd. Sword Spirit yells, "Borrowing each other's clothes is okay, but wearing the same clothes simultaneously? What a strange rule!" Habin, looking annoyed, clarifies her reasoning in her head. "If we wear couple outfits and go outside, strangers will ask if we're a couple." Azul has used quite a lot of Cloudbird's wool thread material, she suggests. Her words lead them towards a new section of the store branded with a brightly lit Azure sign. The employee smiles warmly at Habin, gesturing to the clothes around them. "I'm happy to have many things to show you," she says. Habin's attention is suddenly caught by a specific item, and she murmurs, Her eyes light up as she lays them on a stylish beige jacket. Internally, she's thrilled, thinking, "This is really good, totally my style."
The employee explains its high-quality construction. This outfit has all the lining made from Cloudbird's wool thread material, she states proudly. She adds that the person who invested in the brand was a huge fan of the material, so the company put extra effort into this line. Habin is completely sold, grabbing the jacket with an excited grin. Someone who knows their stuff, she says in approval. The employee continues with another major selling point. Plus, this outfit has pollution prevention and antibacterial effects. Habin's eyes go wide with a very practical thought. Oh, then since this outfit has antibacterial effects, it won't smell even if I don't wash it often? She asks with unnerving intensity. The employee, slightly taken aback, hesitantly confirms, "It won't smell?" Habin's mind goes into overdrive as a hunter, asking, even if body fluids or blood splatter, it won't smell or stain? The flustered employee can only stammer, "That's right?" Habin shines with delight. "Perfect!" she exclaims, finding the ultimate piece of hunter gear. A happy memory crosses Habin's mind. It was so annoying, like last time at Kill Screen when bloodstains remained, and I was worried about being caught, she thinks. Back in the present, she confirms with the store employee, "All of these are Cloudbird's wool thread material, right?" The employee replies professionally, "Yes, that's correct." Habin holds up a jacket with a blissful smile, all happy. "These clothes here," she says, "I'll buy them all." A female staff member nearby is completely stunned by her declaration, his face a mask of pure shock. "What?" he stammers, unable to believe his ears. Internally, he panics, thinking, "That many shopping bags? No, does this make sense?" Moments later, Habin strides out of the store, effortlessly carrying a massive pile of designer shopping bags. A store employee, Chun Sara, stares in disbelief, her colleague sweating profusely beside her. "This is impossible," she mutters. Suddenly, an urgent message comes through for her. "Chun Sarasi, I just got a call from the parking team." The voice continues, "Chai Jisei Hunternim is heading toward the luxury department right now." Chun Sara is completely stunned. "What? Solaris is Chai Jisei's?" she shouts, breaking into a cold sweat. Her male coworker is equally frantic, asking, "That's what they said. What should we do?" Overwhelmed, Chun Sara admits, "It's my first time with a big shot of that level, so I don't know what to do either." Seeing her chance, she steps up confidently. "It's fine. Leave it to me," she declares. Chun Sara's life reversal theater begins as the man reveals his plan in his thoughts. She recalls, "I heard Chai Jisei-nim acquired and operates several large-scale department stores."
She fantasizes about being treated like a king, with a beautiful woman begging him to come to her store while a tiny Cheon Sara watches with a stomach ache. A determined, almost greedy look crosses his face. "If I do well, I might even expect to be scouted," he thinks to himself. He then glances over towards the checkout counter, a sinister smile on his face as he clenches his fist. He resolves, "Right, you take first place in sales this time," seemingly plotting to use this opportunity against the big spending customer. In his mind, the ambitious colleague sees his path to glory laid out before him. "I'll abandon this tiny department store and go to a large-scale department store," he thinks, already planning his escape. Suddenly, the distinct click-clack of heels echoes, and the colleague's eyes widen. Gasp! It's Che-Jisa, he thinks, a sense of awe washing over him. "Whoa, amazing," she mutters, captivated by her presence. As the footsteps draw nearer, a sinister grin spreads across his face. He realizes this is his moment. "She's here," he thinks, a fiery aura of determination flaring up around him. With a surge of confidence, he declares internally, "I'll show my dazzling customer service skills." He clenches his fist, ready to put his plan into action and impress the VIP customer. Bad employee thinks to herself,
She smugly thinks that since she took first place in sales, she'll be abandoning this small department store for a bigger one. Suddenly, onlookers gasp as a new customer arrives. They recognize her as Che Jisei. Bad employee is momentarily stunned. Her shock quickly morphs into a confident, predatory smile. She's here, she thinks with excitement. With a fiery aura flaring around her, she clenches her fist, ready for the ultimate challenge. She declares her intent to unleash her most dazzling customer service skills. A radiant aura surrounds Jisei Unyi as she makes her grand entrance. The saleswoman is ecstatic, thinking to herself, she's here! Looking like a true celebrity, Jisei Unyi appears, radiating confidence. Bad saleswoman quickly approaches her, calling out formally, Che Jisei Nim! Jisei Unyi turns, a bit surprised, and simply says, huh? Suddenly, voice cuts through the store as Jisei Unyi shouts in shock, Habin! Habin turns around with a startled expression. Her eyes land on Jisei Unyi, and she exclaims in surprise, huh? Jisei Unyi? Bad saleswoman is completely stunned by this turn of events. She stands frozen, speechless, and sweating. Jisei Unyi's face lights up with a brilliant smile as she spots Habin. Waving enthusiastically, she calls out, Habin! Habin, still speaking formally, asks, what brings Unyi here? Jisei gently reminds her, hey, Habin, we agreed to be like sisters. Speak comfortably. Ah, right. The nearby bad saleswoman starts to sweat, thinking to herself in a panic, sister relationship? Jisei Unyi expresses how happy she is to meet like this. She explains that she was just passing through the area when she ran into Habin. Calling it fate, she playfully pokes Habin's cheek, causing the Habin to blush. Jisei Unyi asks if she found anything she liked. Habin praises the store's good employee, saying, ah, yeah,
The shopper here explained things really well. Oh no, Hunter Hun Habin has such good taste that guidance was easy. But bad employee's mood shatters as she thinks, that person happened to be an acquaintance of Jisei Nim. Jisei Ani asks again, what did you buy? Habin explains, I wanted clothes made from Cloudbird's wool thread material. She continues, at first they said they didn't have any, so I thought I came for nothing. The manager's face pales listening conversation. As Jisei Ani repeats, they said they didn't have any? Habin cheerfully interjects, pointing towards good employee, yeah, but shopper Yuji He here said they did. She then turns to the saleswoman and praises her friend. This person seems to know best here, right? The good employee a smile and replies to Habin, you're too kind. Jisei Ani, beaming with delight at Habin's apparent expertise, thinks, really? I should ask this person when I shop too. Meanwhile, the bad employee is having an internal meltdown. She panics, screaming in his head, it wasn't because I didn't know, but because I didn't want to tell her that I said no. I can't honestly say this. Jisei Ani asks, Habin, can I take a look at your shopping bags for a moment? A confused Habin can only reply, huh? Jisei Ani reaches into the bag. Her eyes fall on the clothes inside, and her expression immediately hardens. With a sharp glint in her eye, she thinks to herself, the contents are way too visible. Her friendly demeanor vanishes as she turns to the bad saleswoman. Shopper Nim, what's your name? She asks, her voice now cold. The employee, caught off guard, stammers, Chen Sara? As Jisei Ani begins to walk closer to her and asks, did shopper Chen Sara perhaps say they didn't have any? Bad employee, looking increasingly nervous, replies, yes. Jisei Ani demands to know why.
A knowing smirk plays on Jisei Uni's lips as she states, Cloudbird's wool thread is a high-end line specially managed by any luxury department. Her tone leaving no room for argument.
She adds, "If you didn't know that, aren't you unqualified to be a shopper?" Bad employee begins to sweat, stammering, "That's actually, Cloudbird's wool thread is so expensive." Jisei Uni cuts her off with a sharp "no" and asks directly, "Did you know or not?" Terrified, bad employee finally caves and admits, "I knew." Jisei steps closer, asking, "Then why?" while Habin watches on. With her golden, menacing gaze, Jisei looms over the frightened employee. "Did you lie?" she asks, her voice cold and powerful. Bad employee's face drains of all color as she thinks to herself in pure panic, "I'm screwed." She only spoke a word, tongue. Instantly, bad employee snaps into a deep, desperate bow towards Habin, shouting, "Hunter Hyun Habin, I sincerely apologize." She bows low to Habin, shouting a desperate apology. She explains that she misunderstood, thinking Habin was merely a porter and failed to recognize her true status. But Habin remains unfazed, her face hidden by her cap as she asks a quiet, pointed question. "But I was a porter, right?" The saleswoman looks up, completely confused by this turn of events. "What?" she asks, a nervous sweat beading on her face. Habin continues her calm interrogation. "You didn't fail to recognize me. You saw correctly. But does that mean you can ignore me if I'm a porter?" Bad employee is thrown into a panic, waving her hands defensively. What? That's not what I meant," she stammers. Habin looks down, her expression serious. "Why are you looking down on my former job?" she demands. Suddenly, a powerful, shimmering aura flares in the air as she recalls the past when she was a hard-working employee. A younger Habin flinches, her eyes wide with shock. "That was almost a disaster," she thinks, wiping her cheek. Suddenly, a man's voice barks from down the hall. "What are you doing there? Hurry up and bring the byproducts!" Startled, she turns and quickly replies, Yes!" A memory flashes through Habin's mind, showing her past self pushing a heavy bin. Those were days of fierce struggle, just trying to live her life properly. She worked tirelessly to protect the house and the memories within it for the family who might one day return. She remembers living off meager meals, just trying to get through each day. Back in the present, Habin's gaze is steady and serious. "I never thought that was shameful or something to be looked down upon," she states, her voice calm but firm. Habin's intense purple aura flares as her voiceover continues. She questions why her past struggles would have seemed worthless to shopper Chen Sara. An employee trembles, sweating profusely under the immense pressure of her presence. The scene shifts in a brightly lit room. Cha Ji-sik sips a canned drink and asks, "So, what happened?" Across the table, Ji-sen Uni calmly eats her ice cream. She explains that she received a proper apology, and the department store promised to handle the matter internally. Cha Ji-sik listens thoughtfully, letting out a small, Changing the topic, he asks if she buys his clothes from the brand Azul, noting it's a coincidence. He adds that it's the same brand her own sister has been interested in. Ji-sen Uni simply confirms, right. Ji-sen Uni looks at Cha Ji-sik intently. He asks why, of all brands, she chose Azul. Ji-sen Uni explains that she's been watching a peculiar investor, and that very investor recently put their money into Azul. Intrigued, Cha Ji-sik asks what kind of person this investor is. Ji-sen Uni scoops a spoonful of her pink dessert. She says they're an anonymous investor, so she doesn't know the exact details. However, she adds that this person is incredibly skilled at investing, good enough to catch up to her own level. Cha Ji-sik is stunned by this revelation. He asks in shock, "What? Good enough to catch up to you, Uni?" Ji-sen Uni calmly replies that such a feat would be impossible for an ordinary person.
As she eats, she theorizes that the person might have precognition skills, just like them. Or, she muses, maybe they're a regressor, like a character from a fantasy novel. Cha-Jae-sek lets out a nervous laugh. He tries to brush off her theory, scoffing at the idea of a real-life regressor. In reply, she just spoke, "Right?" Suddenly, Habin jumps up behind Cha-Jae-sek and Ji-seuni, exclaiming excitedly, "It's a masked magician!" Her abrupt excitement startles Cha-Jae-sek, who jumps and asks what's going on. Cha-Jae-sek, seeing Masked Man, spoke, "Oh, it's Petisnim." Habin, an annoyed face, points at the TV and complains, "That masked magician is wearing the exact same clothes as me." Ji-seuni observes the screen and agrees, "Oh, you're right." She then wonders aloud, does Petisnim like Oswald too? A thoughtful expression crosses Ji-seuni's face as she hums to herself. Suddenly, she has a realization. It's a couple outfit? Both Habin and Cha-Jae-sek completely lose their composure. Habin flushes beet red, yelling, "What do you mean by that, Unnie?" Cha-Jae-sek is equally flustered, shouting, "What? What are you talking about?" Ji-seuni looks confused and asks why they're reacting so strongly, wondering what's wrong with having a couple outfit with Petisnim. Habin retorts, "I don't like it. It feels bad. It's uncomfortable." Beside her, a blushing Cha-Jae-sek tries to downplay the situation, stammering, "It's not like there are only 2 of those outfits in the world. It's not couple outfits." Cha-Jae-sek, looking concerned, asks Habin why she finds Petisnim so uncomfortable. With her cheeks puffed out, Habin retorts that she doesn't know, but he's just suspicious. Habin reflects, "Every time I see that mask, I feel a strange familiarity and a sense of betrayal." His expression darkens with determination. She vows that there's definitely something going on, and someday he will rip that mask right off. Scene shifts. An announcement suddenly appears declaring that Petisnim, Caligo, and Solaris have succeeded in conquering the 26th floor. Inside office building, Kang Taseo sits at his desk demanding clarification. "What did you say?" An employee stands before him and reports, "They say it's the shortest conquest time in kill screen history." A man reports that the boss actually ran away to another floor. The masked figure, Petis, is in disbelief, asking how that could possibly make sense. He leans forward, muttering that it's impossible. His mind flashes to an image of a terrifying horned demon. This was the 26th floor boss, Demon King Crickshaw. Before the regression, he was one of the worst bosses humanity had ever faced. The small staff spirit floats by Petis's side, asking with confusion, "The worst boss?" Petis explains that Crickshaw is one of the 7 Demon Kings, who are only supposed to appear from the 50th floor onwards. Petis slumps back into his chair, overwhelmed. He thinks back to his past life, remembering that they couldn't defeat Crickshaw until they put Hyun Habin on the front lines. Now he questions everything. How was a boss that formidable conquered so easily, and in the shortest time ever recorded? Clutching his head in shock, he realizes with dawning horror, the future I knew has changed. But the most maddening part is that he has no idea why. Back in his office, his subordinate continues his report. "And about the target you told me to monitor before," Petis, sitting behind his desk, cuts in, "Ah, Hyun Habin." The subordinate confirms the devastating news. That target happened to be at kill screen at that time. The words land with crushing weight, and Pades flinches. Pades grapples with the impossible, his mind replaying the devastating question. Hyun Habin happened to be there at that moment? Scene shifts. A massive, ominous tower pierces a fiery, chaotic sky. A lone figure, Habin, stands with her back to us, gazing up at the monumental structure. A disembodied voice rings out in shock, questioning, "Hyun Habin happened to be there at that moment?" Elsewhere, a man in a white mask reacts with disbelief.
He wonders to himself, Hyun Habin was there? The shocking possibility dawns on him as he thinks, don't tell me Hyun Habin cleared the 26th floor? The masked man sweats, grappling with the unbelievable news. He knows that currently only he and Hyun Habin have the skill to clear the 26th floor. Even he would need to rely on his pre-regression knowledge to accomplish such a feat. In his office, he demands answers from his assistant. Did you find out what she did at kill screen? He asks. The assistant looks hesitant and begins his report. He explains that Hyun Habin was just part of the standby team, wandering around the entrance. Then, in a rather clumsy move, she fell off a cliff and had to be rescued. The assistant finishes his brief report, leaving the masked man utterly baffled. Is that all? The masked man asks in disbelief. The staff spirit pops up next to him, happily confirming, that's all! The spirit bursts out laughing as the masked man facepalms in pure exasperation. He can't understand why she would go to kill screen just to mess around like that. His assistant explains that Hyun Habin only went to kill screen to avoid the regular training center activities, which she hated. The masked, trying to wrap his head around this ridiculous situation. So, you're saying she went to kill screen just to skip classes? He asks incredulously. His assistant confirms, it seems so. The masked man presses for more information. What about after that? The assistant continues his report, explaining that Hyun Habin has been consistently taking sick leave to avoid the training center because she hates it. He then drops a more concerning piece of information. During her training absence, she's been frequently visiting the Solaris Guildmaster's house, he reveals. Hearing this, the masked man's rage boils over. An audible crack echoes in the room as his mask fractures under the pressure. Meanwhile, the staff spirit pops up next to him, giggling uncontrollably at his master's frustration. The masked man, barely holding it together, demands to know more. Did you find out what she does when she goes there? His assistant looks down nervously. Well, he tries to explain his failure. As you know, Solaris has incredible security. The masked man glares, clearly unimpressed with the excuse. The assistant quickly adds that despite her visits, Hyun Habin still hasn't joined the Solaris Guild, and there's nothing particularly noteworthy to report about her activities. The assistant continues his report, showing Kang Taeseo an image of Hyun Habin shopping with another woman. He explains that Habin was seen with Jisei Unni, Cha Ji-sak's sister, at a department store. Based on their interactions, the assistant concludes that Habin and Jisei Unni seem to have a very intimate relationship. The masked man listens intently, taking in the new information. He dismisses his subordinate, saying, I understand. Good work. The door clicks shut, leaving masked man alone with his thoughts. He leans back in his chair, finally taking off his mask and tossing it onto his desk. Hyun Siyu lets out a weary sigh, wondering, what on earth is she thinking? Suddenly, an idea strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He starts to speculate wildly. What if all this playing around is just an excuse? He gasps, a shocking possibility dawning on him. He leans forward with wide eyes, hit by a sudden revelation. What if she's actually planning to shoulder everything alone and doing behind-the-scenes work? But just as his hope soars, the small staff spirit appears. It immediately dashes his hopes, asking bluntly, isn't that too much wishful thinking? Hyun Siyu clutches his head in anguish as the spirit floats above him like a tiny, mocking angel. The spirit continues to tease him. She's just playing around. Why do you keep trying to have expectations? Hyun Siyu sinks onto the couch, still wrestling with his thoughts. Is it really nothing at all? He wonders, feeling a flicker of doubt. But he quickly shakes it off, thinking, I'm usually pretty good at sensing things. He gets up and starts pacing around his office, unable to sit still. The little staff spirit floats by, offering a simple solution. Then ask Hyun Habin directly.
Hyun-soo immediately slumps back onto the sofa, rejecting the idea. He thinks to himself, that won't work. He knows that if Habin asks how he knew she went to a place called Kill Screen, he'd have no excuse. The worry deepens on his face as he realizes, I might even look like I'm monitoring her. But the staff spirit has a counter-argument ready. You could just say you heard it through the grapevine, right? It suggests. There are plenty of excuses. Hyun-soo leans his head back, unable to argue with the spirit's logic. I suppose, he concedes with a sigh. Lying on the couch, his mind drifts to a warm memory. He reflects, by the way, people really don't change easily. A small, fond smile plays on his lips as he thinks she still likes casual brands just the same. The staff spirit looks at him in utter shock. Did the previous life Habin also like casual brands? Didn't you even invest in that? It asks, completely caught off guard. Kang Taiso's thoughts. Before regression, Hyun Habin loved casual brands so much that I directly invested and developed them. His mind flashes back to a specific memory.
A past version of Hyun-soo looks at Habin utterly aghast as she holds an armful of shopping bags. You bought more? He exclaims. Habin, determined, bites down on the handle of her main bag from the store Azur and declares, it was too pretty to just pass by. Back in the present, Kang Taiseo's logic is clear in his mind. For the future to continue as it was, I need to invest. He leans back on the couch. He sets his priorities, deciding, well, let's pursue Hyun Habin after finishing preparations for the SPES meeting. The little staff spirit floats beside him and asks, but why are you lying down? Hyun-soo, looking completely drained, pleads, let me sleep for just 30 minutes. I'm really too busy. The scene transitions, moving to a movie theater. Cha Ji-suk sits beside his sister, Ji-euni, and lifts his 3D glasses in surprise. Lord P-Days called a SPES meeting? He asks. Ji-euni calmly eats her snacks and confirms, yeah, the meeting topic is even 50th floor conquest. Cha Ji-suk is stunned. Suddenly the 50th floor. Ji-euni reminds him, the most recent cleared floor is the 26th, right? As they talk, Sword Spirit's gaze wanders to the cinema lobby. Conversation continues. Ji-euni leans in and shares a critical piece of intel. She reveals, according to P-Days, there's a way to skip all the other floors. Over in the lobby, Habin overhears this as Cha Ji-suk thinks, huh? Is that possible? Trying to act like minding her own business, she looks at the movie posters and wonders, what movie should I watch? Suddenly, the fiery sword spirit, Jaljala, pops into existence next to her with a dramatic flourish. It begins to shout, nothing to be surprised about. Hyun Habin is the 50th floor! Before it can finish the sentence, Habin's hand shoots out and clamps over its face. She grits her teeth, whispering, Jajal, shut up.
She silently adds, fix your lack of tact, too. The strange outburst catches the attention of Ji-euni and Cha Ji-suk. Ji-euni stares at Habin, completely bewildered. What did you say? She asks. Habin, still muffling the struggling Jaljala, tries to play it off. She stammers, No, having a movie theater at home, really, oh. Then a look of panic realization dawns on her face. She explains with wide, frantic eyes, I was so startled that my frozen shoulder was completely cured. The fiery spirit, Jaljala, complains with teary eyes, suddenly treating me like an old man is too much. Habin, trying to extricate herself from the situation, points out, oh, but shouldn't civilians not hear SPES meeting content? Cha Ji-suk is taken aback by her comment, stuttering, oh? Seeing her chance, Habin cheerfully announces, then I'll go to another room for a bit, and makes a quick exit. Cha Ji-suk calls out after her, no, hey, Hyun Habin! But it's too late. The door slams shut. Once she's outside, she thinks, the masked mage found a way to get to the 50th floor. Habin adds, seems quite capable. The spirit Jaljala pops up and asks, was it called P-Days?
He reveals a crucial detail as a magic circle glows around him. I heard he's a contractor of the constellation Naiba. The spirit Jaljala processes this new information about the masked mage. Then he's definitely not an ordinary ability user, it declares with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Habin, with Jaljala floating beside her. Confused, she looks around and asks, but where is this? Her gaze falls upon a bookshelf lined with framed certificates. She realizes whose room it is, asking, is this Sister Jisa's room?
She leans in to read one of the awards, which is from an international youth mock trial competition. Suddenly, the door clicks open. Startled, Habin turns and exclaims, Mr. Che? Cha Jisek steps into the room, having finished his private talk. He calls out, Hyun Habin, our conversation is over, so you can come out now. But Habin is fixated on what she's discovered. She points to the certificate and asks him directly, Mr. Che, were you aiming for law school? Caught completely off guard, Cha Jisek can only reply, you saw that? With a slightly nostalgic look, Cha Jisek confirms her guess. He tells her, I originally dreamed of being a prosecutor. Habin is taken aback, repeating in disbelief, a prosecutor? The little spirit, Jajal, gets the wrong idea entirely, thinking to itself, dreaming of being a prosecutor? How admirable! Then let me teach you some sword techniques. Habin quickly snatches the flaming spirit, correcting it. Not that kind of prosecutor, Jajal. Cha Jisek continues his story, admitting he was once very passionate about it. He explains, but the gate incident happened right before I was supposed to enter university. Looking back on his lost dream, he adds, I got accepted but couldn't register. With monsters running rampant and the world about to end, what prosecutor? A heavy silence hangs in the air as Cha Jisek sighs. Habin looks on with a stunned and sympathetic expression. An incredible realization dawns on her. As Ani spoke, putting hand on Habin, our Jisok, who once dreamed of being a righteous prosecutor, is now this era's top assassin class, Solar Thief. Looking at the flaming spirit in her hands, she thinks, quite ironic. A memory plays in her mind of Ji-Uni teasing her brother, Cha Jisek. She playfully suggests he should try dressing up stylishly like a famous Phantom Thief character.
A completely flustered Cha Jisok begs her to stop teasing him. Back in the present, Habin's thoughts turn analytical. She realizes something is a bit strange. Looking over at the siblings, she starts to wonder about the specifics of his job. Why is Mr. Che's job Solar Thief, she thinks? Mr. Che is an assassin class. She realizes that among all assassins, only Cha Jisok has a job title that includes the word thief. She considers his special features, remembering the precognition skill he hides from everyone. But then she reasons that his sister, Jise-Enni, is much better at precognition skills. That's because Jise-Enni is specialized, having a priest job. This makes Habin theorize that Cha Jisok must have other merits related to the name Thief. She concludes that he wouldn't have that name for no reason. Habin's mind continues to race as she connects the dots about Cha Jisok's job title. A new theory pops into her head. Maybe he has skills that steal something? Her expression turns pensive as she considers the implications of her deduction. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Cha Jisok, who is in a much more dire situation. He's surrounded by a swirling, dark purple energy, and a bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. What should I do about this? He thinks, a nervous smile on his face. His anxiety mounts as he realizes the gravity of his predicament. If this gets discovered too, it could be dangerous. Cha Jisok looks away with a bead of sweat, thinking to himself that Habin has a real talent for making people flustered. Habin watches him, her own thoughts running wild. She observes that while he usually seems like a playful young hawk, at times like this, he's dangerously charming. As Cha Jisok thinks to himself, this agenda. Suddenly, the mood shifts as a frantic message appears in his mind from his constellation, Closest Light. The constellation panics, screaming that if his secret gets exposed, it's all over, and nagging him to do something about it. Annoyed, Cha Ji-sok snaps back internally, "I get it." Completely unaware of his internal crisis, Ha-bin calmly looks on. As he replies, "Merits, of course there are." With a knowing smile, Cha Ji-sok points to his head. He boasts to Ha-bin, "I'm still specialized in acquiring information, you know." His words hang in the air as he names his skill, piercing eyes. Ha-bin lets out a small, surprised gasp. A golden light begins to swirl around Cha Ji-sok's eye as he activates his power. He clarifies, "Not foresight, but specialized in acquiring current information," he finishes. Watching this display of power, a slightly stunned Ha-bin can only reply, "Is that so?" Ji-se-uni offers her opinion to Cha Ji-sok and Ha-bin. She says, "Right, and the word thief sounds better than assassin, doesn't it?" Ha-bin looks at her completely puzzled and asks, "How is it better?" After a short pause, Ji-se-uni's face lights up as if she's had a revelation. She beams, giving a confident thumbs up as she shouts, "The sentence is lighter!" She then explains her bizarre reasoning to a stunned Cha Ji-sok and a curious Ha-bin. "Theft means less prison time than murder," she declares cheerfully. Ha-bin processes this strange logic, and Ji-se-uni calmly concludes, "So, a thief is a better job than an assassin." Hearing this, Cha Ji-sok breaks out in a sweat, completely flustered by his sister's reasoning. He yells at Ji-se-uni internally, "What kind of logic is that? Do you think Ha-bin would buy that?" Ji-se-uni, completely unbothered, just smiles and waves him off, saying, it's fine." Proving Cha Ji-sok's fears correct, Ha-bin brightly chimes in with, right!" With Ji-se-uni's logic sinking in, Ha-bin's eyes go wide in sudden understanding. She looks at Ji-se-uni with newfound admiration, a look of awe on her face. "Unni is smart," Ha-bin declares, completely won over. Ji-se-uni laughs, basking in the compliment. "Of course." Meanwhile, Cha Ji-sok looks on with a dark, frustrated aura, completely stunned that his sister's absurd reasoning actually worked. He grits his teeth and thinks, "It wouldn't have worked if I had said it." Sometime later, Cha Ji-sok lets out a huge sigh of relief, finally able to relax. "That was a close call," he says, running a hand through his blonde hair. "The thief of the sun," he thinks to himself. True to the name thief, one of the special skills gained was piercing eyes, but also, his thought trails off, hinting at another powerful ability, a skill called brilliant imitation. The description explains he can copy the skill of anyone he's met, but the level of imitation depends on their relationship and his own abilities. However, there's a huge catch. He can only use this skill a total of 3 times. Cha Ji-sok contemplates this power, thinking it's a skill he hasn't needed to use yet. He knows that if things get dire, he has options, thinking, I can always copy a skill from Sister, Fidus, or Kang Taiso any time. He's relieved that this skill remains a secret, as it would be just as troublesome as foresight if it were ever discovered.
Later, with the situation resolved, the group stands together. Cha Ji-sok turns to his sister, Ji-se-uni, and asks, "Okay, that's settled. Anyway, you're going to the spes meeting, right, sister?" Ji-se-uni looks at him and gives a simple, in response. She then turns her attention to a surprised Ha-bin. "Oh, Ha-bin, don't you want to go to the spes meeting too?" Ji-se-uni asks excitedly. She adds a tempting reason. "You might meet Fides directly." Ha-bin's eyes widen as she thinks of her target, the masked one. Elsewhere, Kang Taeso lets out a sigh as he lounges on a sofa. He ponders the bold idea of meeting him directly. A few days later, the long-awaited day of the spes meeting finally arrives.
A grand hall is filled with attendees, all seated and waiting for the meeting to start. People are gossiping. There's a way to go to the 50th floor. An attendee praises, saying, "As expected of Lady Fighties, she's amazing." Another person agrees but adds a note of caution, mentioning that a direct way to the 50th floor is likely impossible, despite Lady Fighties' skill. A man with a smirk listens in, deciding it's best to wait and hear the full plan first. He then turns to his companion, changing the subject entirely. He asks if everyone else in the room has also received a particular quest. He specifies the one he means, the Eliminate the Guardian of Deceit quest. The scene pans out over a massive auditorium filled with people. In another part of the crowd, a woman with a dark braid mentions that she's been investigating the Guardian of Deceit, but has no clue who or what it is. The man with an eye patch beside her notes that the reward is quite lucrative. The question then arises among them, is this mysterious guardian a monster or a human? One of the hunters speculates that if the Guardian of Deceit is indeed a person, then the quest is nothing short of a state-sanctioned murder.
Suddenly, the sound of footstep clicking on the floor draws attention. A woman in a sharp pinstripe suit walks confidently into the room and greets someone with a "hello." An older man turns, surprised by the newcomer's arrival. It's Ch.1, who is immediately recognized and congratulated for clearing the 26th floor. She smiles gracefully and replies, "Thank you." However, her expression quickly shifts to one of serious contemplation. Internally, Ch.1 is shocked, thinking, to think they'd be talking about the Guardian of Deceit as soon as we met? She feels a sense of relief, realizing it was a good decision not to bring Habin to this meeting. In a flashback, Habin dismisses an idea, complaining that it's too far and bothersome. She says there's no need to go all that way just to see some masked magician. Her friend, Ch.1, correctly guesses that being bothersome is the main reason for her refusal. The scene shifts to the present, where Ch.1 greets someone with a "hello." Across from them, Kang Taeseo replies with a curt "good evening." He falls silent, his gaze dropping to his phone, which has just lit up. A notification pops up on his screen. It's a gift from Habin, a Chupa Chups voucher. A message from her reads, "Congratulations on clearing the 26th floor. Keep fighting." Kang Taeseo stares at the screen, bewildered by her random encouragement. Kang Taeseo stares at his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face as he ponders Habin's gift. Did she know something when she sent it? He wonders. Suddenly, the black spirit peeks its head out from his jacket, curious. It excitedly thinks, "What is it? What is it?" Kang Taeseo glares down at the creature, annoyed by its sudden appearance. "I told you not to come out," he thinks, reprimanding the spirit. He quickly shoves the sword spirit back into his jacket. "Gah!" the little spirit cries as it's hidden away. A thought suddenly strikes Kang Taeseo as he thinks about the candy. Was it White Day? He asks himself. The random gift triggers a flashback to his younger days. The scene shifts to a classroom where a lollipop is placed on a desk. A young Kang Taeseo looks up from his book with a questioning gaze. His classmate looks at him as Habin says, "I don't like candy," asking to young Kang Taeseo, "Do you want to eat it?" A young girl approaches Kang Taeseo's desk, her expression intense as she looks down at him. "Who gave it to you?" he asks, his eyes fixed on the candy he received earlier. Playing it cool, the Habin lies, "Just got it from home this morning." Unsatisfied, the girl presses on, "Do you like candy?" Kang Taeseo meets her gaze and gives a simple, one-word answer, "Yeah." Back in the present, Kang Taeseo reflects on that simple interaction. Was nodding then the cause? He thinks to himself. He recalls that after that day, the boy who first gave him candy started giving it to him often. Suddenly, a voice calls,
Your expression today is a bit off. Did your blood sugar drop already? Habin gave him another lollipop. A lollipop lands on Kang Taeso's desk with a soft thud. She spoke, "Thanks for lending me that comic last time. Release the next volume quickly." It cheekily adds, "This is a bribe." Kang Taeso reflects on this memory. He thinks about her unique knack for instantly recognizing when he was feeling down. He remembers her leaving the very same lollipop on his desk. He thinks about how she would find the brightest moments and leave people there one by one, almost like a lie. His hand reaches for the candy, lost in the memory. He recalls his dark, black, and boring daily life. But she brought moments that elevated him from the mundane. He watches her walk away, a bright spot in his otherwise gloomy world. In the present, Kang Taeso sits in a large hall, lost in his memories. He reflects on her unique personality, thinking, and now she can even give candy as a voucher. He grips his phone tightly, a complicated, almost pained smile forming on his face. A wave of regret washes over him. He thinks to himself, back then, I shouldn't have said that. His mind flashes back to a memory in a high school classroom, when he got his wish to become Hunter, when Habin was watching him as my wish came true. Kang Taeso continues his inner monologue. He reflects that, for him, the gate incident was a golden opportunity, a chance to turn things around completely. But for Hyun Habin, it was the exact opposite. The same incident tragically took away her family and destroyed her daily life, leaving her to grieve alone in the dark. Lost in thought, Kang Taeso muses that this might be the reason Hyun Habin isn't interested in joining their guild. Just then, his phone buzzes, snapping him back to reality. He looks down and sees a notification. Habin has sent him a gift, a Chupa Chups voucher. It asks, how satisfied were you with Hyun Habin's gift? Send a thank you message. Kang Taeso stares at his phone. He thinks to himself, was there a function like this too? The screen presents him with two options, check gift and express gratitude. He immediately moves his finger to press the express gratitude button. A cutesy pink notification, bang, appears. It cheerfully announces, best gift! Kang Taeso was touched by Hyun Habin's gift, a Chupa Chups voucher. But Kang Taeso's actual reaction is one of pure bewilderment. He stares at his phone, completely speechless and breaking out in a nervous sweat. His thoughts trail off as he feels he had no intention of exploring this. He snaps as someone shouts, Fides! Others also take notice, calling out, Lady Fides! And Lady Fides, have you arrived? A mysterious figure, shrouded in a brilliant golden light and wearing a white mask, makes their grand entrance. With an air of authority, Lady Fides simply replies, Good evening. At the podium, Lady Fides begins the address, thanking everyone for attending despite their busy schedules. She acknowledges that she knows everyone must have many questions. She continues, stating that the day's topic is quite unique. Before officially starting the meeting, Lady Fides announces she has a brief announcement to make. The atmosphere shifts as she brings up a specific subject, the Guardian of Deceit Elimination Quest. She notes that quite a few people in the room seem to have received it. In the audience, Jisei Ani's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Lady Fides then issues a stark warning. If anyone has received that quest and is planning to tackle it, she advises them to stop. A wave of confusion washes over the crowd as people starts gossiping. What is he talking about? As someone can only reply, I don't know. The speaker at the podium issues a final, chilling ultimatum. Otherwise, I will personally intervene and stop you. The audience sits in tense silence, clearly intimidated by the declaration. The speaker continues, adding a layer of menace to the warning.
Of course, please be aware that force and unavoidable actions may be used in that process. As he speaks, the focus shifts to him with menacing, dark, powerful aura. He leans forward and gives his final warning. I am informing you in advance.
Masked Man on stage addresses the assembled crowd. He brings up the Guardian of Deception elimination quest, acknowledging that many of them have received it. Despite calling it nothing major, he strongly advises everyone against attempting the quest. He issues a firm warning, declaring that if anyone tries, he will personally step in to stop them. With a serious expression, he warns that he's letting them know in advance. Adding chilling promise, force and unavoidable actions may be involved in that process. The entire hall erupts in absolute disbelief at Masked Man's chilling declaration. The hunters are in a complete uproar, with murmurs of shock and anger spreading like wildfire. Someone asked, What did you say?" Another next to him simply asks in bewilderment, "What?" He adds, "You mean you'll suppress by force anyone trying to attempt the quest?" A different hunter with a buzz cut slams his hands on the table, roaring in fury. "Isn't this a threat?" he yells. The furious hunter continues his tirade, accusing Masked Man directly. "Do you think you can monopolize the quest reward resurrection stones by yourself?" he roars. Despite the chaos, Masked Man remains composed, a stoic look on his face as he processes their reaction. Internally, he muses, "I guess I looked easy to them." His staff spirit adds, "If you're too nice, they think you're a pushover." He lets out a sigh, thinks, "At times like this, I miss the first-round Hyun Habin, who was called a madman." He remembered the past regression. Habin, like a madman, throws a powerful punch to ground. She stands before the stunned hunters. He addresses, "Ah, yes, the person the system is targeting," he declares. "That's me." He surveys the crowd, standing alone in the crater he created. With a dark, menacing aura, he issues a chilling invitation to everyone present. "Anyone who wants to kill me? Come on out."
Back in the present, the Masked Man explains this memory to his staff spirit. She admits that her past self's rampage was simply because he was annoyed by people murmuring. He recalls with some embarrassment that he was known as the mad dog of this area. His staff spirit looks up at him with wide, curious eyes. "Why don't you try it once?" the spirit suggests. Masked Man immediately rejects the idea. That draws too much attention. After all, his current goal is to keep Habin's identity completely hidden. With a deliberate press, Masked Man clicks a button. Leaning into the microphone, he addresses the room again. "Some of you are misunderstanding," he says, "but I won't clear the Guardian of Deception quest either." He continues, making his position clear. "I'm not proposing this for my personal purposes." Man then poses a philosophical question to the stunned hunters. "Why do you all believe that quest should naturally be cleared?" A hunter with a green arm tattoo looks completely baffled, spoke. "Well, of course it's a quest." Masked Man cuts him off with a sharp rebuttal. "Even if that Guardian of Deception is an innocent civilian?" Hunter in the audience shouts back, "Why would the system tell us to kill an innocent civilian? There must be a reason." A man with a mustache enthusiastically, "I agree, we've never been wrong following quests so far, have we?" Masked Man listens to their arguments and then delivers his final piercing question. "Then, if a quest to kill me right now came down, would you clear it without hesitation?" A hunter named Mr. Harley protests, unable to accept Masked Man's logic. "That's not right. How could we do that to Petisnim?" he stammers. But his moral facade crumbles as he reveals his true motivation. "But it's a quest with rewards, a whole 10 resurrection stones!" he shouts, his eyes wide with greed. He adds, If we sacrifice that and use it to save someone more important than that person...
Masked man stood up holding mic. Mr. Harley. His voice is low and steady as he asks, "Would that really be okay?" Utterly confused, Mr. Harley looks up. What? An immense, terrifying aura suddenly fills the room. Masked man asked continuous, "The guardian of deception is your son," adding bone-chilling question, "May I kill him?" Mr. Harley's face drains of all color, his expression frozen in pure, unadulterated horror. Mr. Harley reels back in shock, his mind struggling to catch up. "What are you saying?" he stammers in disbelief. "No, that's ridiculous." But the masked man's voice cuts through the tension, cold and logical. "Listening to Mr. Harley, it sounds like a decent deal," he adds. "Sacrificing your son to save 10 lives would be profitable, wouldn't it?" The cruel hypocrisy of his own argument is thrown back in his face. All thoughts of reward vanish as pure terror takes over. "No! My son is!" Mr. Harley screams, his carefully constructed greed shattering completely. Just as the tension reaches its peak, Masked Man's voice speaks. "Of course, Mr. Harley's son being the guardian of deception isn't true." As Mr. Harley sats down with relief, Masked Man adds, "But I know who the real guardian of deception is." He drops another bombshell. "According to my information, that person is indeed an ordinary human." He poses a terrifying hypothetical to the room. If this quest is cleared, and then another murder quest is given afterward, man continues his chilling hypothetical. "Will you commit murder for the rewards?" he asks the stunned hunters. His question sends a ripple of shock through the crowd, and one of the hunters flinches, completely at a loss for words. Masked Man presses his advantage. This quest shouldn't even be discussed in the first place. Suddenly, a new voice of support emerges as Ch.1 raises her hand. "I agree with Payday's name's opinion." Leaning towards the microphone, she adds, "I also think this quest should be postponed." With a soft click, another microphone is activated by Kang Tae-so, standing beside Ch.1. He spoke. "I also think the quest is wrong." With his statement made, he clicks off the microphone. He looks on with a steely gaze, having successfully swayed the opinion in the room. Later, the scene shifts to Cha Ji-sok's house. Cha Ji-sok spoke. "Oh, it's fortunate that Pidesnim stepped forward to stop it directly." He adds, "It worked out well for Hyun Habin, too." While he washes dishes, his sister reveals another piece of information. Besides, Pidesnim said he knows who the guardian of deception is. Man stops immediately, turning in shock. "Huh? Really?" His sister clarifies the situation. But Pidesnim doesn't seem to know very well either. He explains that according to Pides, the guardian of deception is just an ordinary person. Man processes this information with doubt. Ordinary? Suddenly, a cheerful, sharp aura flinches. Habin screaming, "How does it taste?" With manic intensity, she adds, "Try attacking again! You're all done for!" He continues his furious tirade, ranting about how exhausting his life is and calling his enemies ugly monster bastards as his fire spirit blazes beside him. Ch.1 and Cha Ji-sok are watching this entire unhinged outburst. Cha Ji-sok stares, bewildered by what he's seeing. This is clearly a racing game, but what the hell? Cha Ji-sok adds, "I think Pidesnim is mistaken." He thinks to herself, "How is Hyun Habin ordinary in any way?" His sister calmly agrees. Having seen enough, Cha Ji-sok shifts his focus. "So what happened to the talk about conquering the 50th floor?" Her sister explains his next move. According to Pidesnim, the 26th and 50th floors are deeply connected.
She confirms there's a magical connection between the 26th and 50th floors.
Cha-ji-suk, momentarily impressed by the information, wonders how the conquest will work. As Ji-se-ani explains, there's a way to get to the 50th floor, but the transport magic can't move a large group. Hearing this, Cha-ji-suk leans forward with a concerned expression. Ji-se-ani reveals the plan. Only the top 10 elite members will be selected for the dangerous conquest. Cha-ji-suk is completely shocked, repeating in disbelief, 10 people for the 50th floor? His gaze hardens as he turns to his sister, asking with deep concern, "You said you're going?" Ji-se-ani just smiles brightly, casually asking him to pack her things so she can do some research before they leave. Panicked, Cha-ji-suk insists that research isn't the problem, but her sister cuts him off, telling nothing will happen. Habin from the side calmly observing the conversation. Time passes, and the day of the conquest finally arrives. In a high-tech control room, Ji-se-ani finishes her last-minute checks. She lets out a deep sigh of relief, looking at the data on her tablet. A digital clock confirms her schedule, and she realizes it's time to move. With a mechanical hiss, a futuristic door slides open. Ji-se-ani walks out from down the stairs. She thinks to herself, I'm tired. I should heal a bit before arriving at kill screen. As she continues, she starts to call out for her brother. "Ji-suk, did you pack everything?" Suddenly, Habin jumps to give an emotional hug, shouts, "Anyi!" Completely caught by surprise, Ji-se-ani is speechless. Ji-se-ani looks at her, but Habin just snuggles in deeper, a blissful expression on her face. Ji-se-ani questions her, "Didn't you go to the training center?" Habin ignores the question, too deep in love with Anyi that her Anyi is there before leaving. She clings on like a puppy, much to the annoyance of Cha-ji-suk, who watches from the side.
He scoffs, muttering that Habin probably has more days not going to the training center than days she actually attends. Hearing this, Ji-se-ani's expression softens into a playful smile as she pinches Habin's cheeks. She teases, "Did our Habin skip training just to see Ani off? No wonder you were being so affectionate." Still pinching her cheeks, Ji-se-ani repeats her brother's jab. "More days not going than days going?" She then poses a mischievous question. "Habin, would you have done this if Jisok was the one leaving?" Without missing a beat, Habin bluntly answers, "No." Cha-ji-suk is completely infuriated by her honesty, yelling, really?" Giving up, he tells his sister to just take the bag he packed for her. But Ji-se-ani protests, complaining about how much he packed and that her inventory is already full. Cha-ji-suk remains firm, reminding her of the danger ahead, a 50th floor. Cha-ji-suk continues to press. "Plus, we're using shortcuts to get there, so how do we know what might happen?" He adds, "Even if your inventory is full, you have high strength stats, so carry it." Ji-se-ani just denied it, completely done with her brother. As Cha-ji-suk grumbles for his sister to hurry back, he adds that Secretary Jun-hui was really disappointed that the person who would heal him is missing. She asks his brother why is he sulking. As Habin tries to cheer her up, reminding her, "Don't forget Ani promised to go to the strawberry buffet with me." Ji-se-ani's expression softens as she thinks about all the things they have yet to do. She looks at Habin and makes a promise. "Let's go together when I come back." Habin looks up, her eyes a little sad, but she nods in agreement. "Then I'll be going now," Ji-se-ani says, finally turning to depart. Outside the house, Cha-ji-suk looks on with a worried expression, telling his sister, "Be careful." Ji-se-ani, standing beside him, says, "Don't worry, you know the famous saying in the stock market, 'The path Chae-ji-suk chooses never fails.'" But Cha-ji-suk's serious expression doesn't waver. "Really be careful," he insists. He warns her, no matter how excellent Ani's precognition abilities are, you can't predict everything. Ji-se-ani's playful demeanor fades, replaced by surprise at his genuine concern. She's momentarily speechless. She's touched by her brother's care. "Really," she murmurs softly. Watching this sibling exchange from a short distance, her expression hardens with resolve. She thinks to herself, with siblings cheering me on like this, I have to come back no matter what happens. She closes the car door. She peeks from the window. With a final vow, I'll be back.
An announcement rings out, heralding a monumental event. Today marks the day of humanity's first ever conquest of the 50th floor. The mission is now officially dubbed the 50th Floor Expedition. From our country, Kang Taiseo and Che Jizi volunteered. Although they are the nation's most outstanding hunters, their involvement sparks significant public concern. Citizens worry that with the top rankers away, the criminal organization Minor Patch will run rampant. There are also voices of concern about sending the country's two greatest treasures into such a dangerous place. Even so, the 50th Floor Expedition is set to proceed. Because he stated he had a method to safely return from the 50th floor, all the expedition's personnel slots filled up instantly. Habin sits watching through her phone, a look of concern on her face. Her thoughts turn to the mask-wearing guy. She makes a silent vow that if he fails to bring her Uni back safely, she will make him pay. An instructor furiously calls out Habin, who has been watching her phone instead of training. He demands that she come out and practice casting a skill. Caught red-handed, a flustered Habin breaks into a sweat, exclaiming in panic. Just then, the door slides open and an older woman enters the training hall. She asks if trainee Hyun Habin is present. The instructor asks the old lady, "What is this about?" The woman tells Habin that she has a call from the director's office and needs to come out for a moment. Completely taken aback, Habin looks over in confusion. As she walks down the hall, she thinks to herself that no one should be looking for her. The sword spirit floats beside her, looking equally confused. Her suspicion grows as she wonders if this is another attempt to get her to join Caligo. As she reaches the door, she resolves that if they are, she's going to be furious. The sword spirit puffs up in anger, mirroring Habin's irritation. To Habin's utter shock, the visitor is none other than Chajiseok. He looks just as surprised to see her, offering a hesitant greeting. Completely bewildered, Habin can only stare back. She immediately questions why he's here, recalling that he was supposed to be too busy with his duties at the Solaris Guild to mentor anyone. Chajiseok waits patiently in an office. As Habin walks in, she questions why he went through the director's office instead of just calling her. He calmly explains that he first needed official permission from the training center director. Habin presses him, asking what permission he needed. Chajiseok explains it's for issuing her a training center substitute certificate. Habin is taken aback by this sudden offer. She internally scoffs, remembering how he was just being petty about mentors not getting to use shortcuts. She suspiciously wonders what the special occasion is for this sudden change in his stance. Chajiseok suggests they head to Solaris first to continue their conversation. Hearing this, the sword spirit and Habin look confused. He insists that it would be better to talk there. Chajiseok's expression turns somber as he looks down, his true intentions still a mystery. Habin stands in an unfamiliar, modern-looking building, her eyes wide with confusion. She trails off, trying to comprehend where she is. Her gaze is drawn to a bright, shining logo on the wall. It's the emblem for the Solaris Guild. The sight is accompanied by a vision of beautiful, blooming daffodils. As she processes this, a new thought begins to form in her mind. Chajiseok smiles warmly at Habin, confirming this is her first visit to the Solaris Guild headquarters. Utterly stunned by the magnificent building, Habin's jaw drops in awe. She stammers out that the place is incredibly large-scale and cool. Seeing her reaction, Chajiseok grins, casually mentioning that this impressive sight could be her daily view if she joins the guild. Habin looks at Chajiseok with an extremely annoyed expression, startling him. She bluntly asks if he brought her here just to recruit her. Chajiseok quickly denies it, wondering why she hates the idea so much. He leads her to a door and tells her to come in. A nameplate on the door reveals this is the office of Vice Guild Master Chajiseok. Stepping inside, Habin's annoyance is immediately replaced by awe as she compliments the great lighting. Habin continues walking into the room, her footsteps echoing as she takes in the impressive space. She lets out a sound of awe, exclaiming, "The office is cool too." Chajiseok calls out to get her attention, "Hyun Habin." She turns to face him, her expression becoming serious as he prepares to speak. "I don't know how this will sound, but..." With a serious expression, Chajiseok cuts right to the chase. He asks Habin directly, "The 50th floor, you can travel there, right?" Completely taken aback by the sudden and specific question, Habin can only stammer out a confused, "Huh?" He confirms to Habin that the room is soundproof, so no one can overhear their conversation. He steps forward and bluntly states that he needs her help. Habin looks completely shocked, asking what's going on. Chajiseok leans in close, his expression intense and his fangs slightly bared. He reveals his unbelievable request, to be sent to the 50th floor. Habin stares up at him, her eyes wide with utter shock and disbelief. Habin is completely speechless, her mind reeling from Cha Ji-seok's unbelievable request. After a moment of stunned silence, she collects herself. She decides she needs to hear his reasoning first before making any judgments. Habin lets out a flustered gasp, trying to process the situation. Her expression shifts to one of serious concern as she questions Cha Ji-seok directly. She asks, "You don't have any consolation right now, what's going on? What happened?" Sword Spirit eagerly chimes in, desperate to know the answer too. With a serious expression, Cha Ji-seok answers Habin's question. He explains that he and his sister share a joint contract with their constellation, but its power is less efficient when split between them. Because of this, he has ordered the constellation to focus solely on his sister for her protection. The Sword Spirit flares up in a tiny angry ball of fire, clearly upset by this news. Habin absorbs the information and asks for clarification, wanting to know if this means his sister is currently safe. Cha Ji-seok confirms he was relieved about his sister's safety, but only until yesterday. He quickly corrects himself, his expression turning grim as he admits he only tried to be relieved. His peace of mind was shattered when he discovered a letter his sister had left behind. Cha Ji-seok's thoughts drift back to the past, to a time when he was working with Secretary Lee Junhui. He remembers the endless sound of typing, buried under a mountain of tasks. While he complains that the work never ends, he glances over at Secretary Lee Junhui. The secretary simply wears a calm, knowing smile. Secretary Lee Junhui types furiously at his keyboard, completely focused on his task. A memory surfaces of him and Cha Ji-seok being utterly swamped with work. While Cha Ji-seok despairs that the work is endless, Junhui shouts in frustration that there's no answer. But then, back in the present, something clicks. A brilliant idea strikes Secretary Lee Junhui, and he triumphantly exclaims, "Ah!" Secretary vents his frustration over having to draft yet another budget for monster-related destruction. He complains about being buried in regional welfare projects. With a bitter laugh, he points out the cruel irony that he can't even take care of his own welfare. He reveals that the overwhelming stress has driven him to repeatedly write letters of resignation. The secretary continues his gambit, laughing as he reveals he has his resignation letters printed and ready to submit. Suddenly, a panicked Cha Ji-seok grabs him from behind, desperately shouting for him to stop. The vice guildmaster frantically promises to approve whatever welfare he wants and to reinforce the personnel immediately, begging him not to quit. With a sly, triumphant grin, he demands that Cha Ji-seok organize all those promises in writing. With a triumphant chuckle, Secretary adds one last condition, telling Cha Ji-seok to handle bonuses more tactfully in the future. Utterly defeated, Cha Ji-seok sits at his desk, typing away as he meekly agrees. Suddenly, he stops typing. His expression shifts to one of confusion as a thought seems to strike him. Suddenly, a file icon appears on Cha Ji-seok's screen. His expression turns grim as he realizes its significance. He states that it's his sister's will, which is set to be revealed to him and the secretary in 7 days. Habin shouts in disbelief, "A will?" Beside her, the Sword Spirit bursts into a furious rage. Cha Ji-seok explains that it's a message that was set to be delivered a few days after his sister left. However, he found it first in the database while working. Cha Ji-seok grimly summarizes the instructions his sister left behind. If she doesn't return within 7 days, they are to assume she is dead. He explains that while she always approached her conquests prepared for death. Looking down with a pained expression, he thinks about her. This is the first time she has ever left behind organized manuals, classified documents, and even a will. His expression hardens as the full weight of her preparation sinks in. Cha Ji-seok's hand clenches tightly, his mind racing with the grim implications. He realizes his sister must have judged this mission to be incredibly dangerous. Habin then looks at him and asks if he wants to follow Unni. Overwhelmed, Cha Ji-seok simply bows his head in silence. Habin sits in quiet contemplation, a thoughtful hum escaping her lips. She voices her uncertainty, saying, "But I have some doubts." Her mind works through the logic of the situation. She reasons that if Cha Ji-seok's sister had truly deemed the expedition dangerous, she wouldn't have gone at all. Instead, a chibi visualization shows the sister putting a hard stop to the mission. Habin concludes that the sister would have actively prevented everyone from going, insisting that it wasn't safe. Habin continues her reasoning, gesturing as she speaks. She points out that his sister's participation proves she must have thought the challenge was worth it. She then speculates that the will was likely just a contingency plan for a true worst-case scenario. Cha Ji-seok listens, but her logic doesn't fully reassure him. He interjects with a hesitant but. His voice trails off, filled with lingering doubt as he adds, "Still." As Cha Ji-seok sits quietly, lost in his worries, the Sword Spirit speaks up, expressing its empathy for his concern. It tells him that wanting to follow his sister into a dangerous place out of worry is an admirable feeling. The sword spirit enthusiastically declares that they should, of course, help. It proposes they could just make a brief stop at the 50th floor. Hearing this, Habin crosses her arms and closes her eyes, quietly considering the spirit's suggestion. The sword spirit gets extremely worked up, insisting that Habin can easily handle the task. Suddenly Habin looked with a bit of anger and told the sword spirit to calm down. The fiery spirit zips over to Habin. With a sigh, Habin cuts the spirit off. She states plainly that she cannot send Mr. Che to the 50th floor alone. She firmly declares there's simply no way to do that. The sword spirit erupts in fury, demanding, "What do you mean? Are you going to pretend not to know now until the end?" A sly grin spreads across his face as he explains he was just checking, since Habin often accomplishes the unexpected. He begins to trail off, wondering aloud how a single person could possess such power. But Habin's voice cuts in, telling Mr. Che to listen to her entire explanation. With a swift gesture, Habin explains that she can't possibly send you alone there. The holographic screen displays the details of Habin's new skill, subspace entry. It's explained she can enter a subspace dimension through nearby system errors. However, it comes with a major restriction. Due to its low level, only 2 people, including Habin herself, can enter. Habin reads this critical limitation, her voice trailing off as she processes the information. She declares that she has no choice but to take Mr. Che and go himself. Mr. Che was taken aback by his statement, letting out a confused, "Huh?" Suddenly, a new resolve flashes through Habin. She announces her new goal is to clear the kill screen 50th floor. With a new fire in her eyes, Habin looks up at Cha-Jisuk with unwavering determination. She boldly declares that they should go to the 50th floor together.
Cha-Jisuk pours tea for Habin, his hands slightly trembling. He asks if it's true she can visit up to the 54th floor, and she calmly confirms. Visibly shaken, Cha-Jisuk leans forward and asks Habin if she's even human. Annoyed, Habin sips her tea and asks what nonsense he's talking about now. As Cha-Jisuk begins to speak, the sword spirit, looking over the teacup, drawn by the pleasant smell. He starts to thank her for not killing him after he revealed such a huge secret. Habin just looks at him, completely baffled. Cha-Jisuk then bows his head deeply, thanking her again for not murdering him after learning his secret. Finally snapping, Habin erupts in anger. She yells at him, asking what he's been saying this whole time and if she looks like some kind of murderer. An awkward silence hangs between them, punctuated by a mutual "ah." Habin, still processing the situation, jokingly asks Cha-Jisuk if he'd really take her to the 50th floor. She considers it for a moment, concluding that while she'd need to test it, it should probably work. Hearing this, Cha-Jisuk's ace lights up with relief and he thanks her profusely. Habin reassures him, saying she understands his feelings all too well. She knows the pain of worrying about one's family. This thought sends Habin into a painful memory of her past. She recalls desperately trying to hire someone, only to be told that her missing family was surely dead by now and that she was wasting her money. Another person in her memory scoffs at the reward she's offering, calling it pocket change. He cruelly asks who would ever take such a small amount of money to find people. The memory ends with a younger Habin standing alone and dejected as hunter after hunter turns their back and walks away, abandoning her in her time of need. The memory of being rejected by everyone continues to haunt Habin.
Snapping back to the present, she vigorously shakes her head, trying to banish the painful thoughts. Cha-Jisuk watches her as he wonders what's wrong. Habin turns to him with a reassuring expression. She tells him that she will help him so he doesn't need to worry so much. Cha-Jisuk is momentarily stunned by her kindness. A warm, relieved smile finally breaks through, his eyes shining with gratitude. The sword spirit yells at Habin, asking why she's acting so tsundere-like when she's going to help anyway. Flustered, Habin crosses her arms, thinking to herself that Cha-Jisuk must read a lot of web novels to know all sorts of things. Cha-Jisuk is completely taken aback, a deep blush spreading across his face. He stammers, asking what she just said. A moment later, Cha-Jisuk rubs his tired eyes as Habin stretches in the background. She asks him when they're planning to leave. Habin then explains that she needs to go home first to pack some things. Cha-Jisuk immediately offers to prepare all the potions and luggage for her. Habin internally questions how that's supposed to be helpful. She quickly turns him down, saying that's not what she meant. Cha-Jisuk asks Habin what she's packing. She simply answers, a portable battery.
Suddenly, an idea strikes Cha Ji-seok. She excitedly suggests they pack a variety of restaurant meals to stock up their inventory for the trip. Cha Ji-seok is completely stunned by her priorities. He yells at her, pointing out that even filling their inventory with essential potions and items might not be enough. He reminds her how precious their time is now that they've escaped the training center. Habin calmly argues that because their time is so precious, they must eat when they can. Sensing his frustration, she concedes, agreeing to pack a few potions just in case. She internally calls it a waste of space, but decides to be generous, leaving Cha Ji-seok looking utterly defeated.
Cha Ji-seok questions Habin about the portable battery she's packing. Visibly flustered Cha Ji-seok, Habin explains it's to charge her phone so she can watch movies when she gets bored. Cha Ji-seok is completely stunned that she plans to watch movies on the 50th floor of Kill Screen. Misunderstanding his shock, Habin enthusiastically offers to bring a mini beam projector for them to watch together. Cha Ji-seok, with a deadpan expression, flatly declines offer. Cha Ji-seok tells himself he shouldn't get used to this level of casualness and should pack more practical supplies. Despite his brief moment of seriousness, she's visibly thrilled about their upcoming mission. He then tells Habin that since she's helping him, he should repay her. Cha Ji-seok pulls out a document and hands it over. She asks him what it is. He reveals it's a training substitute certificate, fully stamped with the date left blank for her to use whenever she pleases. Habin stares at the document in disbelief, her sword spirit equally flabbergasted. She asks Cha Ji-seok what's gotten into him to prepare such a thing. Cha Ji-seok coolly informs her that this is just a down payment, promising several times more once the job is done. Her expression immediately brightens as she enthusiastically accepts, saying it's now worth her while. Suddenly flustered, Cha Ji-seok stammers that he should go inform the secretary. Habin confused by his sudden nervousness. He explains with a strained expression that he just can't get a feel for how this will go. He then leads the way down a hallway, stopping in front of a door with a nameplate reading Secretary Lee Junhui. Cha Ji-seok looks apprehensive as he prepares to enter, with Habin watching curiously from behind him. A finger snaps, and with a flurry of motion, a mountain of paperwork appears on a desk stamped for approval. A cheerful voice calls out, "You're here, Vice Guildmaster."
The secretary, who chides Cha Ji-seok for wandering off when there's a pile of documents waiting. He playfully continues, saying he thought Cha Ji-seok had run off to fight, leaving him behind. The scene pans out to show this man, Lee Junhui, typing at lightning speed, surrounded by towering stacks of paper. Cha Ji-seok looks on in absolute horror, breaking out in a cold sweat. After a stunned silence, Cha Ji-seok turns to Habin. He introduces the man as their secretary, Lee Junhui, adding with a sigh that he's also a branch manager but insists on the secretary title. Cha Ji-seok asks Lee Junhui if Habin is a new recruit. Cha Ji-seok corrects him, clarifying that this is the famous Hyun Habin. Looking at the chaotic office, Habin asks with concern if she'll have to work this hard if she joins Solaris. Lee Junhui is taken aback by her question. Then he asks to Cha Ji-seok, "This person is that talent you two have been desperate to recruit." Habin formally introduces herself. Lee Junhui firmly shakes her hand, his expression suddenly turning dead serious. He leans in close, offering her advice as a senior in life. With an intense, he warns her to never join Solaris just because she's a fan of the Guildmaster. He admits that he himself joined because he was drawn to Miss Cha Ji-seok's cause. Cha Ji-seok completely panics, yelling at Lee Junhui to stop talking. Cha Ji-seok remembers Lee Junhui's selfless words. It should be used to save even one more person. Back in the present, Lee Junhui greets Habin, saying he's heard a lot about her. Habin gives a curt yes, leaving Lee Junhui slightly flustered by her cold demeanor. As Habin reacts with an annoyed "excuse me," Cha Ji-seok steps in. Addressing Cha Ji-seok as Vice Guildmaster, he then pointedly asks Cha Ji-seok if there is something he needs to tell him. Cha Ji-seok visibly flinches. He reluctantly admits, "There is." Cha Ji-seok waits, his expression filled with anxious dread.
Losing his patience, the secretary asks what's making him look so miserable. Cha Ji-seok can only stammer, "Well." Habin telling, "Are you confessing? Why are you taking so long?" Cha Ji-seok suddenly announces that he and Habin have decided to go to Kill Screen. From his desk, Lee Junhui calmly asks, "When?" Cha Ji-seok answers his question, "Well, tomorrow," and he replying simply, "Ah, I see." His demeanor suddenly darkens and he falls into a tense silence. A massive surge of purple energy erupts from him with a deafening crash, slamming his office door shut.
The sheer force of the outburst shatters a tablet and papers on his desk. Looking at the destruction, Lee Junhui calmly remarks, "Oh my, I got a little excited." Later, as he walks with Habin, Cha Ji-suk shivers, visibly unsettled. He thinks to himself that Lee Junhui's powerful reaction was completely out of character. With a chilling smile, Lee Junhui's glasses glint ominously as purple energy erupts around him. He asks with terrifying calm, "Why are you making such unfunny jokes?" A secretary shouts, "You there!" He then screams, "Stop, right there!" and charges forward brandishing a baseball bat. His target is the vice guildmaster, Cha Ji-suk, who freezes in pure shock and terror. The man begins to relentlessly beat Cha Ji-suk. As he's being pummeled, Secretary cries out, "The guildmaster isn't here, and even the vice guildmaster is leaving." The attacker furiously retorts that this means he'll be stuck with all the responsibility for the Solaris Guild. Cha Ji-suk desperately tries to explain that all the urgent work is done, so there should be some breathing room. Watching the scene from the side, the sword spirit quietly wonders if it's really okay not to stop them. Ha-ben watches the scene unfold on her phone, the sword spirit floating beside her. The frantic secretary yells that this means he's the only one left to fill the representative role. Cha Ji-suk, who was about to leave, suddenly halts. He turns back, confused, as the other man walks away. Suddenly, a colossal stack of paperwork slams down in front of him. Secretary gestures to the mountain of documents, telling Cha Ji-suk he needs to approve all of it right now, doubting they'll make the deadline. Cha Ji-suk is utterly speechless. Secretary tells him to listen carefully to what he's about to say. Cha Ji-suk meekly answers, "Yes." With a serious and desperate expression, Secretary makes his true feelings known. He pleads, "You must come back alive, both the guildmaster and vice guildmaster." His concerned demeanor vanishes, replaced by a sinister glare. He reveals his true motivation. He can't have Cha Ji-suk dying and leaving him alone with all the work. Watching this, Ha-bin is stunned by the sudden turn of events. The sword spirit, thoroughly entertained, wishes the drama would continue. It then wonders if he is a psychopath for putting up with this. Completely mortified, Cha Ji-suk covers his face in his hands, speechless. The next day, Cha Ji-suk arrives at the kill screen portal. The sword spirit asks what they do at this facility. Cha Ji-suk explains that they verify identities and record visit logs here. He takes a ticket from a machine. He continues, saying that since the portal is so dangerous, you need permission and a legitimate guild reason to enter. Cha Ji-suk explains to Habin that unlike last time, they now have to fill out paperwork to enter. Habin worries about potential issues with missing documents. Cha Ji-suk flashes a confident smile, assuring her that Secretary handled everything perfectly. At the counter, their IDs are swiftly confirmed and they're cleared for entry. Habin looks on in surprise at how smoothly the process went. A large futuristic door slides open before them with a hum. It reveals a glowing blue portal inside the high-tech facility. Without hesitation, Cha Ji-suk and Habin walk forward and step through the shimmering gate. They shoot through the digital speed at incredible speed. With a soft thud, they land on solid ground. The light recedes, revealing a massive, ornate building that looks like a cathedral. Other hunters are already gathered outside its doors. The surrounding area is revealed to be a sprawling city, complete with a giant Ferris wheel. The entire landscape is dominated by a colossal futuristic tower that pierces the sky, with a monorail gliding past it. A brilliant red light swirls and solidifies into the form of a sword. Habin firmly grips the hilt of her materialized sword, a Hazar. "Well then," she declares with determination, "shall we go conquer Kill Screen?" Just as she's about to march off, Cha Ji-suk gently places a hand on her head, stopping her in her tracks. "No, let's go to the Solaris Guild branch," he suggests calmly. Habin looks up at him, confused by the sudden change of plans. "Guild branch?" she asks. Cha Ji-suk explains that Kill Screen is located in international waters, making it difficult to access directly. He continues, telling her that because of this, countless guilds have set up branches right next to it. He then asks if she'd prefer to look around the area while he goes to the branch to pick up a work tablet. Habin questions Cha Ji-suk's why a tablet. He reveals a furious secretary complaining that he's been ordered to work even during breaks at Kill Screen. He screams in frustration, asking if he's the only one in the Solaris Guild who actually works. Cha Ji-sok laughs nervously, Habin realizing this task is more demanding than she thought. She tells him she'll be back then, and he agrees, saying he'll be back quickly as they part ways. As Habin stands alone, her stomach suddenly growls loudly, surrounded by food as she thinks about how hungry she is. She decides to start by getting some cup ramen. A bell chimes as Habin enters a convenience store. The sword spirit is amazed, asking if this is a general store. Habin clarifies that it's a convenience store that has everything except for the things it doesn't have. This simple explanation blows the spirit's mind, who declares it an amazing place. At the counter, the clerk asks if she'd like her ramen bagged, but Habin says she'll eat it here. The clerk suddenly looks at her closely and asks if she is, by any chance, Hyun Habin. Habin is taken aback, looking up in surprise. A flash of recognition hits her as she points at him. She remembers him as Park Won-do, a former colleague from her part-time job at a cafe. He was a coffee lover who got a job at Starina's cafe only to be fired due to what she calls corporate tyranny. Park Won-do tearfully recalls how immature he was, getting a job at a cafe just because he liked their coffee. The sword spirit asks who this man is. Habin explains he's a friend she met back when she was working as a porter.
The scene flashes back to a younger, more determined Park Won-do. He clenches his fist, shouting that he'll definitely save up and go to school with his own money. In the memory, he and Habin are taking a break on a rooftop, both wearing hard hats. Park Won-do is fired up, yelling about paying his own tuition and getting his own room. He then turns to Habin, recalling that she's working to find her brother. He promises to let her know if he hears anything that could help her. Habin reaffirms her own goals to go to school and find her brother. The two of them cheer together, full of hope for the future. Back in the present, Habin explains they became friends easily since they were the same age and both worked many different part-time jobs. The sword spirit finally understands, saying, "I see." She continues, with Park Won-do asking Habin if she got into university. He then celebrates his own success, exclaiming that dreams come true. She adds that she also found her brother. Park Won-do is shocked, asking if she's serious. Habin confirms it, saying her brother was living perfectly fine. But Habin wondering why he never bothered to contact her. Park Won-do tries to console her, pointing out that at least he's healthy and that they both achieved the goals they set. Habin gives a wry smile, conceding that days like this do come. Habin asks Park Won-do if ordinary people are allowed inside their current location. He explains that people who work at the branches are an exception. He continues, stating that with so many branches and stores, they need to hire regular people since they can't leave all the work to hunters. Park Won-do continues his explanation, showing Habin an employee entry pass that allows non-hunters to access the area. Habin understands the system. Seeing an opportunity, Park Won-do suddenly asks Habin to watch the counter for him. Taken aback, she asks why.
He quickly clarifies that he needs to use the bathroom and will be right back. Habin points out that he could just lock the store and go. Park Won-do explains with a pained expression that every time he locks the door, the manager gets a notification. He adds that since she has convenience store experience, she knows what to do. Reluctantly, Habin agrees, looking down at the cup noodles she was about to eat. As Park Won-do thanks her and rushes off, Habin is left alone behind the counter. She sets her meal down with a sigh. Deciding to kill some time, she pulls out her phone to watch a drama. Just then, the sword spirit next to her, flaring up with excitement. Habin stirs her instant noodles, annoyed with her employee. Sword spirit asks why she isn't watching the store. Habin replies that it's empty and tells her not to bother him. He thinks to himself that he has to tiptoe around the manager's mood just to use the bathroom, but he's happy to get away for a moment. As he walks off humming, two suspicious men watch from a distance. One confirms to his boss that the part-timer is gone, leaving only Habin in the convenience store. The boss declares that it's time to move in. Suddenly, a powerful, menacing red aura floods the store. The skill, Tranquil Intimidation, activates. The intruders are instantly frozen in place, paralyzed by an overwhelming pressure. Confused and terrified, they can't even process what's happening. One of the intruders is stunned, realizing his feet are completely stuck to the floor. His subordinate cries out to the boss, confirming he's also paralyzed. A system window reveals the cause, the skill, Tranquil Intimidation. The skill allows the strong to intimidate others with their presence alone, visualized by a colossal, menacing silhouette looming behind the young man. Against opponents with a massive power disparity, it can even restrict their movement entirely. The boss is in disbelief, also unable to move a muscle. The young man, the source of the pressure, calmly says, "Excuse me." As if by magic, the intruders are forced to part, creating a path for him to walk through. The sword spirit spots two masked men brazenly stealing potions from a store shelf. It flies into a rage, shocked that they're stealing in broad daylight.
The spirit points out they're specifically targeting the expensive potions. Meanwhile, Habin is completely unfazed, calmly watching on her phone. Furious, the sword spirit demands to know why Habin is just watching the crime unfold. Habin, looking slightly annoyed, tells the spirit to wait a moment. The sword spirit refuses, declaring that if Habin won't step in, it will handle the thieves itself. As the thieves prepare to make their escape, Habin has a sudden, dramatic realization. She exclaims that this is a truly important moment. A system window suddenly flashes, announcing a skill activation. Habin takes a decisive step forward. She looks directly at the two thieves, asking, "You didn't pay for, did you?" The masked men freeze in place, one of them thinking in a panic, "Are we caught?" Internally, she admits that she was going to wait until they were leaving, but couldn't hold herself back. The sword spirit erupts in fury, calling her a liar and yelling that she was just going to pretend she didn't see anything. It continues its tantrum, screaming about how everyone underestimates it. The thieves, completely bewildered by the situation, look back at her. One of them stammers, "What?" But Habin just scratches the back of her head and gives them a bright, disarming smile. She cheerfully tells them not to be surprised, reassuring them that it's nothing serious. Habin's friendly smile twists into a crazed, menacing grin. A powerful red aura erupts around her as a sword materializes in her hand. She calmly asks the thieves, "Could you show me that bag for a moment?"
Inside a convenience store, Habin stood with her rapier pointed at three men who were trying to leave. Calmly, she requested to see their bags for a moment. One of the masked men turned back, stunned, while his accomplices angrily protested. They claimed they were just customers and demanded to be let go. Habin's expression instantly shifted into an overly cheerful customer service smile. She feigned relief, exclaiming that she was glad they were just customers after all. With a bright grin, she offered to help them finish their payment. Before the men could react, she snatched one of their backpacks from behind. As the man protested, Habin looked inside and confirmed her suspicions. "You've selected many potions for Awakened by Type." She announced the total cost, an astonishing 74 million won. The masked men froze, stunned by the price. Habin smiled sweetly and asked how they would like to pay. By card, perhaps? One of the men scoffed internally, doubting that a college-aged girl could possibly be dangerous. But suddenly, a menacing red aura erupted around Habin. She tightened her grip on her sword's hilt and turned toward the stunned men. With a wide, intimidating grin, she pressed her blade to one man's head and offered to help with the payment. In the same calm, cheerful tone, she asked whether they had any membership or telecom discounts. At that moment, a group of thugs swaggered forward, attempting to intimidate Habin and her companions. One of them smugly asked if she even knew who they were to be so fearless. He revealed their affiliation, demanding if she had heard of Minor Patch. The name caught Habin's attention. She remembered that Minor Patch was a major criminal organization formed by rogue hunters after the Gate incident. She had believed most of them were eliminated by PDAS, but clearly some remnants had survived. "So you're saying you came to steal things?" Habin asked coolly.
One of the thugs scoffed at how slow she was to catch on and arrogantly demanded if she understood the situation now. Habin's expression remained calm, cheerfully waving goodbye. "Then, since you're not customers," she said, "please be careful on your way to the police station." Just then, a police officer burst in with his gun drawn, shouting, "Everyone, put your hands up, police!" He quickly slapped handcuffs on one of the men. The criminals protested, claiming they were just customers who hadn't paid yet. One of them pointed accusingly at Habin, shouting that the part-timer was an awakened who had threatened them with a sword. The officer turned to Habin, who was calmly looking at her phone. "Awakened? Did you threaten these people?" he asked. "Student, are you really?" The police began confronting the masked men, accusing them of being thieves affiliated with Minor Patch. The men broke into a nervous sweat. Realizing they were caught, they surrendered quickly, agreeing to go quietly.
Park Won-do, observing, seemed puzzled. The police pressed one of the men, asking if they were really part of the infamous organization. Panicked, the thieves confessed they weren't, admitting they only used the name because it sounded intimidating. The sword spirit asked Habin when she had called the police. She explained that she had secretly pressed the emergency button at the counter earlier. The spirit was impressed by her quick thinking and composure. Habin reflected briefly on the many part-time jobs she had taken while searching for her family, with the convenience store being one of them. Feeling cheerful, she prepared to watch a drama on her phone. Just then her phone rang. It was Cha Ji-suk. Surprised that she answered so quickly, he asked her to come to their branch office to talk in person. Habin let out a loud scream and bolted from the store. On the other end, a confused Cha Ji-suk asked what was wrong. Furious at being interrupted just as she was about to watch her show, Habin shouted that he was the most annoying person alive. Tearfully, Cha Ji-suk protested that he hadn't even done anything. The scene shifted to the Solaris kill screen branch building. Cha Ji-suk wondered aloud how they would reach the 50th floor. Habin casually explained that they just needed to find a gap. A moment later, a blue system window appeared before her. Error discovered. Do you want to execute skill subspace entry? Habin was surprised. Could her skill work even here? Cha Ji-suk, confused, pointed out that this wasn't a kill screen. Yet Habin confirmed it seemed to function anyway. Realization struck Cha Ji-suk. Habin could enter a kill screen from the outside without authorization. Habin agreed, pointing out that the name of the skill itself was subspace entry. Deciding to test it, she activated the ability. A massive field of glowing blue digital energy erupted from her position, forming a radiant portal. A system message appeared. An unknown subspace has been opened. The skill allowed her to enter through nearby errors, though at its current level she could only bring one companion. Turning to Cha Ji-suk, she extended her hand and invited him to join her. Surprised and blushing slightly, Cha Ji-suk accepted. As their hands clasped, brilliant light engulfed them, warping their surroundings into a stream of shimmering data. The two were pulled into a vast, ethereal dimension of glowing particles. Cha Ji-suk's eyes widened as he looked around, stunned. Bubbles containing scenes and locations floated gently in the air. A strange blue portal appeared before him. A system window identified it as Kill Screen, 3rd floor. Do you wish to enter? Cha Ji-suk touched the screen, but a warning immediately appeared. Authorization denied. Entry impossible. Habin speculated that only subspace entry could grant access. Cha Ji-suk then asked if her skill allowed her to move to any visible location. If so, they might have a way to reach the top floor. Confidently, he activated his own skill, Soar. A golden light engulfed him as he aimed directly for the top. But the environment glitched violently, flashing red. Warning: entering restricted administrator's area. Warning: unauthorized ability detected, forcibly terminating skill. A crushing force shattered Cha Ji-suk's monocle. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in agony. Habin rushed to his side, alarmed. She asked what had happened, remembering he was just looking at the top floor. She recalled hearing that administrators activated emergency protocols if someone entered the top floor. That meant Cha Ji-suk must have glimpsed their secret mysteries. Secrets so horrifying they could break even an SS-class hunter. But Cha Ji-suk clarified awkwardly that he had simply hurt himself. Habin quickly checked a holographic device, setting their course for the 50th floor. Just then, a small white dragon landed playfully on her head. A system notification appeared. Dragon's Blessing dramatically increases resistance to gravity. With renewed determination, Habin told Cha Ji-suk that they needed to hurry and find Unni. Cha Ji-suk stepped forward and activated a skill. A vortex of light engulfed them, lifting them upward as their expressions filled with awe. A system message echoed in their ears. You have arrived at Kill Screen 50th floor, the Demon Realm.
Ji-suk and Habin stepped onto the 50th floor, only to find themselves in the demon realm, a desolate, crimson wasteland. Their mission was clear: obtain the legendary demon god's ring. Ji-suk was stunned. Though he had heard of the demon realm, he never imagined it would appear as the 50th floor. Then he remembered something crucial: a dungeon reward he had received. Producing a Demon Realm encyclopedia, he explained to Habin that it contained valuable knowledge about high-ranking demons. As he spoke, the sword spirit suddenly manifested, exclaiming that it had been a long time since it had heard the name Demon Realm. When Habin asked if it was familiar with the place, the spirit explained that this was a residence for demons. If humans were discovered, they would immediately attract unwanted attention. The warning proved true when a rustle in the bushes revealed a snarling hellhound. Without hesitation, Ji-suk struck it down with a single blow. He reminded Habin that humans would constantly be targeted here. Habin, annoyed by the constant hostility, suggested they proceed with caution. Spotting the encyclopedia, she demanded to use it. Reading an entry, she learned that demons were drawn to dark colors and red eyes. Using this knowledge, she activated Deceiver's Wish. Before disguising herself, she instructed Ribe to hide safely inside. Ribe obeyed, glowing blue before vanishing. Transformed into a demon, Habin blended in, until fate played a cruel trick. A nearby demon spotted her. Both froze in shock, and soon the surrounding demons followed, staring in disbelief. Ji-suk's alarmed voice cut through the silence. Habin had chosen the wrong form. Realization struck her like lightning. Dropping into a panicked bow, she felt a terrifying presence descend. The surrounding creatures immediately prostrated themselves, crying out, "The Demon King has appeared!" A flashback revealed the encyclopedia's page, the Demon King of Greed, whose image was identical to Habin's disguise. Overwhelmed, Habin turned to Ji-suk, demanding answers. To her horror, even Ji-suk dropped the book and bowed, crying out, "Demon King!" Furious, she demanded to know what she was doing, but another voice soon interrupted. A pink-haired woman with horns approached respectfully. Introducing herself as Ipsene Realmorpashia, daughter of the Manga family, she invited the Demon King of Greed to her mansion. Habin, bewildered, grabbed Ji-suk by the collar for answers. He explained that her form was that of the Demon King who ruled over greed, one of the 7 Demon Kings. Despite her confusion, Habin recognized an opportunity. Visiting Ipsene's mansion would give them valuable information. She accepted. Traveling by carriage, tension filled the air. Ipsene's attendants trembled before Habin's presence. When one dared to speak, Habin silenced them with a glare, instilling fear. Whispering to her, Ji-suk explained the role she must play. The Demon King of Greed demanded everything she desired. To maintain her cover, she had to act insatiably greedy. Reluctantly, Habin began by demanding the carriage. Ipsene, horrified, revealed it was her late mother's keepsake. Internally, Habin cringed, unwilling to take such a treasure. When Ipsene, through tears, offered it anyway, Habin shouted enough and insisted Ipsene keep it. Misunderstanding completely, Ipsene interpreted this as a display of profound greed, moved to the point of tears. At Ipsene's mansion, a lavish feast was prepared. Habin continued the exhausting charade, slamming her goblet and demanding more alcohol. Gasps filled the hall as attendants whispered that the wine she chose was a 1,000-year-old heirloom. Habin's annoyance only grew when she picked up a plate only to learn it had belonged to Ipsene's father. As the chaos built, Ji-suk and the sword spirit praised her performance as perfect trash. Mortified, Habin snapped at them to stop. Ipsene, attempting to change the subject, asked whether the Demon King would attend the upcoming auction at the Demon Castle. The moment the word auction was spoken, Ji-suk's face hardened. Ipsane revealed the shocking rumor the demon god's ring would appear there. Both Habin and Jisuk froze in disbelief. Habin's thoughts echoed the name, Demon God's Ring, as a vision of the dark, turquoise-glowing artifact formed in her mind. Together, they realized the truth. This ring was the conquest condition of the 50th floor. Habin leans in, telling Cha-Jisuk to keep talking about this incredible information. Cha-Jisuk explains animatedly, gesturing with his hands. Ipsane fidgets as she explains her situation. She clarifies that she has no intention of participating in the Demon King's auction. She only wants to attend the ball that precedes it, but she doesn't have a chaperone. Her expression turns somber as she reveals her mother passed away a long time ago. On top of that, her father has also disappeared. She tells Habin that a relative she doesn't even know is now targeting her position as family head, leaving her without a guardian. Habin listens with her arms crossed, looking thoughtful. Internally, however, Habin is completely bewildered by the complicated story. She admits to herself that she barely understood a word Ipsane said. Despite her confusion, she grasps the most important point. The Demon God's Ring will be at an auction held after the Demon's Ball, and Ipsane wants to attend that ball. Ipsane and Horns looks toward Habin. Habin clarifies the request with an intense gaze. She asks if she's being asked to be a guarantor so the other can attend a ball. Ipsane becomes flustered, stammering in response. She quickly tries to take back her words, dismissing it as a slip of the tongue. Habin listens calmly, her expression unreadable. Ipsane looks down, admitting her personal feelings got the better of her. Habin then reveals a serious problem. She states that the invitation has messed up the path to the Demon Castle. Shocked, Ipsane begins to apologize profusely. Habin tells Ipsane to guide her to the Demon Castle before the auction. Habin coolly replies that if they do, she'll consider going in with them. Ipsane coolly appears, absolutely ecstatic about this development. She beams, thanking the Demon King profusely. Later, during a meal, the excited Ipsane orders food. A flustered Habin tries to calm her down, insisting they don't need more. Cha-Jisuk watches on with a calm smile, simply saying, "Yes, yes." After the meal, Cha-Jisuk praises Habin, telling her she did well. Habin stands with her eyes closed, looking drained from the experience. A maid leads Cha-Jisuk and Habin down a grand hallway. The maid stops at a large door, informing Habin that this is the Demon King of Greed's room and that her own room is next door if she needs anything. Habin acknowledges her with a simple, "I understand." She opens the door and is immediately taken aback by what she sees. The entire room has been decorated for a welcome party, filled with flowers, pink balloons, and gifts. A banner hangs in the room with a message, "We sincerely welcome you to our home," from Ipsane. Standing in the doorway, Habin is completely bewildered by the unexpected sight. She thinks to herself, "What is this?" Habin is momentarily stunned by the lavish treatment, feeling as if she's just received a marriage proposal. Despite her shock, she quickly begins to enjoy the luxurious bed. She muses that this is for the best as it protects innocent demons from getting swept up in any trouble. The sword spirit is completely baffled by this unfamiliar concept. Habin happily throws herself onto the fluffy mattress, amazed by how soft it is. She congratulates herself, glad she pretended to be a demon king. Habin celebrates their good fortune, a free pass to the Demon Castle with luxury hotel service. As Habin relaxes, she decides that since her brother Hyun Siu is traveling in Europe, she deserves to enjoy herself too. The sword spirit asks how she knew about her brother's trip. Habin explains that she contacted him before her mission to let him know she would be gone for a while. Her brother's profile states shown traveling in Europe. Elsewhere, Pedus lets out a sharp grunt. The staff spirit appears, asking what he's doing. Pedus explains his nose was itchy, so he used his energy to fix it. The staff spirit is dumbfounded by his extreme solution. He thinks to himself that Petus, has dignity to maintain and can't be seen scratching his nose. Cha Ji-suk walks through the grand corridor to find Habin. He decides they need to have a strategy meeting with her. Arriving at her door, he thinks about their upcoming trip to the demon castle and knocks. Habin from inside tells him to come in. Cha Ji-suk opens the door and freezes, looking completely bewildered. He's greeted by the loud fanfare of a movie intro playing on a giant screen. The entire room has been converted into a home theater, with the bed moved to face the screen like a sofa. Cha Ji-suk stands in stunned silence. He finally snaps, yelling at Habin and asking what all of this is. Habin looks back at him innocently, as if nothing is out of the ordinary. Habin looks on with a solemn expression. He questions Habin, who is casually eating chips, asking why she's still so immersed in relaxing. Habin, looking completely at ease, says she wanted to watch movies before they left. She justifies it by saying their host, Ipsin, took such good care of them that he should enjoy it. Cha Ji-suk's demeanor suddenly shifts from carefree to serious. He explains that the loud movie provides perfect soundproofing for them to speak comfortably. Cha Ji-suk declares his intention to eavesdrop on conversations between Ipsin and the servants. His companion looks back at him, confused, and asks why. He explains that their good treatment could be a trap, so they can't let their guard down. Cha Ji-suk then reveals a wiretapping kit for spies. The device allows the user to hear everything the bug picks up. He tells her he already planted the bug on Ipsin during dinner and hands her the earphones to listen in. Habin listens intently, remarking that the situation is cool and spy-like. Loud music begins to play in the room. Upon hearing it, Cha Ji-suk has a sudden realization. Ipsin concludes that the person playing is not the Demon King of Greed. Cha Ji-suk worries that Habin has been found out for not being a real Demon King. The Sword Spirit appears, panicking and insisting that Habin was the Demon King of Greed. Cha Ji-suk, enraged by the spirit's comment, sarcastically praises Habin's amazing personality. Habin then screams at the Sword Spirit to be quiet. Elsewhere, a maid questions about the situation. She asks why Ipsin, who was once certain, is now suddenly changing her stance on whether Habin is a Demon King. Ipsin smiles warmly, a slight blush on her cheeks. She thinks to herself that Habin is too warm. Watching her, Servant is taken aback by this thought. She recalls her own impression, thinking the Demon King seemed cold and scary. Ipsin remembers seeing the Demon King of Greed in her youth and how different the feeling was back then. Ipsin is impressed, realizing Habin immediately understood and empathized with her after just a single word. Ipsin puzzles over this behavior, knowing the Demon King of Greed shouldn't care about underlings. Despite her confusion, Servant clenches her fists, certain that this person has the unmistakable aura of a Demon King, which can't be faked with magic. A sudden realization strikes Ipsin. She concludes there is exactly one being who could pull off such a feat. Ipsin narrates that while they always encounter 7, there are actually 8 seats in the demon castle. Ipsin explains that this empty seat belongs to Oath, the demon god who governs the void. Servant listens, her expression turning to one of pure shock. She exclaims that the demon god hasn't appeared in 5,000 years and was thought to be a mere legend or long dead. Ipsin reveals that the demon god of void is reclusive by nature, as she explains that he hates drawing attention and hides his appearance by pretending to be other demons. Servant covers her mouth in disbelief at this revelation. Ipsin prepares to make a startling speculation. A demoness comes to a shocking conclusion. They might be serving the legendary demon god. Meanwhile, Habin buries her face in her hand, consumed by secondhand embarrassment from the incredible misunderstanding being played back. Habin laughs with Cha Ji-suk about the situation, explaining how her pretense of being a demon king has escalated to her being mistaken for a demon god. She jokingly calls the other demoness unstoppable for her wild assumptions. Cha Ji-suk eavesdrops on the demons. He internally questions how his skill could possibly copy a demon king's aura, as the demons discuss it like an impossibility. Suddenly, hearing suspicious sounds from the room, Habin worries that she have missed a crucial scene while spying. Cha Ji-sok internally despairs, wondering when Habin will ever take him seriously. Habin tells him not to worry, explaining that if they go to the demon castle as they are, they'll run into the real demon king of greed. She points out that such an encounter would be troublesome and annoying. Cha Ji-sok concedes that she has a point. Habin then muses that it might be a good idea for them to change jobs. A confused Cha Ji-sok asks what she plans to change to. As a crimson aura erupts around her, Habin declares her new class: 2. Demon God.